Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to King's Resort for the EPM 3 million main event. I have to say, this actually is false advertising. It was 3 million euro guaranteed, but because we got for 7,303 entries, we are actually up to over 3.6 million in the total prize pool right now. And let's take a look at the chip leaders at this feature table. Shakista, he's a former chess pro that switched to poker because he said, hey, there's more money in poker. Doflash, another chick grinder, not as experienced as Shakista, but definitely one to look after. Gennaro Proschap, this man is no stranger to doing great at King's Resort. He won the Pirates Poker Treasure in 2025 with over 90,000 he took down in that one. Of course, there is a lot of Italians here, Euro rounders. This is the biggest EPM in history for Euro rounders. Absolutely fantastic. We have been up to full capacity. If you guys don't know, this tournament, the days 1A and 1B had 80-minute levels, and the players that played those, we had to split the day one into two parts. Now we have again 80-minute levels. The theme that will be here seen at the tables is that a lot of these players, they have a lot of poker behind them. I know we finished about 4 or 5 a.m. and really this is an endurance test for a lot of these players. I think we can easily compare it to the WSOP main event. Almost right there in that ballpark as we are keeping those 80-minute levels. So it's not just about that skill today. It will also be about that endurance. And the players that we have here, Dragos Olaru, for a couple of these players, is actually the very first streamed table. Can you believe it, guys? For the very first time, they make it deep into one of the biggest events we have here at King's Resort. And Dragos Olaru, he is one of those players, never played on a feature table, so long hours and inexperience in the spotlight, it will definitely play a role. We want to see how he deals with that. Daniele Cassoni, for him, it's actually the first time at King's Resort, period, as well. So another player that we have to look out for. You just never know what he does. He's very much a wild card, just like Dragos Olaru. You know, speaking from experience, when you play poker, nobody's watching you, just the players. It's a lot different than when you are on the big stage and you have some amazing people like Fishkat CZ 2013 in the YouTube chat right now watching you. So, of course, we want to see Patrick Schlatter. This man is very funny. He says that, hey, I'm one of the last Swiss hopes here in the tournament. I'm flying the Swiss flag. It might be him or one more player. He wasn't actually sure, but he is trying to go ahead and make Switzerland famous in this huge main event. And Hristo, I believe Hristo just told me that he's very, very tired. When I spoke to him, he just said, hey, guys, this is a long structure, a long tournament. And I know that he's very, very tired. He almost says, oh, I'm done. There's not much left in the tank. And mind you, guys, this is just day 3. Tomorrow is that final day. And if you played the big day 1, A or B, you played with 80-minute levels, okay? If you played the day 2, it was also 80-minute levels. That's a lot of poker. So I want you to know that when you play tournaments like this with the incredible structure, people fly from all over the world. We have over 70 nationalities actually they have been playing during this event. It's absolutely incredible. And of course, it will be all about, yes, your strategy is important, but how you deal with this almost unprecedented outside those really big events time that you have to spend at the table. This is really the big question that we have to be asking ourselves today, at the start of the day, but especially near the end of today and tomorrow. It's an absolute endurance test for everybody involved, and looks like we are ready. If you guys don't know, the players, a lot of these, because they are inexperienced, there's a lot of guys that never been featured at the feature table. They didn't know that if you have a specific number of a table, it's 37 here at King's Resort. If you have that table number, you have to go to the feature table. You don't play on the massive main floor. You have to go up to the stream. So we have slight delay here, as the players had no idea that there is actually a different table I have to go to. It just shows you that there's a lot of inexperienced players here, first time in the spotlight, and because we have them, that's why we have a slight delay. So apologies for that, but that's the tax we have to pay for having so many players. The odds are that some of the ones that don't play final tables here at Kings Resort day in and day out will make it deep, and that's exactly the case here. So that's why we are waiting for them. As you see, a lot of them had no idea that when you are in the spotlight, when you have to join this beautiful table, the table number tells you that, and you have to move somewhere else. So it's fantastic. By the way, Casgano Operator Fibonacci. If you are from Italy, ladies and gentlemen, you have to be stuck with me today, all right? You guys from Italy, you are stuck with me, but don't worry. The final table tomorrow, it will be streamed by Euro Rounders. And we have some celebrity commentators, some sports commentators for that, but that's only for the final table. So I want to say thank you and buongiorno to all the Italian fans watching right now on the English stream. I know we are very likely to lose you when it comes to the big finale, but right now we will definitely enjoy your company. So let me know, guys, if you are from Italy. I'm very curious how many Italians we have here. And as you can see at this table, one very experienced Italian already took down the Pirates Poker Treasure 90K here at this very table last year. And the other man, we can't say that he is experienced. We don't know much about him. So I'm very curious about how he will do. If you guys don't know, we had a 3 million euro guarantee. It's over 3.6 million now in the prize pool. The reason is that we have exceeded all expectations. You know, nobody believed in us. Nobody believed in Federico. Not even the founders of Kings Resort, when he had this crazy idea of organizing a huge tournament in the summer right after the World Series, when everybody's supposed to be broke. And not only we have reached that 3 million guarantee, that was up from 2 million last year, but we have absolutely smashed it. 7,300 entries plus is an incredible accomplishment, and we yet again have broken the record. You can see it right now on your top right. So a historic event, and all of you are witnessing history being made as well right here in the chat. Thank you very much, guys, for being here. And Fishka CZ, couple Czech heroes here with the big stack, Shachista. I know his name, I won't tell you, maybe you guys know him, but he used to be a chess pro actually, and quit because he said, hey, there's no money in chess. Everybody's solid, so he basically moved into poker, and now he's a very, very accomplished player. Multiple cashes at World Series of Poker Europe, a lot of cashes here at Kings Resort. And obviously for the Czech fans, we want to see what happens. And do flush, another Czech hero, goes ahead and calls. Let's see what he does here. There we go, there's the check with the air. It was actually Do Flash that told me that he's extremely tired. Dragos Olaru. It's his very first feature table, was never on a stream table before. Well, he doesn't care. When you flop at 2 pair, you don't have to really worry about being nervous about this being your first time, and he takes it down. And I think this is very symbolic that the first pot on the stream goes to Romania. If you guys don't know, it's the year of Romania here at Kings Resort. So many Romanians have been crushing. I think this is one of the first few tournaments where it seems like there's not too many deep Romanians. Of course, we have them deep in the tournament, but we have some Romanians, but the Italians have been doing really well. There's a lot of Italians near the top 20, top 30 in the tournament. And of course, I spoke to the Italian commentators. They are really hoping that we can have an Italian crusher in this record-breaking event. But hold that thought, guys. Shachista with those pocket rockets. The former chess prodigy turned poker aficionado, very successful in the Czech Republic. He has chosen a nickname, so I can't tell you his real name, but I do know that name. Maybe you guys in the chat, if you recognize this face and this player, maybe you can tell us, but we obviously use the nicknames that the players give us. So if you recognize Mr. Shachista, let me know and maybe tell us his name. I can't give you that. And Gennaro Proscia, there we go. an online tournament crusher, Gennaro, against the chess genius, Shahista. And right now, Shahista, he has Gennaro right where he wants it. But look at this. He decides to go ahead and check. For Gennaro Proscia, it's very tempting to go ahead and fire a small bet right here. And it's not like too many worse hands will be calling, but you protect your hand, but he decides to take it easy, take it slow. Shahista can easily be check calling with a decent amount of hands and try to trap you. Look at this. Second check from Shahista. Gennaro Proscia. It will be tempting to fire that protection bet at some point. Yeah, here we go. 2.5 big blinds is the bet. Shahista calling. Oh, look at this! On the second hand of the day, we have aces full of ladies. And Shahista with the almost stone cold nuts. Only 2 queens can beat him, but there's no chance that Gennaro actually ever has them. And oh, he decides to lead. Oh my goodness. Well, he's representing the ace. Honestly, it's very tough to decipher this bet for me. I think when you bet like this, you are representing the ace. You basically are hoping that Gennaro has a queen and he will raise you against your block bets. But when he doesn't have the ace, it doesn't work out. One thing that works against this play, though, Shahista himself holds those 2 aces in his hand. So it was very, very tough to get value, and you can see on his face, Shahista is mildly annoyed, even though he had that top full house, that he did not get that value. But the question is, hey, if he checks here, is he gonna get any value anyway? You know, against a hand like this one, 6-5, is very likely to simply check back. And what will be really betting into him? There's not too many bluffs that can do it. Basically, our Italian hero would have to target an ace. They would have to fold. So yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's always a big question to ask yourself, hey, how do I play the other hands that I can potentially have here? What am I blocking? But what is actually betting? What am I getting value out of, you know, when I simply check here? Ah, there we go, the Festival OG, Jaromír Shahista Haniel. So guys, I couldn't tell you this. Okay, so we have, by the way, festival. There's a mixed games festival that was here at King's Resort. I have a story about that one. We have the reigning champion still in the field of the festival series. But yeah, so if you guys are not on YouTube, the festival is saying, allegedly, Jaromír Shahista Haniel. I cannot confirm nor deny. When you choose a nickname, we have to basically keep with that. But let's say the festival is correct. And by the way, payouts, yes, we will update the payouts, guys. Number one, 18,500. What even is this? During this festival, let me make sure that we update this. In this festival, our high roller, yesterday we had a high roller. The high roller alone, a couple day tournament, a little small one, 90,000 plus up top, okay? In this tournament, we are playing for 501,200 euro plus the 3K worth of tickets. So 500K plus up top, and we have to update, of course, guys, the payouts. We will update them, don't worry. Let's take a look. The battle of the ace highs here. Big blind against the cutoff, of course, cutoff. There's the pre-flop lead. He also has that backdoor club draw. And he can turn some gutters as well. We can also have some chopping out, so there we go. That pre-flop raiser decides to go for it. Gennaro Proscia, the online tournament crusher. But look at this, Daniel Cassoni. Now it's a huge chance for a chop. It's Italian on Italian violence, but Daniel actually turns the backdoor nut flush draw. He is not going anywhere. Well, Gennaro, do you really want to keep bluffing? Do you want to turn your hand into a bluff? It is an ace high. You are beating some hands. He says no. And now we have a split. Now it turns into a game of chicken. Who actually wants this one more, guys? The thing is, you have showdown value. There's not too many reasons to reach for chips. And as I say that, Daniel says, I don't care. 495 in the middle. And this is 375. This is a big bet. This is basically designed to get Gennaro Proscia away from exactly the hand that he does have now. You see, guys, I told you this will be a game of chicken, and I would be a chicken. I would simply go ahead and check, try to get to showdown. But Daniel says no, and this is exactly what Gennaro Proscha does not want to see. When you are calling here, you are beating a lot of bluffs, right? But it's a paired board. Who is crazy enough to float and then bluff on a river like this one? And you can't really expect somebody to try to get you off a chop. If Daniel has ace high, I'm not sure if they have played against each other. Usually I say when the players are from the same country, it's very likely that they know each other, but the field is so massive. We had over 7,000 entries, but this time I don't think it's a given that they actually do know each other. And I know for a fact that for Daniel Casoni, it's the first time at King's Resort. So now we're trying to see if he can figure it out. Gennaro Proscha, the professional player, online tournament crusher, already has a big win. Can he figure it out? But that's the thing, you don't really expect that ace high to bet too frequently here. You more expect it to be random club floats, random heart floats as well, that you can call. Some king highs can be turned into a bluff here. Let's see if we can figure it out. He hates his life, and right away you can see that when you are a successful player, when you have been playing for a long time, you are a professional, you obviously take your time. This is a relatively small pot, but every single pot is super important. And he lets it go, Daniel Casoni. Very nice performance, first time here. Turns his hand into a bluff, and little does he know, it was actually a chop. I think he realizes that though. I'm pretty sure that Daniel knew what he was doing here. He was going after that chop, and he got it done. Very nice play, and out of all people, we have the two Italians fighting against each other. This is very interesting. And Melvin in the chat says, quite funny though, that someone is using a nickname. First possible thing that pops up in Google, it's his full name. Okay, guys, let me tell you, we're going to use his full name, okay? I can tell you Mr. Šachista is Jaromír Háněl. You can simply Google Šachista. I don't think he does it to conceal his identity. He does it because he wants to remember his youth when he was a chess pro, chess grinder, and now he is playing poker. There's more money in it, that's what he told us, so we can call him that, of course. Rooftop Inquiry, W commentator reading chat. Thank you very much. Of course, we are reading the chat, guys. That's why we have the live stream. This is a marathon. If you guys will not talk in the chat, if you will be silent, I will go crazy, okay? This is an endurance test, not just for the players, but for the commentators as well. This really is unprecedented. 590 euro buy-in. And if you chose to play those days, you would play 80-minute levels all the way through. And the 80-minute level days, they were actually split into two. So we're talking about a 5-day tournament with 80-minute blinds. And we will be going for about 26 hours, I think, here in the commentary. So everything you guys say in the chat, of course, I read. And it's very important that you are here. Very much appreciated, let me tell you. Or I will go crazy, because this will be a lot of poker ahead of us. I can tell you, a lot of these players, I know if you guys are Dutch fans, I actually had a chance to speak to one of the Dutch heroes in the chat, not in the chat, but on the actual floor. And one thing that he said, I love the structure, I just don't love that you have to play until 5 a.m. And look at this, Dragos Olaru, right off the bat, he ships 31 big blinds against the 15 big blind stacks. Oh my goodness, maximum pressure against the shorties. And he does this because, hey, if you have a draw here and you have 15 big blinds, Dragos is actually doing pretty well. He will be flipping against any decent draw. And if you have a 7, hey, you have 2 other players to worry about. Are you really going to call it off with 7? So this is very unconventional. I have to say that I don't even have to put it into a solver to tell you guys that this was a pretty unconventional play. But if you think about it, it's very much out there, but it actually makes sense. 2 players, both 15 big blinds, you cover both, and you have a mid pair that actually at least flips against draws, and even if they have those draws, maybe they will fold. They don't want to risk their life, so Very unconventional play. And this is why it's so difficult to play tournaments. Let me tell you guys, I have been studying the tournaments a little bit, looking at the ranges and figuring out these situations where the stack sizes change completely, when the time that you find yourself in during the tournament changes. It's super difficult to play optimally. It's impossible to remember all those situations, to study them, especially when you have a massive field like this. So we saw some creative plays there by the Romanian, and I must say, at least on paper, I like the way he was thinking. And there we go. We have the Battle of the Hearts here. How often does the stream table change? It changes. I think it's not every level. It might be. It usually depends on what our direction wants to do. But obviously, this is the day 3. I must say it's usually my favorite. When you are commenting on the final day, when you are watching the final day, no offense to a lot of the players, but it's always the same. You know, you have that final table bubble where everyone is tight and has to be tight. Maybe sometimes you have that aggressive chip leader. Sometimes you don't even have that, and then it's a lot of push and fold when it comes to the actual final table. But I think today, if you actually enjoy strategy, you enjoy poker, deep poker, and a lot of deviations from what could be considered standard, this is the day for you poker aficionados to really enjoy, get your teeth in, and watch more for the strategy than for the crazy all-ins. And we've already seen that in that ace-6. We've seen it with the aces. Some unconventional plays where your hands are not tied by those short stacks and by the insane ICM pressure. Not completely anyway, just yet. Daniel Canzoni, you can see that this man, first time at King's Resort, he already shown us that he's ready to play, turning his ace high into a bluff, targeting the other ace high. He made it fold. Now he finds himself with a super strong hand. By the way, guys, don't worry, the payouts will be updated. Our amazing staff is at it. Obviously, everybody's super tired. This has been so long. I know the CEO of King's Resort. I've spoken to him multiple times. He's been here for multiple days. This is such a big undertaking, of course, that everybody is tired. So stay with us, keep with us. We'll get this done. Don't worry, for you, for your entertainment. And look at this, pocket checks, Dragos. From the small blind here. Was it just a call pre-flop? Yeah, it looks like it. Daniel Casoni has a very nice c-bet. This is a super strong draw. We have that flush draw. We have that gut shot. We also have 2 overs against most of the hands that our opponent can have. And now we have the nuts. Look at this. Top full house before. Now we have the absolute bomb. And Drago Solaru decides that, hey, I want to see where I am at. This is a bet for information if I've ever seen one. And the problem sometimes is that you don't find it full, but yeah, here we go. So Drago Solaru, this is old school poker. I'm talking Phil Hellmuth in 1991. You have a middling hand, you want to see where you're at, so you go ahead and throw some chips in the middle when you don't like the board and you want to see if your opponent actually tells you they have a better hand. This time, they had the nuts, so it worked out for him. Yeah, information bet. Of course, the big problem with the information bets when you bet like this, as Phil Hellmuth has found out on stream, on TV shows a couple times, is when the other players realizes what you're doing and he starts bluffing you relentlessly. That's why you don't see those bets and min raises for information so much anymore, because the aggression has ramped up with the age of solvers, with the age of streaming. You can see the top players, and you are running a risk of someone simply bluffing you of that bet for information. But no, it wasn't the case this time. And he bet and folded. Bird is in the chat. Okay, thank you very much. Now we can finally say, and you can find out in the chat, that we have over 500,000 euro up top today. 590 buy-in, and you will walk home with 500K plus. And you also get those 3K worth of tickets for the big 5 million euro guaranteed main event. There we go, Shakista. in the small blind, especially if you're confident against your opponent. You can go ahead and mix in some limps with hands like these. And these are two very accomplished players, Gennaro Proscia. Decides to apply pressure. Well, Shakista, I think he will let it go here. 4.6 big blinds. This is basically a race designed to get rid of these weak hands. And Jaromír Háňel, as the chat said, lets it go. And we have some banter between them. And Bert, thank you very much for updating the bot. YouTube should be updated at some point as well, guys. Don't worry. And you know, we always hype up the top 10 players. They get the free K package. I think the cheap leaders of the day ones, they also got the super main event tickets, 150 euro. But you know what's funny? We have 590 euro buy-in, and the prize pool is already, after the fees, 3.6 million, I believe. So 3.6 million, and the super main is only 5 million. You know, it won't be that much bigger. Of course, the buy-in is double. So you really are watching an event that has overperformed through any metric pretty much. We were really up against it. It was a struggle almost to even find tables. There's so many players. Everybody wanted to come ahead and go ahead and play. You know, even me, I am the commentator. I couldn't get a spot in one of the main hotels. I have to go uphill for 10 minutes in the middle of the woods to get to my accommodation. This is how full it was. And this event is really a big deal. One of the biggest in Kings history. And it basically is a preview of the experience that you will get at the end of September and start of October in that big super main. Let's look at this. Doe Flush decides to call against Shakista, against Mr. Háňel. And yet again, when you have the pre-flop lead, your right is to simply go ahead and continuation bet, because Doe Flush should be re-raising before the flop with those hands like Ace-Jack suited, King-Jack suited as well. You can mix those in for sure. But now we have that call here, of course, on the flop. Here we go. And it is a full house, but let me tell you guys, you should not be too excited about hitting the full house right here, because for the same reasons that I told you that Shakista can continuation bet, now this is a very good candidate to actually bet the turn and bet the river. 9s and 7s are actually some of the strongest full houses that the flush can have. He should be re-raising before the flop with 10s and better pairs. So when you hold the 9 and 7, you basically are removing a good chunk of the hands that are always calling you down, and you have all those strong hands yourself, all those big pairs. So now we will see what is the determination of the flush, what is his will against the seasoned veteran Shakista that literally is a master in chess. I'm not sure if he reached the grandmaster level, but he for sure is a master when it comes to poker strategy. And here we go. Looks like we are counting up the call. Yep. There's that call, and I am telling you guys, if it's a blank, Shakista has a very good case for betting for a third time. Again, the 9 and 7, it might look like it's a completely innocent hand. It doesn't matter that we have the 9 and 7, but 9s and 7s should be calling you down every time, simply because being so strong. So when you hold them yourself, they are decent bluffing candidates. Now 9-5-5 in the middle. If he decides to bet, you have to go pretty big basically. He wants to do it. He wants to do it. He's just not sure if his fellow checkman would find the fold. You know, we keep getting the same countries attacking each other yet again. Oh, Shakista played for a long time. You've played games your whole life, started with chess, now continues in poker. I don't think, with all the experience, you would be the one to shy away from a big spot. If you think it's right, he just given up. Oh my goodness. He waved the white flag, and I think Doe Flash must be pretty happy. Shakista, big sigh. We have to banter between the Czech players. You can tell, I can guarantee you guys, Shakista, he was thinking about all that. Hey, I have those strong pairs. My opponent can't really have them. The 9 and 7 is actually a decent candidate to go for it. He wanted to do it so much, but in the end, his gut told him that he might not find that fold against that 4 or against that ace high. And just like that, look at this Tim. I don't think we had Tim before. Absolutely unknown player. We had to rebalance the tables, of course. So Tim, 5.18 million. From Germany, an absolute unknown, so I have zero information about this man. Of course, during the breaks, I can go out of the booth and find out some dirt on these players, but right now we are flying completely blind. What you know is what I know. Let's see what happens. Let us know how is the sound, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear us well. We are trying to give you the table sound as well. Of course, right now the table is not chatting very much. So let us know if the levels are comfortable for you. Of course, you know, for example, Martin Cabral, he plays here a lot at King's Resort. When he is here, we pretty much just shut up as commentators and we let you enjoy the show. So in those cases, we want you to have the maximum table sound possible. We can hear the best stuff. Okay, so you guys can hear everything, right? Try to figure it out. And there are a lot of strong players and a lot of stories remaining in the field. Of course, there's 163 players remaining. We only have space to show you 8 right now. So there are a lot of players that are very interesting still remaining in the field. One of them is Lulei Hu, the defending champion who took it down last year. He is currently with a decent stack in the tournament. So Lulei Hu, I think he's the #1 player you want to look out for. Obviously, very, very interesting name. Then we have the Dutch players. You probably might know him. Matthäus Mulhausen, the crusher playing high rollers. He was even a runner-up at the WSOP in 2022 for 597K. So absolute dominator. Actually, it was him who was complaining that, hey, I have to play until 5 a.m. I didn't know. It's 80-minute levels. You know, look at these two flash. Decides to get a little bit out of line, of course. King 10 is not completely crazy to shoot this hand, but it's a very good hand to try and test your opponent. Dragos, is that? Oh my god, Dragos is all in! Dragos just does not care. You remember he's done this before against 2 shorter stacks, and now he simply jams it in for 38 big blind before the flop with ace-9 offsuit. I mean, this is wonderful. And you can already tell, guys, some people, they care about the ICM, some players are here for the glory. 500,000 euro up top. This is only a couple times, really, in Europe, you have the chance to actually get to a prize pool this big from only 590 euro buy-in. It might be the only time, actually. 1.1k we'll have later. At King's Resort, of course, we have some big events. But when you are outside of WSOP in Vegas, to to get to that big prize and be part of history, $500,000 plus, for such a low buy-in. For some people, they will say, hey, I don't care about those lever ups. If I have ace-9 and I feel like my opponent is weak, I think he's trying to test me. I'm going to test him right back. I'm playing for the victory. Audio, yeah. So fix the audio for you guys, don't worry. Yes, we will fix this for you, don't worry. Nines against ace-5. It's actually an all-in. There we go. So we have that race. Risto, Risto. Can he get there with the ace-5 against the nines? Or top flush will he take down another pot? And that's it. Risto is eliminated. Top flush. Scores first blood here at the feature table. And he eliminates Bulgarian. So first elimination already here. Let's fix the sound levels for you guys. I won't be able to hear the table, but you guys in chat, okay? So this is what we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Because I can't hear the table, we will lower the volume, but if something interesting happens, there's shouting from the players, you will have to tell me, okay? So it's a big responsibility for you guys in the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. So I'm asking our production to lower the sound volume. I won't be able to hear it at all, but if something happens and you hear it, it's your responsibility to let us know. And really, we have been seeing fireworks right off the bat. Already one elimination. Some unorthodox plays, I must say. A lot of aggression. It's a beautiful start to a marathon, though. Grab your snacks, get some drinks. Don't get too excited because we have 2 intense days of poker ahead of us. And you know what? If the players can do it, so can you do it and so can I do it. 80-minute levels all the way through if you decided to do so. Effectively 5 days of poker. It will be absolutely incredible. Re-race Chili Dog says, yep, there we go. We have changed it, but remember guys, now that we fixed the sound, that we're trying to fix it so I can actually hear the sound. So remember, you guys are my ears right now. I cannot hear what's happening at the table, okay, but you can. So what you're gonna do is, if there's something exciting, if there's some fun banter, you will have to tell me in the chat, okay? Here we go. Tim, the big unknown. We haven't really seen anything from Tim. Decides to just limp the Queen 7. You of course can mix it up with hands like these. Gasgano, Operator, Fibonacci, audio is good right now. We are heading into the flop. More often than not, BVB becomes a game of chicken. It's very tough to flop pairs, but Tim actually has one right now. And I think the question will be on Dragos Olaru. I must say, Dragos Olaru, first time on a feature table in his life. Never has been at a feature table. He seems to want to really play, and look at this. Stone cold float with just the gut shot. And obviously, you have some nefarious intent when you do this. And Tim, oi, 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 Tim does not have the 8. Dragos can easily have an 8 here. And he checks the flop, he calls the turn. This is such a beautiful, look at this, he's reaching for the chips. I can't believe this man has never played on a featured table in his life. Seems like he knows exactly what he's doing here. And once you float that gut shot, the 8 is a great betting card. Of course, he can even go bigger here, but this should be fine. And Tim, Are you gonna give him credit for being aggressive? Yes, he does give him the credit. And Dragos, you know what? Dragos may have lost the hand, but he's shown us that he's very aware of what cards are good for him, what cards are not. And he decided to go for this. So, Dragos Solaru, I can already tell you guys, this man, he doesn't seem to care about some measly ladder up. He's here for €500,000. He wants to be the champ. He will make those big plays if he feels like it. Lonko Poker says, this is better. Thank you so much. To our production team. Gennaro Broscia does not pay homage to Doyle Brunson, this Italian online pro. And Patrick Schlatter, I talked to him. He said, what is the fun fact about you, sir? He is a proud Swiss man and one of the last Swiss hopes remaining, if not the last one. And now with those hockey sticks, I think it might be time to put his tournament life at risk here. And go all in. There it is in the hijack. We have been seeing some trends of simply min raising, but it's usually closer to the final table bubble. And Patrick Schlatter, of course, he will be happy once you move from those 13 to 15 bigs. Suddenly you don't have to risk your life every single time you enter the pot. Get the raise and fold. So a nice little win for him. Everybody knows the jacks are the worst hand in poker. It's very tough to win with them. So when you just take it down, you can't be too unhappy. There we go. There's that coffee sip. I know these players are getting ready for a long day. That's exactly what you want. Another interesting name that's in the tournament is Paul Krasiunas from Romania. And believe it or not, you guys can Google him, his Hendon mob. Shout out to the Hendon mob for this data. But Paul, when he was at King's Resort, he actually has 3 wins in a row. His last 3 cashes at King's Resort are 3 wins. He won 2 side events and the Festival Series main event within 3 days, 3 or 4 days. The side events were on actually the same day. And when I spoke to him, he says, hey, I keep coming late to tournaments, I keep winning. And he's very confident, doesn't have a big stack, but that is a big story if he manages to make it deep or even win this thing. Imagine that you are at an event and the last 3 times you enter the tournament, you won all 3. So that's one hell of a story. Alongside, of course, Lulei Hu on one of the outer tables, the defending champion. And we have a bunch of other stories I will talk about as well, of course. Gennaro Broscia, 9-5 suited. Of course, you can call unless you are worried about your opponent. But as you can see, Tim, he joined the table with over 100 big blinds, 5+ million. One of those chip leaders of the day. Is now unflopped by Gennaro Broscia. Tim has that flush draw though, 2 overs. He has no reason not to put more money in the middle. And the big question will be, Gennaro, will you decide to go ahead and fast play against this c-bet? Or do you want to keep trapping your opponent? The thing is, they are very, very deep. 40 big blinds still remaining. That's a lot behind. And the board looks kind of dry, but there is a lot of potential draws that Gennaro could be check raising with. A lot of gut shots, some open-enders like 6-4. Of course, those flush draws, backdoor flush draws. But he just decides to go ahead and call here. Now the question is, can he dodge that spade on the turn? No, he cannot. Tim teleports ahead of those trips with a flush. Now the question is, not if Gennaro will put in money behind, but how much? In Tim's shoes, of course, there's a lot of hands that can have 1 spade that would continue bluffing like this. There's no universe in which Gennaro is ever thinking about folding. Raising would be pretty ambitious, I must say. So I do think we want to go ahead and keep calling here in Gennaro's shoes. We have no idea who Tim is. I actually have not noticed him too much yesterday. He's a complete unknown. That is the benefit of coming into the feature table with a nickname. And nothing has changed here. And the problem for Gennaro is that Tim can easily value bet hands like ace-jack now, so he's never folding against the bet. The only question is, how much will Tim value bet here? 885,000 in the middle. 18 bigs. What will be the damage that he will inflict upon Gennaro's stack with this bet? Of course, you have to think about, what am I getting value out of? Am I targeting a 7, a random jack, or am I targeting that 5? And those are the white chips. Those are the 100K, so 600,000. That will be the damage. Gennaro, there's just no way he can be folding here. I just don't think so. There's too much of a risk of an actual hand like ace-king, ace-jack value betting here. You have only called on the flop here. You did slow play, so this is very unfortunate for him. But I just can't see any way to get away from this. Gennaro's thinking about it. We saw Gennaro, you know, he's an online crusher. The Italians from your rounders tell me he likes to think about every hand, but yeah, this is just fate. Has nothing he could have done. Not with that ace, not with that call. And Tim shows us that the rich get richer, you know? He wasn't at the table. Now, in a very bad-mannered way, decides to just go ahead and cooler Gennaro Proscia. But it could have been worse if Gennaro decided to check raise that flop. He would have bloated the pot and it would have been worse for him. But of course, you're never happy to start off against the new player and run into his flush right away. Yeah, so the champion defending still in. The huge story, Paul Krasiunas, 3 wins in a row at King's Resort. He is still in. The chip leader, by the way, heading into the day was Srdan Martonovski from Serbia. For him, this is a career-defining score, and he only has 51,000 live earnings on Hand and Mob, the chip leader with 11 mil. Now he will be behind, though. I think he might be behind Tim, who just joined us. But yeah, absolutely great position for him to be in. Daniel Casoni. Ah, look at this. First time we see him go pretty tight. Ace-10 offsuit, I do think that he can actually open. He does have Tim behind him. Actually, Tim has only 6 million, so 6.6 million. And look at how many big blinds this is. And the chip leader heading into the day, Srdan Martonovski, he had 11 million. I cannot stress how incredibly deep this tournament is. And because of so many entries, it will take a long time to play this. Even the seasoned veterans like Mateusz Mulhausen from Netherlands, even he told me that I love the structure, but playing until 5 a.m., that is very, very challenging. So just to give you an idea of Tim having so many chips, having 108 big blinds, and being far from the biggest stack of the day. That's how deep we are, how much poker has been played, and how much more poker we have to look forward to during the next following 2 days. As Tim yet again goes ahead and bets, though Flush decided to call with the 7 deuce. If you are optimistic about your skills, you can actually call these hands. I think it's slightly out of line. Re-raise Chili Dog. I don't think it's a given. I think there should be a certain amount of levels that we play until. You never know. You never know, because again, guys, we had a 3 million guarantee. Okay, we expected about 6,000 players. Usually, when you run these big tournaments right after Vegas, you expect that, hey, if I'm lucky, I'm gonna get into the guarantee. The number of players I need, 5,600, something like that. We need it, and then you can plan the structures. But there's a lot of players. The blinds are incredibly long, so I think there's a set amount of levels that we have, and it would be kind of shocking if we would play down to a certain amount of players as well. I think it's going to be on the levels. But I don't have that information right now. Yeah, but it will be very tough to say, hey, we play until 24, because there's so many players, over 7K entries. As you can see, the chip leader has over 200 big blinds. So it's very, very tough to predict that we will play down to 24. And it just might not happen. So yeah, we will see what happens. Shahista with the ladies. Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Toe flush with the aces, the check, 2 Czech players at the tables. Have queens against aces, ladies against the pocket rockets. This is almost unfair. And neither of these players has been very tight. They have been playing poker. The people have seen them being aggressive, so this is a really, really tough spot for Shahista. When Toe Flush decides to go ahead and raise. And I told you, ladies and gents, Shahista, he might look like an old man River, someone who just plays for fun, but Jaromír Háňel has been a chess crusher, and now he is an absolute veteran with a lot of recent cashes. He plays against the best in the world, WSOP, for example. He will not be afraid of putting chips in the middle. Now he decides, because they are so deep, 2.6 mil, 40 big blinds plus, he only decides to call here. Though flush, actually, it might look like it's a great board for him. It does have the backdoor nut flush draw. He is crushing the queens, but 6, 7, and 9, all these pairs are very much possible for Shahista, and he has to be very afraid. Very, very afraid. 2.6 mil. It's very much a real possibility. But the thing is, just because the sets are there, doesn't mean there's not a lot of other hands, a lot of flush draws, a lot of gut shots, a lot of backdoor draws that Shahista can have right now. So it is a scary board for Doe Flush. But I think he just has to go for it. Unfortunately for Shahista, yeah, here we go. And honestly, guys, I am not sure what Shahista is supposed to do here. I think a raise would be absolutely reasonable. We decide to call. The problem with calling is, unless you know that your opponent has aces and you can get away from it sometimes, is that you hate a lot of the turn cards here. So I'm actually not sure. You guys can tell me in the chat. Maybe just playing aggressively on the flop was the quote-unquote nerdy theoretical play, but we have that call. But look at this. This might actually save Shahista some money. 10 suddenly as a straight. This is a super dangerous board for those aces. Now, in theory, he should be slowing down here. Just under a pot size bet left. 1.6, actually less than pot size bet left here for Shahista. Doe Flush, you know, it's obviously a very scary board now. But Shahista's hand is just too strong. I think the queens are too strong to just turn to a bluff and go all in. There we go. There's the check. And now the big question will be, oh my goodness, it's a split. This is a spicy river, as spicy as it can get. A straight is on the board, and suddenly your aces are absolutely worthless. Your queens got saved by the river, but little do you know that happened. And now I think if Doe Flush checks, Shahista is simply shoving. If Doe Flush goes ahead and checks here, I think Shahista, he is way more likely to have a run on 10. He will simply go all in. So Doe Flush, what are you going to do? There is that check. Shahista, can you do it? He says no. He only checked because the queens are simply strong enough, I think. Maybe he was married to the concept of having strong queens. Now when there's a potential split, he just checks. But you can see the 2 Czech players are laughing. And what could have been an absolute disaster for Shahista turned into a simple split pot where both get 60K. So much drama for nothing. I'm actually surprised. I'm a little bit surprised that Shahista didn't say, hey, I don't care. I'm going to go ahead and jam here. try to get you off that split. But I mean, it is understandable. You beat almost everything else with those ladies. Very, very interesting spot there. And that's the thing, when you are on the river, I know it doesn't even matter that you have queens, right? It is a split. It's a split anyway, you play the board. But because you had a strong hand on earlier streets, it's very difficult to not subconsciously basically think the same way. You know, you get the mindset of I'm on the flop, I have a made hand, I have a pretty strong made hand, kind of a good bluff catcher. So when you get into a bluffing scenario, you know, subconsciously you will still think the same way. But I would love to see that jam from Shakista and to see what his opponent would do. Gennaro, letting it go. Toe flush, it seems to me, guys, that toe flush has been in almost every pot. Now I took a look at his hand and mob. Again, if you guys know who this is, you can tell us in the chat. But when they use their nickname, I can't give you their real name. But the tracked earnings are to the tune of 30 or 40K, I believe. He uses a nickname here. It's possible he's using it at King's Resort quite often. Patrick Schlatter. Jack 8 suited. He's wishing that he would have those jacks he had previously. Lets this hand go, as he should. Now Daniel Cassoni. You know what, I love it. He told me it's first time at King's Resort. As long as I understand, you know what, I listened to his Italian and I let the AI translate his Italian to me. And from that, I at least understood when I spoke to him that it is his first time here. Now with 7-5, the question is, are you confident against your opponent? There's such a concept of, if you look at your hand and you look at the potential equity you have to think about, hey, am I actually going to realize that equity? Will I go ahead and what the math say, will I actually get there against my opponent? And if you think that your opponent is better than you, oftentimes with the weak hand, the answer is no. Alex Despan says, Bine ba! Bine koye, there we go. Of course, this is an English stream. If you are from Italy, buongiorno, all the Italians, allora, allora. We, of course, welcome you, but the Italian stream will start during the final table. So today and tomorrow, you have to be content with my voice if you are from Italy. But rest assured that the final table, the Euro Rounders team will be here and they will cover it. So you will get the grand finale in Italian. And they are hoping, I talked to them, the #1 hope of the Euro Rounders team, of the EPM team, is that, hey, we need some Italians to crush, to at least be at the final table, ideally to win. Speaking of people crushing, Tim, ace-10 offsuit. This man is just doing really, really well. Goes ahead, raises, takes it down. And the rich get richer. I will do my best to give you the updates during breaks. During breaks, we will try to give you the updates on who the chip leaders are, who is out. Some of the stories that I told you about, like Lule Hu and Paul Krasionas, will try to give you those updates. That's the advantage of being here on site. So if you guys have any friends that you want to know how they are doing, you can let me know. If you want to see who busted out, you can use the King's Resort app as long as you've been here at least once. And that will show you both the tournament clock. It will also show you who has won money, which obviously means that they have busted already. Drago Solaru, the unpredictable man from Romania. First time on any feature table. He just doesn't care. Ace-9 offsuit is the race. Daniel Cassoni lets it go. And look at this, we have a newcomer, Juan. Juan! My Spanish friends will forgive me. But Juan from Spain joining the table. Let's see if we can get some information about him. And yes, you can see the bust outs, guys. You go to the app if you want to look how your friends have done. You can see who is out, who is eliminated, and how much they actually won. The min cash was 1,200 euro. If you busted until the 144th place, you got 1,250 on top of that. So right now, all these players, about 2.4K already guaranteed to be taking home. And though Flash goes ahead, open raises, ace-10 offsuit. Drago Solaru decides to fold, doesn't want to go for it this time around. And Dave Karele 4788, he's looking at the payouts. And as I told you, over 500,000 up top, and let's take a look. So Tim, he's shown us that he can run really, really well. Juan Agueño is joining the table from Spain. And Patrick Schlatter still the short stack. But Juan, I'm really interested in how we will play. Let me see if we can find some dirt on Juan. If you guys know him, let us know. And looks like if this is the hand map I found about him, Juan only has 10,000 euros in live earnings, if you can believe it. So big chance, big opportunity with 46 big blinds for him. He sits right next to Shakista, only a slight chip advantage. Though Flash is ahead of them. And the king of this table is Tim from Germany. So I do think that Juan is yet another player who is looking at a potentially life-changing situation that could make or break his poker career. And that's the beauty that you have here. Macler Boo Boo, thank you so much for subscribing. Of course, guys, if you haven't done it yet, I will not have time to remind you, okay? Once it gets to the finale, to the end of the day, where there's so much drama, tomorrow when we fight for that final table, and at the final table, I won't be able to tell you again, but I'm telling you now, make sure that you like, you subscribe, you follow. Kings Resort is putting a lot of resources into keeping you updated. Let me tell you, there are big plans for the Big Kings Million in September that the top 10 players of every single tournament that we've ran here will be going to, as they have the package of free separate tickets. So show the team some love. Go to Instagram, go to Facebook, go to YouTube where you can see the highlights and help us spread the word, because I think, look at this, right after the World Series to have 3K plus, 7K plus, not 3K, 7,000 plus entries. It's absolutely incredible. As Shakista outflops, Daniel Casoni, these guys have been really, really active. The ace-5, it's not a mandatory c-bet here. I feel like if you do bet, you have to think about betting some turns as well. Well, Shakista, he has that call. Well, for Daniel, really the natural bluffing cards are a 3 and a 4 for the gut shot. Now, if you decide to bet a hand like this one, you basically stop playing your hand. You enter the territory of street poker. You're playing the player. I know Daniel's first time at Kings Resort. Maybe he wants to do that. You kind of expect that. When you go ahead and bet a hand like this one, you expect the player to at least consider to turn into a bluff on future streets at least some of the time. So Daniel considered it. But now, it's very likely we were likely to see a check back from Daniel. It's very interesting. You know, Shakista, of course, he's been a chess player for a long time. He has a lot of experience. Right now, maybe it's because it's the stage of the tournament, he's not pushing those tight edges. He's not being overly aggressive. Basically has that straightforward, solid type of game where he doesn't want to risk a value bet with the jack tray. Now look at this, Daniel. He's proving me wrong. He decides that, hey, I'm going to go ahead and bet my ace high here. Was he just simply faking? Is this Hollywooding? I'm not sure what the equivalent of Hollywood is in Italy, but it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. This is the problem though, guys. You are giving away too many tells. I think like the boat has sailed on him trying to bluff here. Once he reaches for the chips, he pumps, he simply has to check. Yeah, there we go. I think, obviously, we know that Shakista will be calling him, but after this performance, you know, when you are unsure about what you are going to do, once you put your hand on your chips, once you are not actually trying to do it to deceive your opponent, it's just going to be super, super tough for you to bluff. So yeah, it's very important with your hand movements, with the intent that you're showing to your opponent, that make sure that there is a reason behind it, you know? It looked like he was reaching for the chips. At the last second, he wanted to think about it a little bit more, but then at that point it's over and it's very tough to bluff. Dave Kerale 47866, he wants to know more. Okay, so guys, we can't on YouTube, the payouts is limited. So I can tell you that the min cash was 1,200 euro. So 1,076 players got paid. Can you believe it? 1,076 players got paid. In the middle of the nowhere, no offense to Rozvadov, we love it, but it is 600 people village. It's an absolute miracle, Las Vegas. And you min cash at 1,076th place, you get 1,200 euro. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Yeah, so that was the min cash. 466 to 721st, 1,390 euro. 485th place to 324th, get 1,600. Basically, you have those increments, and 10,000 euros, they start at the 16th to 20th place. So if you're 20th, you're taking home 12,300 euros. And then it goes all the way to that 500K first prize, but it's insane. You come home and you say, honey, I did super well in the tournament. I made 1,200 euros. And she asks you, okay, what was your position? Oh, well, 1,076. Oh, hold that thought. Dragos, what are you doing? Dragos Olaru, he told us that he's playing for it. Oh boy, is he playing for it. This man is in it to win it. He's not here to ladder up. I told you that you have those small ladder ups for a few thousand euros. Dragos wants to go big or go home. He champs the King 4, and Patrick Schlatter is very happy, of course, with his nines. Right now being well ahead of the King 4. Can the King 4 hit here though? So far so good. Patrick, maybe the last Swiss hope in the tournament. Can he dodge that King and a King only? He's hoping for it, of course. Yes, he can, and there we go, Dragos. You know what, guys, I can't blame him. You've seen how he plays. This man, I don't think he cares about ICM. I don't think he cares about laddering up to the place like 323rd. You get 1,900 euro. I don't think he cares about that. Dragos says, hey, this is only a few opportunities during the year in Europe, period, to take a sub 600 euro buy-in and have a chance to take down 500,000. And I'm going to take my chance. I don't care about those small ladder ups. I will go big or go home. This is about the 4th time he's went all in. There were not even the spots where he had to go all in. He simply decided that he will be aggressive. He wants that glory. He wants the big cojones, the big money. Or he will go home with a couple thousand euros. I think he's absolutely fine with that. Rooftop inquiry. Dragos punting for the stream and tournament. Actually, Rooftop, this is very interesting point. This is I spoke to him before the stream table. This is his first time on a stream table. And I have to say, for me, first time I was on a stream cash game, it was kind of the same. I wanted to put on a show. And look at this, Dragos. Oh, it looks like he's kind of tilted now, right? Oh my goodness. please, somebody get a hand. Somebody get a hand. Nobody gets it, but he has aces right away. I love it. I love the jam. I absolutely love that shove. It looked like he was tilted as hell from losing the king 4. He went all in with king 4. Now you have aces. Yes, everybody folded, but I have to say I love the move. He basically is trying to pretend that he's tilted. Oi, 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 I kept losing. I lost my king 4. Now I simply go tilt all in, which happens a lot, let me tell you. But he had the aces. That was brilliant. Oi, 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 oi. That's fantastic. Actually, Novko, if you win 500K and you want the money cash, how can you get it? Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is such a big amount, you know. I think that if I actually won 500K already at King's Resort, I'm not sure if I would be commenting right now, you know. But yeah, it's an interesting question. Maybe some of the pros in the chat can tell us, you know. Rooftop inquiry. I love it. Yeah, I love it. He should have said, I'm trying to go home before shoving with aces. I mean, it's obvious. He would not be acting. It's pretty clear what's going on here, guys. This man simply wants to go ahead and double up. He wants to crash. Or he wants to go home. And you know what? Can you blame him? Here at King's Resort, you have a lot of tournaments where you have 100,000 up top, 120K, you have 60K. You know, those tournaments, they basically run here every week. Almost every week you can go ahead and go to King's Resort, win yourself 60K from 200 euros, 300, 400. But really, in Europe, to have a chance at 500,000 plus, I'm not even sure how you get the money, you know. Novko, I'm not sure if you want to carry 500K of cash on your person, but you know, this opportunity will come once in a lifetime, unless you travel to Vegas, to WSOP. It literally might come once in a lifetime. EPTs are much higher buy-ins for the same prize pools. So yeah, we do see some players not caring about some couple thousand euros. They simply go for the win. By the way, though, Flash decides to see bet. Patrick Schlatter, he does have a bottom pair. Decided to actually go ahead and call that. Yep. Assuming he will call 21 big blinds, the Swiss man finds himself with. That should simply be a call here. By the way, we have a professional. Dapave says about the same payouts like my 4th place at WSOP Event 35. Yeah, we have that flex. And of course, usually you shouldn't really mention competing series, right, on stream, but WSOP, they are partners of King's Resort. We have that big WSOP Europe in Prague now, in collaboration with Kings. So we definitely can mention them, and congratulations for that flex, Dape. Patrick Schlatter, it feels like he's not confident. I think the problem is, if you feel like though Flash has been aggressive and you don't feel like you will be able to call multiple streets, you simply let it go. You want to preserve your stack. Of course, in theory, this is wrong. You should not fold, but I understand it. When you play this, look at this young kid from the Czech Republic. He says, I don't care, I'm tired, don't flash. I spoke to him, he's like, I'm so tired, I don't care. He goes for it. And now remember, guys, you have to tell me what they're talking about. Because we fixed the sound for you, I don't have the table sound. So you guys have to tell me, what is the banter between them about? Really, this is a sign of respect. When you go ahead and fold a hand like this one, you know in theory that you should be calling, but basically if you are playing against an aggressive player and you have a stack that you don't want to be letting go of, you just don't want to face those spots. One thing though, I would say that I think he realizes, our Swiss hero realizes that if he doesn't want to call on the flop, he should just let it go before the flop, you know. Let it go pre-flop, live another day. Actually, blind against blind, I guess he only checked it in the big blind, right? It was a check. He didn't choose to go ahead and play that hand, so once he gets that pair, BVB didn't have to go for it. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense that he just lets it go in that spot. And look at this. Same players yet again. Gennaro. He just folded a bottom pair against Do Flush. No, it's Gennaro Proscia. Okay, I see. So Gennaro, open raising, Do Flush calling, and Patrick. Now this is Patrick with the aces. Oy, 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 oy. Gennaro raising, Do Flush calling, and Patrick with the aces. What will he do here with the pocket rockets, ladies and gents? I think we know what's happening right now. He is raising, but you always have to Hollywood. You want to think about that sizing. And there it is. There is that squeeze. But Do Flush, he actually called a really strong hand on the button. I do think that he has a reasonable cause for actually continuing here. Let's see what he will do with the check man. This is an awkward spot for him. I must say, I'm not 100% sure what Do Flush is supposed to do here with a hand like this one. You called before. This is the strongest hand that you're calling, ace queen. I assume you would be free betting most of the time. So when you have the ace jack here, it's just really, really near the top of your range. But look at this, ace jack folding, face up against Patrick. I wonder if that banter they had between each other. Remember, Patrick just folded a bottom pair against Do Flush. Now he's folding. Do Flush is folding ace jack. We have a very interesting tight dynamic between these two players. Very, very interesting. Oj, 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 oj. No, the Swiss man is not happy, to say the least.
Or you give me a bet. That's also possible.
And I would be worried in his shoes. When someone open fold, like not open folds, he folds to your free bet with a hand like ace jack, and he does it face up. It's like he's telling you he knew that you had a strong hand.
That's two people, so I must raise.
Here we go, Shachista. Open raising. The chess crusher turned a poker destroyer, and yet again, these two Czech guys, they have been at it all day long, and Do Flush, I don't think he's going anywhere with the solver hand. Ace 5 suited, the darling of the computers. Every time there's a race with a non-strong hand, Ace 5 is the first candidate, pretty much. And here we go. There is that free bet. I keep telling you guys, ace 5 suited. The computers love this hand. And a young gun like Do Flush is very likely to be aware of that. Patrick, I don't think he's doing anything with this. The thing is, Shachista ace 9 off really is one of the weaker hands that you're opening. I don't think he has a reason to play back. Not out of position. Oh my goodness, look at this. It's like they don't even know. Do they even know we're playing for €500,000 up top? Not like these guys, they're showing each other hands. I mean, I love to see it, I love to see it. Of course, you will see it on stream in half an hour, but still. When you watch the other tournaments that have $500,000 up top, most of the time, it's a much higher buy-in. At least over €1,000, you know, like the Irish Open, but most of the time it's EPTs. where you have to play with 5K, and you almost never see the players. Just go ahead and face up, show your cards, show what you're folding, and somehow we're seeing it left, right, and center, like they're playing a home game for 50 euros or something like that. And look at this, of course, who it is. Dragos Olaru. This man just doesn't care. He is here to take it all down or to go home quickly. He doesn't care about some measly couple thousand euros. First time on a stream table as well, and what a hell of a show he is giving us. This time with ace-8 offsuit and Patrick. He's thinking about it. You know what? From what I've seen from Patrick so far, I just don't think that he will call here. Of course, the big reason to call, because all the table should be aware by now about what Dragos is actually doing. Dragos, very obviously, he's gone to Showdown before. These guys can actually check what happened on the stream already. When it comes to the break, at least by the break, they will be onto him. So I think that's the main reason why Patrick, who has been pretty tight, is thinking about it, because the table doesn't know yet the aces, but they will be thinking now that, hey, Dragos, he's just a crazy man. He's a madman. But still, his tight strategy prevails. He lets it go. And Tim, I've seen him absolutely destroying. There we go. Is there a way to see the chip counts updated? We show them periodically on stream. So every time there's a change of a player, we go ahead and show you to them. For the full table, I don't think there is. By the way, yes, you actually can check it. So Euro Rounders, guys, Euro Rounders, they are running a blog of this event. So if you want those updates, for everyone, not just TV table, yeah, Euro Rounders are your best bet. So Euro Rounders blog, you can go to social media of Euro Rounders on Instagram. They keep updating the links to it, but there is an English blog that tries to update what's going on. This is the biggest EPM in history, so I know they have at least 3 people here. 4 people actually from Euro Rounders are here, and a couple of them are taking photos and updating the blog. So yeah, if you want the updates from the outer tables, I will try to find out all I can, but Euro Rounders blog is where you want to go. I'm going to try to find the link. Maybe we can put it in the chat. But yeah, that is your best bet. I think the blogger guys, they will come awake in a couple hours, I think. But yeah, you can see who the chip leaders were. eurorounders.com/blog. That's where you can see that, and hopefully they will keep updating it throughout the day. Gennaro taking down another pot. By the way, you can also check my Instagram Lemon Poker. You actually have some snippets from these players. So I spoke to them before the table. I tried to find out some fun facts. If you want to check that out, I'll try to post some stories throughout the day as well to keep you updated. And if you have questions about a specific player during the break, I can go ahead and go find out. Of course, we are keeping tabs on Lule Hu. The defending champion is in the building with a good stack. And there's also Paul Krasiunas, who has 3 wins in a row here at King's Resort. So during the breaks, I will try to get those updates for you guys. Yeah, reverse chili dog, if you can put it in there, if you can put my Instagram in there, that would be very much appreciated. It's Lemon Poker 36. And we have a couple of stories and bubble hand even from that, so you can check that out. And of course, King's Resort social media is your go-to. If you're looking for some out-of-line coverage, you can check the social media out. Daniel Gassoni raising. That ace-5 offsuit. Yeah, so it's Lemon Poker 36, guys. You can check that out. And any questions you have, I will try to find out during the breaks. And during the night, when it comes to 8 p.m. plus, the Euro Rounders block should be updated as well. Well, Dragos Olaru in the small blind, calling with ace-4. I'm surprised Dragos didn't just shove it, but yeah, this is by no means a mandatory play. And oh my goodness, oi, that's not good. He's all in. Dragos, what a show! Right away, he just ships it with the bottom pair. We've seen him do this before. I'm not in love with it in this situation, however. Daniel Cassoni, he would be down to only 8 big blinds. I know Daniel, it seems like Daniel has a completely opposite motivation. Daniel has been shown bluffing before, turning his ace high into a bluff. But man, Dragos Olaru, yeah, he wants to play some table games, or he wants to play for the 500K. Can Daniel Cassoni figure it out? That's the thing, you know. First time at King's Resort for Daniel. I think if he was a professional, you know, any of the seasoned veterans, if he had someone like Patrick Jarosz at the table, or the other Italian who's an online pro, I think they would be simply calling now. The chips would be already in the middle. Because if you are a professional, you kind of realize that Dragos Olaru is here for you, chat. He's here to give you that show. He's here to bring you some action during his first ever stream table. He's never been under the poker cameras. So I think those pros would realize what he's up to. But Daniel Cassoni, likewise, he's not very experienced when it comes to, especially King's Resort and the stream tables. It's not an easy call for him. Can he figure it out? I think he knows. I think his gut is telling him that Dragos, he's here to gamble. He's here to try to run it up or go home. He doesn't care about those ladder ups. He's giving us a show on the stream. But you know, it's 135 people left out of 7,303 entries. 500K up top. You will never be in this situation. Very unlikely that you will be in this situation ever in Europe unless you actually play these tournaments day in, day out. Obviously, there is a lot of pressure to think about when it comes to calling a hand like this one for most of your chips here. And the rooftop inquiry says, hey, can we get a 4 on the turn? He's telling us in Twitch chat if he does call. I'm not sure it's actually clear that he will call though. Dragos, you know, his poker face is perfect. But I think the poker face of Dragos is perfect because he just doesn't care. He literally says, guys, I don't care about being 60th or busting out in 134th place. I am here for at least 100,000 euro, €500,000. I want that, or I don't want to be wasting my damn time. So even though it looks like his poker face is clean, I actually genuinely think he doesn't care if Daniel calls or doesn't with whatever he can have. And yet again, he does it. There's a lot of draws on the board, actually. Dragos, he's done this before in a similar situation. When there's a 6-7 possible, there are all those clubs possible as well. You can even have hands like ace tray with a gut shot that you might be thinking that you beat those draws in Daniel Cassoni's shoes. So it's a very interesting play. And Daniel, oi. I don't blame him for taking this much time. We don't have the time banks just yet at this stage of the tournament. Crazy guy, we love it. The chat says, yeah, you know what? Absolutely love it. Your first time on the stream ever in your life when you're Dragos, and you give us a show like this. I mean, you gotta love it, guys. If you meet this man ever, go ahead and high five him, no matter what happens in this hand, I must say. I don't blame Daniel. I told you guys, it's such a spot. It should be a call. He folds! Wow! Dragos Olaru. This is crazy. He made Daniel Cassoni fold a second pair with the top kicker. Talk about playing the player. Talk about just, you know what, I'm going to go for the 500K. I'm the hell out of here. The blinds are 80-minute levels. I'm not gonna waste my time. And he actually makes him fold. Oh my goodness. Dragos, 21 big blinds. Yeah, only 6% of the table, but 21 big blinds. That's a lot to play with. And Daniel Cassoni drops down to 23, but I think this is the big thing. This is such a big spot for him. He doesn't have too much experience. First time at King's Resort for Daniel Cassoni. He knew in his heart of hearts that it should be a call against Dragos. He just did not want to risk it. He's still in a pretty comfortable situation right here. He is Italian, a lot of pressure, of course, on him to do well, but oh my goodness, clap, clap, clap for Dragos. You first time in your life, you are on stream, and you decide, hey, I don't care, you know what, whatever these clowns are doing, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna put my stack all in, time and time again. When I have aces, I'm gonna act like I'm tilted, I'm gonna go ahead and go all in with them as well, and what a performance so far. Everything for you guys in the chat. James loves him. Hello, Romania. Gilles Verne. You know, most of the time, if you guys are not aware, we say it's the year of Romania here at King's Resort. Because the Romanians, they are at every single final table. There might have been one or two exceptions in the smaller events, but you know, they keep winning and winning and winning. There's at some points, there's 30 plus Romanians actually living in Rozvadov. They are grinding. You know, believe it or not, I know it's insane to believe it because we have 7,303 entries, but actually after WSOP, we did a few events with some overlay, and once the overlays came, the Romanians, they go crazy, they fire bullets, they are really, really strong players. The point I'm making is though, most of the Romanians, they are actually reasonably straightforward, they are not too aggressive, they are basically professional players that move to Rozvadov, they live here, they talk to each other, they fight each other as well hard at the tables, but they do it in a very calculated way. Most of the times, the Romanians that you see, they can be aggressive, but they are very, very solid. Not this Romanian, though. I think because this is one of the biggest events of the year in Europe, period, to have 3.6 mil from such a small buy-in. It basically attracted so many players. It was so tough to get accommodation. I have to walk 10 minutes up the hill. I was lost in the middle of the woods just to get to my hotel room because it's so tough to get accommodation here. It actually brought us the one Romanian that is not solid at all. This man is anything but solid, and he's giving us a hell of a show, and I'm all for it. So kudos to Romania. Alex Despan says, Dragos will win. Well, I think with a player like this, obviously Dragos does not care about the ladder ups. So if you would take Dragos and any other player, there's a bigger chance that with the same stack, that Dragos will win than almost anyone else. And the simple reason is that he will not care about the pay jumps. He only cares about doing well and, you know, trying to gamble it up. But this is a terrible, terrible setup for him. Dragos Olaru, that has been extremely aggressive. He has a super loose image, runs into Ace King. That absolutely dominates him right now, 71% against 29. And the bad news for Dragos is when you have an aggressive image like this, especially the young guns, the young players, the aggressive players like Do Flash, they are both very likely to realize that you're aggressive, but you will give them credit. I'm pretty sure that Dragos Olaru will give credit to Do Flash of playing light at him, and he folds. Wow! Wow, oh my goodness. I am surprised. Dragos Olaru, he is not completely crazy. Like, with the fold with the King-Queen, insta-fold, face up. I think, guys, you guys in the chat are wrong. He's not here to just play or hit the blackjack tables. He basically puts on the aggression when he feels like he can be aggressive. But wow, this is a very, very nice fold. Very, very nice fold there with the King-Queen suited. Rooftop Inquiry, F. And I must say, Dragos, this man, he's my favorite right now, yeah? It looked like Dragos is just an insane man who wants to gamble it up or bust, but wow, he surprised me, and I think a lot of you guys in the chat as well, by insta-folding the King-Queen suited. Oh my goodness. And if you have just joined us now, guys, it is the Dragos Olaru show. He has been all in 5 times already. Last time it worked out for him in a big way. But now it's Gennaro Prostja's turn. 13 big blinds. The online professional is up against toe flush with the same hand, just in the offsuit variety. But ace-4 offsuit should be folding here. The only reason why he can consider it is if you think the big blind is super, super tight, but yeah, still you let it go. And well, Patrick Schlatter, from what we have seen so far by this man, he likes to be tight, he plays it safe. I'm actually not 100% sure if this is supposed to be a call, but I know that he is folding. There we go, there's that fold. Patrick is pretty much the opposite of our Romanian hero. He wants to stay in the tournament, keep having a good time. He's holding up that Swiss flag up high. But when it comes to recklessly risking his stack and even decent chunks of his stack, he just doesn't seem like the man to do it. By the way, let me know where you are from, guys. Do we have any Italians in the chat? Any Romanians? Any Czech people in the chat? Let me know. I know some of the Dutch players and Dutch fans have been watching. They have their big champion, the extremely popular in Netherlands, Mateusz Mulhausen, with over 2 million live earnings, at least from what my sources tell me. His hand up is hidden, but from what I hear, he made at least 2 million in live earnings. He is still in with a good stack. And no flush. Ace-9 of diamonds. This is a raising hand under any circumstance, I would say, unless it's a satellite bubble or something like that. Here we go. He's taking his time. Trick folding, and Daniel Cassoni. I think when you are in Daniel's shoes, when you do decide to be tight, you know, like we folded at ace-5, for example, a lot of the time you should be just honest with yourself and say, hey, I will not realize as much equity. I will not basically see the showdown often enough as I should, and you can actually play tighter than usual, especially against the young guns, but he does decide to defend queen 5, and, well, it goes in his favor. Low flush. He's got some backdoor gutters here, but not too much barreling potential. So he decides to torch these chips right now. 80k, and Daniel Cassoni. 19 big blinds left. There's no flush draw on the board. I just don't think that you have too many reasons to do anything else. But just go ahead and smooth call this bet. Oh, never mind. He's raising. Consider me surprised. Daniel Cassoni. He wanted to protect against those hands like ace-king, ace-10s. He didn't want them to see that turn. Just goes ahead and raises. Finds out where he's at. Of course, the big problem with this play is if you go ahead and raise and you get re-raised against someone aggressive and you fold your queen, you can get absolutely exploited, but what? Didn't happen. And I guess he will be happy of just taking down the small pot. I'm trying to see who we lost, by the way. If you look at the King's Resort app, you can see the live clock and who has busted. We have lost Balotelli, the Frenchman. I don't think he's the footballer, actually. Probably not. Tomáš Rose, for any Czech fans. Unfortunately, Tomáš Rose is out of the tournament. 2,450 euro. For you Romanians, Christian Dan Dan Christian is out of the tournament. 141st place, got you 3,200 euro. He started an open race. Ah, Juan, look at this. Juan, we haven't seen much from, and if we did find the right header mob, he doesn't really have any really significant life scores. Decides to call with the ace check in the big. This is a very nice flop for him, for Shachista. For Juan, not so much. It's good for your range, you might say. When you call in the big blind, you have a lot of those hands that connect with a board like this one, but this time Shachista himself has the sixes, has the pair, has the gut shot. And he will simply take it down. One notable name, I keep seeing this man, Alpine Nemesis, the Czech player. He is a regular. He's also out in 138th place. But none of the big names have disappeared from the field just yet. And you're looking at Shachista. His hat, by the way, is Mjaga. It's an ancient Czech band. I think my parents were listening to it. My sister was as well, actually. And of course, this former chess crusher who told us that he moved to poker because, hey, there's no real money in chess. A lot more money in poker. He's still going strong. Speaking of going strong, though Flash, he's been in many hands, very much involved. Now, I know the player's name, but I don't really see too many live results from this guy. I haven't really found out too much about him. If you guys know any dirt on Do Flash, if you are watching from the Czech Republic, of course, at first glance and the way he's playing, he does look like an online player. But you can never tell. Daniel Cassoni. In Daniel's shoes, I would be really careful. You know, Daniel, he's very clear. He's very open about trying to stay in the tournament, trying to ladder up, not going crazy. So when you're not willing to play for stacks, basically, you should be tighter before the flop. Just play a little bit more conservative. That's definitely not the case for Tim, though. 6.49 million, 108 big blinds. And he gets severely outflopped by Do Flash, who is very likely to add to his stack, and the race to catch up to Tim will continue. And Michal Rodzki, when any player from Poland will be in the TV table, I'm not sure actually. We will. I'm not sure how often we swap the table. Look at it. Was it a check? Wow, a check bet by Do Flash. Hold that thought. Suddenly Tim does have an open ender here. And it's a very nice bet. Actually, when you bet this spot, you expect those ace highs to call you. So if an ace high by Do Flash goes ahead, went ahead and check back the flop, it will actually call you. So even though Tim, he does have some options to turn his hand into a bluff on the river, I don't think it will be mandatory. Of course, Do Flash never going away. And when you're checking back, there's a lot of draws on the board. All those spades, all those clubs, so many gut shots. He decides to only call here. I'm not even sure this is pot control. This is simply trapping a decent pair on the flop. And now the value bet should come, and I would imagine it should be pretty big. This is a pretty advanced play of, you know, you can have those backdoor spades, you can have some ace highs you're turning into a bluff, and you go big with those hands. You go big with a 4, of course, because you have those trips, but then you also add hands like Queen 10. So your range, basically the hands you can have here, are not just strong hands and weak hands, but you also have some of the hands like these. So that was my go-to play during cash games, and I would like to see a big sizing from him here. Yeah, 490, this is about 150. Okay, so he goes for the small sizing. Doesn't choose the size that a 4 would take, probably. And for Tim, now is a big question. Low flush is basically telling you, hey, I am not really representing a 4, but the odds are so good that I will pay you off. There we go. So Tim loses a couple chips, but I still think that low flush, he could have bet a little bit bigger, and Tim might have found the call there. DFRC, do we have any Portuguese players in? I can take a look. Smeepy says, "Man, I enjoy watching FTs." By the way, guys, this is not a final table. Far from it, okay? This is a featured table. At least 2 or 3 players. This is the first time they are at a featured table in their life. And we have a very, very long time to go. So the day freeze, as you've seen so far, I actually prefer day freeze over final tables personally. Because this is when you have so much action. You have the deep plays. This is where the real personality of the players comes to light, because you have a lot of chips behind. Some players simply want to go ahead and crush it right away, go completely reckless. Some guys are playing tight, making those tight folds. So we have 128 players remaining in a field of 7,303. The big final table will come tomorrow night. And of course, because we have so many players, the blinds are so long, chances are, yeah, we will mix it up, guys. We will mix up the nationalities as well. And there have been over 70 nationalities played this tournament. Can you believe it? King's Resort is in Rozvadov. This is 600 to 800 people live here in the Czech Republic, and over 70 nationalities decided to go ahead and say, hey, I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna fly over, I'm gonna travel to the King's Resort, I'm gonna play a tournament here just because I can win over €500,000 for only 590, and I can enjoy these 80-minute levels that are a lot of poker, as Juan decides to see bet here. He's got a lot of backdoors here. There we go. That backdoor club draw hits that turn. We know Dragos is not going anywhere, and your plan usually should be to simply go ahead and borrow, but Juan surprises me. He surprises everybody, I think. He bets that backdoor flush draw and then just waves the white flag. I think the reason was that he's afraid of Dragos. Yeah, when Dragos goes ahead and enters the pot, when you just borrow the 8-6, he's never folding a queen. He might jam it in your face. So this is the advantage. This is the benefit of being seen as the crazy man, the madman, who doesn't care about ladder ups. People have to give you respect. They will let you take down pots and take it easy on you, and they otherwise wouldn't. And by the way, speaking of players for Poland, I know that there was Sebastian Kotovic. He was doing well in the high roller yesterday. And concurrent with this tournament, today, we will have the winner of the high roller, and the high roller has over €90,000 up top. So somebody, no stream, away from the stream, we will win over 90K. I will actually try, somehow I want to show you that winner. I will see if we can talk to the floors maybe, talk to the staff, that they could maybe record the winner, you know, maybe the winning hand. Maybe I can put my camera on their table and let it run, so you guys will see who won that €90,000 plus in the high roller. Quite a few Polish players have been in that. I know Kotovic was there, very, very famous player for the Polish community, and other guys. So we'll try to bring you that, but hold that thought. No flush, open raising with the ace check. Patrick Schlatter with his cool glasses. We go ahead and flat the 7s. I just don't feel like he's the player to free bet a hand like this at all. It just doesn't strike me as the man who would be free betting 7s. It's probably a call or a fold for this guy. There we go. There's that fold. It's very important to be aware of your limitations. If you are not willing to make those light bluff catches post-flop, a lot of the times it's simply better to clear the way away from the big stacks and let it go. There we go. Tim with the free bet. Finally, we see those aggressive plays. I really like it. This hand has such a huge potential. 10-9 suited. So many straights you can hit, 2 pairs. And don't flash. If this was a cash game, basically mostly 4-betting here. Let's see what he does here against Tim. You should realize that Tim is likely to be aggressive. And the free bet is small. Look at this. It's only 4.6 big blinds. Relatively small sizing. Well, don't flush. When someone does free bet on the smaller size, then you're more incentivized to call. Your 4-bets or re-raises, they are not as favored as there's less dead money in the pot. And of course, you're getting better odds on the call. But we've seen Doe Flush fold a hand like this against the Swiss man, but this is a completely different scenario. Tim has the big stack. He seems like he knows what he's doing, so he's very likely to be more aggressive than the other players. And Doe Flush, this looks like a 4-bet. There we go. There's that 4-bet against Tim. 5.8 bigs to call, and actually, you can opt to call here. If you are confident, if you know what you're doing, you would be in position, but he waves the white flag. Don't flush. That little sigh, but you can see that he's very, very happy about taking this one down. He didn't want to play it out of position. This is a very good result for him, of course. And we see that Tim didn't come to battle. That's the problem. During the final day, it doesn't really matter. You are the chip leader, you have a big stack, you free bet, and people can't really go ahead and 4-bet light against you. But if Tim was one of the high stakes players, if he would be someone like Espen Jorstad, he definitely could consider simply calling that 4-bet in position. The big problem is, though, this is such a rare situation, guys, such a rare situation. When you play a 590 buy-in, it almost never happens that you have 80-minute big blinds, 80-minute levels, okay? So we had day 1A, 1B that had to be split into 2 parts. They had 80-minute levels. Yesterday was 80-minute levels. Today is 80-minute levels. Even for the tournament professionals, it's super, super tough to have experience in situations when you're supposed to be calling 4-bets, when you are 40-plus big blinds deep, this late in the tournament. So that's why you see that some of the best in the world, they would consider defending with the 10-9 suited. But I don't really blame Tim of letting it go, because to be well versed in this spot at this stage of the tournament, it's almost impossible. If you play only live tournaments, it's pretty much impossible because this is so rare to be in spots like this with such big fields. I think the only time when you can get experience in these spots is if you play the World Series in Vegas and you play the full schedule and you enter these huge tournaments like we have here at Kings Resort and Rosvadov. You enter them all the time, yeah, then you can have them, but it's super, super tough to know how to play deep when you are a tournament player, when those middling stacks, short stacks, and when you are the big stack and other people are the short stacks is your bread and butter. So Tim, yeah, you see on his body language that he's not very happy about making that fold. Obviously, the Czech man was a little bit too happy about him folding for him to have aces, kings, or queens, so he knows that he was light for sure. Gennaro, all in. Gennaro Prosha, he's one of the guys that will be dangerous with a deep stack, let me tell you. King Jack, super strong hand, BVB. You can actually go ahead and raise to about 40%. Those solvers tell you going all in is absolutely fine, of course, as well. But I think the whole table and the whole tournament, they have to be really wary of Gennaro. He already has a big win here at Kings Resort with the Pirates Poker Treasure 2025. The Euro-rounders tell me that this man is a really, really good online tournament player. So right now, when he only has those 14 big blinds, that's good news for the table. And I would warn them against letting this guy accumulate too many chips. The online players, even the tournament players, they're very likely to have a lot more experience when it comes to deep stacks. So be wary. Don't let that man get all those chips. Oliva says, good luck, Tim, my friend. Oh my goodness. Oliva, Stefan23, you have to give us more information. On YouTube chat, we have Oliva telling Tim, good luck. You have to tell us more information. Tim joined late in the tournament. He joined the featured table after all the other players. He does have a nickname, so we know absolutely nothing about Tim. So Oliva, Stefan, if you can tell us anything that you can share about Tim, we would very much appreciate it. Because I spoke to most of the other players. We have at least one fun fact. We know at least a little bit something about them. But Tim is a big unknown right now. Yeah, Daniel Cassoni. Open racing with the Snowman. It's his first time at King's Resort. Re-raced Chili Dog, as pleased according to his Hendon Mob. 3,000 in live earnings. It basically tells you the story of why Daniel Cassoni went ahead and folded with that ace-5. This is a big spot, very likely first feature table, first time at King's Resort, first time this deep in a tournament. You can never blame Daniel for playing some spots a little bit too tight. And Patrick Sutter actually flops a gut shot. Bomboclad, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we can trust you, but yeah, okay. 42 years old from Wiesbaden. Not sure why we have to know the first information. That's obviously up to anyone. Patrick, well, you have that gut shot. We've seen that he likes to play tight, though. He does not like to risk it. Risk it too much on these really, really close spots where basically when you continue here, and you should be continuing, by the way, when you are in the big blind, you go against under the gun. You can have the 4s freeze, you can actually call the 9s as well. So the board is reasonable for you. I think you can just call a small bet like this one or try to even raise against it. But the problem is once you do continue, you have to have a plan. You can't just call and then your plan to be is to give up. You should be bluffing some rivers. And the big question is, Patrick, you know, the last Swiss hope, is he capable of doing that? That's why he was taking such a long time. You can't just be calling on the flop because you have a gut shot. You have to think about what happens if my opponent checks the turn and I'm faced with a river decision. Let's see if Daniel Cassoni will allow him to face that hurdle. No, he will not. A lot of draws on the board. He wants to protect his hand. And it is a fold. Daniel takes it down. Tim is a big positive surprise. And of course, guys, it's a very long way to go. Very, very long way to go. 125 players. And the final table is a long way from here. But the odds are always here at King's Resort, because the buy-ins are super small. Even though we're playing for over $500,000, the buy-in was 590, okay? It might be a good amount of money for a lot of players, but if you play, this is such a big event that if you play it once or twice per year, an event like this, even if you are a normal working man, you can decide, hey, once per year, I'm gonna play some event. This is the one to do it. 590 buy-in, so there's a very good chance that a lot of the players will be amateurs, and statistically, because there's so many entries, and so many players just coming over here to Kings for holiday to play some poker, play a lot of poker with those deep blinds, the chances are that we will see some amateurs at the final table. Apparently Patrick is a person who never bluffs. He is only, oh my goodness. Bomboclad. Just because it's YouTube and we don't have the mods there, okay, doesn't mean you can be trolling, but right now you're funny. I enjoy it. So, but don't go too far. Don't go too far, okay? With your fun fiction right here in the YouTube chat. Daniel Cassoni. I think he should be folding Shakista with those pocket rockets. Shakista has all the experience in the world. But look at this. I tell you that Daniel should not be really calling. Because he's on the tighter side, but he does decide to go for it. Well, Shakista, this man has actually slow played before with aces. That was out of position though. In position, it's kind of problematic when you go ahead and check a board like this one. Your opponent should actually expect you to go ahead and bet your bluffs. So you are basically telegraphing that you have some sort of showdown value when you only check back. So even though Shakista, he's shown us that he likes to check those aces, he goes for that c-bet. Not to be too obvious. Daniel, you should be letting go, but you never know, you never know. Sometimes you decide, hey, I've had enough, I folded a lot of hands, I've been pretty tight. I want to go ahead and take my stand. He should not be in this situation, not with his hand. We have the backdoor flush draw, but it's a paired board, and it's a really weak backdoor diamond draw. I don't think we should be playing with that one. But you know, a lot of the times when when you get into a situation and you go in with a strategy that, hey, I'm gonna play tight, I'm gonna try to ladder up, you know, I don't have too much experience. At some point, your ego can't take it. At some point, your ego says, hey, I know you rationally decided that we're gonna play really, really tight. We will wait, we don't mind of letting it go. But at some point, your ego will start thinking, hey, they keep winning against us. I want to make a stand. That's why oftentimes at King's Resort, and Daniel does make the fold, he did not want to make it. He wanted to float or raise. A lot of the times at King's Resort, you see someone being extremely tight all day long, and then suddenly there comes that spaz. They go absolutely crazy out of nowhere, and they lose their tournament life. And it happens more often than you would think. Those seemingly tight and restricted players, they lose their minds, and the ego, the good old ego, is the culprit. You come into the tournament with a tight strategy, but letting these guys run you over too many times becomes a burden on that gut feeling of yours, and you start playing aggressively. But here we go. Yeah, Bomboclad, you are just joking, of course. YouTube chat, of course, of course. As long as we keep it reasonable, we are all for humor, of course. Here we go, Tim. By the way, in the meantime, I will try to check what's going on with the high roller. So high roller has final day. And it had 495 entries, 91,973 euro up top. It's funny that our side event has a bigger prize pool than about half of our regular tournaments here. And only 42 players remaining in the big high roller as Gennaro gets ace-king. He was going ahead and going all in when he had 13 big blinds. And with 15, he says, hey, I don't care. I've been jamming the 13. I will go ahead and go all in with 15 as well. He won't give a chance to anyone to outflop him. And that will be all she wrote. Gennaro Procha, I'll say it, he's pretty much guaranteed to be a better player than me. This man is, at least from what Euro-rounders tell me, he is an online poker professional. Even though his handle mob is hidden, he has big scores live. He won the Pirates Poker Treasure Spring Edition in 2025 here at King's Resort. So I will find it a tough time when it comes to judging these close spots like this one. If he says that 15 bigs is a chef with ace-king, gotta believe him. I think he should be more inclined to do it because he has been shoving quite a bit. He's been going all in with those weaker hands at 13 bigs. So choosing the ace-king, of course, nothing wrong with that, even though he chipped up a little bit. Yeah, and And re-raise chili dog, don't even try. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Some players just choose to hide their hand and mob. It simply happens, you know. They don't want their results out there. I understand it. You know, you don't want anyone to be able to Google you and see what you played, what you won, what experience you have. But, you know, I have to come back with the ego. You know, ego-wise, tournaments are fun. They're enjoyable. There's not too many professionals. The percentage of pure professionals that only play live tournaments, it can be, it's way less than 1%, I would say, of all the players that play. So come on, why not simply let the other players see your results? And even if you are a professional, you want to hide things, you always have these like sponsorship opportunities that come if you have your handle more public. Obviously much easier if you have that, but some players still decide to go ahead and hide them, you know. Well, Daniel, what do you want to do? There you go, raising it up, and he actually goes 2.5 big blinds, 150K, to discourage the opponents to come along, but he's not going to discourage Tim. Tim is a big positive surprise, although Stefan says, of course, he's got a massive stack, 100 big blinds on a day 3. That is a lot of chips to play with, and he decides to be nice and friendly, only calls the ace-9 of diamonds in the big blind. This is actually interesting. So Daniel Cazzoni, he does have a top pair, but Tim, he has the ace high. He does have the backdoor nut flush draw. You might only see 3 outs, but those 10 diamond cards will bring him a nut flush draw on the turn as well. So, especially because of that, basically should never be folding, especially when you are the man with all the chips here. There we go, there's the call. The backdoor diamonds did not come, and Daniel Castelli, well, the backdoor clubs came, something like 6-7, could have floated. So Daniel definitely has the option to go ahead and bet again on the turn. I don't think it's mandatory though. Our kicker is as bad as it gets. So if you want to have some strong hands when you check, and you face a bet from your opponent on the river, this could be one of the candidates. Cazzoni contemplating what to do. We want to bet here. One thing that other players would not consider, but you know he likes to play relatively tight, is that what do you do when you face a raise? But he decides to go for it. Pretty big sizing, by the way. Yeah, he was targeting those backdoor clubs, trying to basically take it down. That's exactly what happened. And we are heading into a break, ladies and gentlemen. So Tim, the nice man, has 5.8 million. That's by far not the cheap lead though. We had a Serbian player start with over 11 million on the day. Dofla Shakista right behind him. Gennaro is in the 8th place. Patrick in 7th, but obviously not to play for. So I will hit the floor. I will try to give you the information about the high roller, who is the chip leader there. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 18 minutes here for the EPM with 500K plus up top.
Well, Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's a
maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his.
Depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés. The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leaders, pocket 7s, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. not gonna get yourself.
speculator.
Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice size pot with king deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and queen jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop. So,
well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well,
There we
30K
go.
into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet. It's the people behind and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
Yeah, that's right. I like just calling here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace 8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money in. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not, you're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
You have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
Yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it, and that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get the showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end, and the 9s are able to get face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself. Try to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace jack.
Facing a consecutive open now from the chip leader, maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he shifted gears, but Kolzar just content to flat ace jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
no 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him.
I think Kolzar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly worse post-flop. Yeah, it's pretty ace jack of diamonds.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
Not pumping enough, just up
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolazar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pair in the nut flush draw over here. Little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolazar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolazar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolazar's probably looking for an amount where he could get his, he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolazar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolazar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. You're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
No, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolazar, and quite content.
Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired, and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace-queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Well, 6, 30.
I think he's
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. this flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Ishan was already
Die Checks nochmal verlieren, stimmt.
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
baby. No.
Oh!
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
You king. No, ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
You queen
available
by
as
you.
well.
Ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
the reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this
Squaring
probably
off
went
against jacks.
open call or maybe open 3-bet call. 'Cause the pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 on the river, and I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought.
On a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of like tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build a stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deeb and the over opening of Olszewski as well.
Look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack-5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, Queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you can flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing, does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean quite content to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back, and he also finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, be my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to day 3 of the EPM 3 million main event. Of course, 3 million is false advertising. That was the guarantee. Now we are up to over 3.6 million, as over 7,300 entries have been recorded here at Kings Resort. And let's jump into the feature table, the very same one we left with before the break. Tim, the very nice man, is crushing it. You can see that we have increased the blinds, 80-minute levels, if you guys don't know, almost unheard of for a €590 buy-in. Toe Flush and Shakistab right behind him, those two very active Czech players. Juan from Spain, 25 bigs, just like Daniel Casoni. And then we have those shorter stacks, Dragos, Patrick, Gennaro Prostia. But I have to say, the story of this table has been Dragos Olaru so far. He's been all in more times than we can count. Obviously, he's up here fighting for that 500K plus up top. He doesn't care about those measly pay jumps for a few €1,000. And he is definitely the wild card, with Tim being the man to beat with his big stack and a reasonably solid play. We have seen him just picking the hands that made sense, didn't get too out of line, didn't pick those too loose of spots. And we are continuing with this grind for that €500,000 up top from only a €590 buy-in. I actually managed to go ahead and check the outer tables. Lule Hu, the defending champion, is still in, roughly around in the middle of the pack. He doesn't have a huge stack, not a small one either. Has a lot of play, of course, still to be had, so you can never write the champion off. And Paul Krasiunas, the man who won 3 in a row, last 3 cashes here at Kings Resort, our 3 wins, going for that 4th one in a row. Still in there, still fighting. And while all this is happening, we have that big high roller with 90K plus up top, with Presjan Cvetanov, for example, still in the mix. The man who won the Festival Series here a couple years ago, the main event. And it's incredible that, you know, usually when you can win over 60K plus, you can do it on stream, you will have all the fame. But today, the high roller is just our side event. So those 90,000 plus euros will be won outside of the cameras. And one of those guys will be one of the biggest winners so far this year when they take it down. Biggest winner outside of those big festivals we run here for sure. And those are the big stories. Of course, the other stories, they are just being written. And you never know what happens, who will be the man pulling ahead. Gennaro is an online crusher, now down to 13 big blinds. He was up, but those 80 minutes have passed. We have actually laddered up, increased those blinds yet again, so he's down to 13 bigs. And look at this, actually folding the sevens. Now, I'm not the one to question him. This man is a MTT Pro online. He already has a win here in Rozvadov during the Pirates Poker Treasure. So sevens, it's a close spot. He decides that, hey, I'm not gonna go for it. And we have a story from the chat. So on Twitch, Elephant X, sup everyone. I just got home after 800-kilometer drive from Rozvadov, put 5 bullets in the main event and flip and go. Nothing worked out, unfortunately. Can't wait to see the remaining people play. Yeah, I know, it's special, right? I mean, the tournament's done, so you shouldn't care about it. But I always do, because I've been there, you played with the other players, and you always want to know, hey, what would happen if I was in their shoes? You know, if one of those bullets just worked out, I would be where Shakista is sitting, where Dragos, Olaru is sitting. But by the way, just let it go with a gut shot. The madness doesn't continue. Continue this battle of wits and wills. This is where you really see the difference between players. Some guys are just here to take it easy, to play their ranges, play tight, try to survive, try to ladder up, and other players, like our Romanian hero, he's in it to win it. By the way, you're looking at the beautiful felt. We're damn close. 3.6 million in the prize pool. The super main event in the Big Kings Million, it's got 5 million guarantee. So, you know, we have so many entries that this has ballooned way past the guaranteed free mail. And we really are close to that experience that you will get during that super main event. But obviously chances are, because so many people have those tickets, there's so many guys that have 4 ticket packages. The top 10 in this tournament will be guessing them as well for September. I think that the odds are in the favor of that tournament also smashing past that guarantee. If these last around 10 days are to be the sample size we take it from, yeah, the odds are, yeah, we will have more than 5 mil in the middle. Shakista just limping. Gennaro, I'm quite surprised. I think the Queen 9 suited, you can ship it in, but Gennaro decides he wants to play post flop. He is confident. Unfortunately for him, Shakista does not need confidence when you have a 2 pair and your opponent has nothing. Let's see if he will try to go ahead and bet. Gennaro, no backdoor flush draws, nothing really to work with. He can turn some gut shots and that's about it. Of course, he does have queen high, blind against blind. It's tough to make hands. One of those young crashers that plays online. Does have to consider what he wants to do. He says, hey, my queen high and 2 overs, that's good enough for me. Blind against blind. And Shakista now is a 71% favorite of winning this hand. Well, not anymore. Look at this. Gennaro gets that 100% mark. Looks like we have that 2 pair. Some 8s have been folded. And he goes ahead for that pot control. And both players have a full house now. And I just don't see how Shakista will not lose a bunch of chips right now. There is still 800,000 behind. It's tough to put somebody on quads, so Gennaro, after that check back, he might be inclined to simply go ahead and raise, if not just simply go all in. Now the question only he might be asking himself, can Shakista be slow playing aces and kings this way somehow? But if he isn't, you basically just lose 2 quads. You put an 8 in a tough spot. You probably should be raising here. There we go. There's that raise. There's the insta call. I think Gennaro could have milked more from this hand actually, but he decides, hey, I'm gonna raise a size that can get some value from ace highs as well. Not just the 8. 8 is calling me anyway. And so he didn't target the 8, he targeted some weaker hands as well. Gets a nice little pot, which obviously is very important. I told you guys, this man, the Euro Rounders guys tell me he's an online crusher. He already won one event here. You don't want this man this deep in a tournament that's very likely to have a lot of amateur players go deep just because of the sheer statistics and numbers. You just don't want this man to get too many chips. Not this deep stacked, because you play online, you out to have a lot of experience. A lot of the online players, they struggle when they move into live poker with all the dynamics and mechanics, but he is past that phase already. He's shown us that he can win here at King's Resort. He won over 90K during one single event in 2005. And now Patrick, the Swiss Hope, with those Cowboys. Crazy Daisy. Well, can he get some action? Don't flash into big blinds. Well, it's offsuit, but Don't Flash is confident. He likes to play. Problem for him is Patrick has only 14 bigs, and he knows he's pretty tight, you know. Don't Flash and Patrick, they have been friendly with each other. They don't really play against each other much. When they can get out of each other's ways, they do so. And yet again, they let the other players, just take it down uncontested. And here we go. The big question, of course, we're asking ourselves, who will win that 500,000? But for me, this is day 3. This is the time when you want to see that action, the deep stacked action. I want to see some incredible plays. I want to see some big bluffs, some big value bets, some crazy dynamic. Drago Solaru, he has been the man we could rely on so far. But today is the last chance to really get out of line, and then once we get to that top 24, top 16, the ICM tends to dictate how the players play. Shakista open raising, ace-8 offsuit. Patrick, do you want to play this? No, he does not. I think I kind of like it. These are the hands that you can defend, but Patrick is very much aware that he's up against professionals like Shakista. And when you're not willing to go to battle, turn your hands into a bluff and make some light calls, it will be tough to play like the chart tells you to. And you will not play these hands profitably as often as you would otherwise if you were a little bit more aggressive. And here we go. Yeah, so we are keeping tabs on the high roller 90K plus up top. If you have any Estonian fans in the chat, unfortunately Erik Poluvir busted right as I was checking the high roller. We also have a couple women still remaining in the pot, in the field, fighting for that 90K plus up top. And I think it's a long time coming. I think we need a female winner. Honestly, guys, we do need a female winner, but to win something big. Especially during my event. This is the one thing missing here at King's Resort. We need more ladies to crush and dominate But hold that thought. The sixes against the upside down sixes, the nines of Shakista. And this is Dragos Olaru. We both know, we all know how crazy this man is. This might spell doom for the Romanian, who doesn't care about ICM. He only cares about trying to go big or go home. And if Shakista decides that this is go time, we want to free bet here, it will be extremely difficult for Dragos to just let go of the pair. And there's such a possibility of Shakista having those ace-jacks and king-queens for that flip that I think Dragos is more than happy to take. There's that small free bet. And so flush, well, it's ace-jack offsuit. That's why he simply lets it go without a single thought. And there we go, Dragos, you've been so aggressive. First time at the feature table. You've put up a hell of a show. He's shown us before that he's capable of folding. No, all in, he says. There we go, there's that all in. Shakista, he's not like one of those inexperienced guys. I assume that we will see a pretty quick call here by Shakista. I do believe this is just a formality. It is 15 big blinds. He wants to make sure the count is correct. But a player with Shakista's experience is very unlikely to raise fold a hand like nines. There we go, there's that call. He just wanted to make sure. And Dragos Olaru, the man who has been driving the action during our first segment of the stream, is up against it with 4%. Looks like S6 was folded as well. So he's absolutely crushed right now. Down to a miracle. The flop is no help. Ace, Jack 4. 100%. Looks like it was folded. Yeah, there we go. Sixes were actually out of the pot completely, so there was no hope for Dragos, but thank you, Dragos. We all knew that you're in it to win it, or just go home. Didn't want to wait. And right now, he is out of the tournament, and this Czech veteran, the former chess crusher, adds to his stack at the expense of the Romanian. And I must say, even though I am from the Czech Republic, I have lived abroad for a long time, I must say that the man from Romania deserves our praise. It was the first time he was under the poker cameras, first TV table, first stream table, and he's put up a hell of a show for somebody without experience. Andries Derry says, look out for the Dutch ladies, they are getting very good. Yeah, I think this 3 minute, the high roller is looking really good. I'm not sure where they are from, but there's 33 players out of 495 remaining. I'm pretty sure I saw 2 or 3 women still in the field. And this is what we need, guys. Come on, at Kings Resort, we have absolutely everything. We have the big tournaments, we bring you some festivals with mixed games that mix it up as well. We have tiny buy-ins, 20 euro buy-ins. We will have that super main event. But one thing that I do feel like is missing is women winning these big tournaments. And today is a chance, especially in the high roller. And let me tell you, if someone interesting will be there, I will stay awake. I will try to interview the winner of the high roller with the 90K up top, unless we go really too long in here, unless they finish super fast before our stream. And I'm wondering who'll take it down. So a couple ladies in that one. Presyan Cvetanov, the Bulgarian hero, also in there, also in the mix. And in my experience, you know, when you look at women like Foxen or Vanessa Selbst, or even Sheena, all these ladies that are really, really good when it comes to poker, the general consensus is that women that make it in poker are very aggressive. You know, they are using the prejudice maybe that men might have against women, assuming that they would not be capable of bluffing. And some of the women are the best players in the world, and they do it by relentless aggression that you maybe wouldn't expect. And the Dutch ladies are dangerous. They might do the same. So Andries, I would not be surprised whatsoever. Yeah, Kristen Foxen, she had a great summer. Sheena Okamoto, I saw her winning another tournament. She didn't defend her ladies title. Unfortunately, she didn't go back to back to back. But she is doing great. And I have to say, we are waiting. You know, we here at Kings Resort, we are waiting for the queen of Kings Resort. There's somebody you could say, hey, she dominates. She's the best here. She grinds day in and day out. And that's the one hope we have. Maybe it will happen in today's high roller. You never know. Elephant says, I busted the third bullet yesterday after 6 hours. The other two were on Thursday and Friday. The fourth bullet yesterday, I busted after my second hand. Sick cooler. You know, this is interesting, guys. You could choose which day ones you played, but the days 1A and 1B, they had 80-minute blind levels. 80 minutes for 590 euro. And I know this is so rare. It almost never happens in Europe, unfortunately. So a lot of players, they actually fly in for that long day 1A and B. We had it during the EPF as well. During the European Poker Festival, there were 70-minute blinds, I believe. I know people just flew in to Kings Resort. They played the 70-minute blinds. Then they flew back, and then they flew back in for day 2. About 4 days later, you know, because they had commitments. They simply spent so much on the tickets because it's so rare that you get to play with such long blinds at this blind level. But of course, the drawback is when you are this deep, if you bust after 6 hours, obviously it's painful. And there were people that played for 12 hours and they didn't cash. So, yeah, that can be a double-edged sword. Shachista with that check. He does have a flush draw one, though. He has a big, what you call, range advantage. That means when he's on the button, he can have all those aces and kings. He'll be opening ace-queens, where Shachista, he would be re-raising before the flop and putting pressure on his opponent. So when he only calls in the big blind, it's very unlikely to have a lot of strong hands here, Shachista, right now. That's why it's pretty difficult to go ahead and raise. That's why he's only calling. And there's more equity for him, but you know what? One turns a pair. There's a lot of, look at 25 outs because we're counting the chopping outs as well. So it's a check, and it's pretty much more than half the deck. Can we hit it? Oh yes, there we go. Shachista hits one of his quote-unquote outs, but he has no reason to do anything but check here, I don't think. This will go check almost every time. Unless Shachista decides to turn his 6 into a bluff, but I just don't think that's necessary. This probably is a tactic where you don't want to appear too big. Oh, look at this, he's reaching for the chips. This is interesting. Now I have to see the sizing before we can actually know what is he trying to accomplish. Is he turning the hand into a bluff with a big bet, or simply block betting, trying to get some juices to call? I saw a lot of green ones. I think it was only one white. 440, this is a big bet. I think he's actually trying to make a 9, a king fold. Well, we see that he can make a 6 fold. Now, this is a perfect sizing against the split. There's no way he was targeting a split, though. I don't think so. I think he wants even stronger hands to fold. And he's gonna do it, yeah. There we go, Shachista. So, a split pot, turning his hand into a bluff on the river. Very, very interesting. I actually did expect a check from him, but you know what? That's the thing. When you've been playing chess for a long time, he was a very, very good chess player. All his life, apparently. He moved to poker only because there's simply more money in poker. That's what he told me. You can never write him off. You can never write off him choosing aggression, even though he was relatively straightforward and passive so far. That's very interesting. And he's a very, very accomplished player. Jaromír Háňal is his name. Apparently when you Google Shachista Poker, It will give you his name. He's that popular. And this is really, really interesting. Basically, Shakista, he doesn't have any big scores in his life. Pretty much none. His biggest score is 18,000 euros, yet he has over 300,000 in live earnings. This man is simply a grinder. Grinder. Plays a lot in Rozvadov. He played in Prague as well. And he just grinds and still waiting for that big win. But now it's turn for Gennaro to call with the ace-jack in the big blind against Patrick. And we see Gennaro is dominated. Flopping an ace. Could spell disaster for Patrick. So far so good here. And check, and well, I always say that we will see the hands being checked down, but so far the players have been proving me wrong almost every time. So let's see if they prove me wrong again, but this really should be checked down unless Patrick goes ahead and manages to spike a really good top pair here. Two pair actually. 10s and 4s. This is a very clear value bet. There we go, value bet and the fold. Nahblad, his play is weak. Maybe that's why he doesn't have any big winnings in his resume. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, when you think about tournaments, of course the question is, do you want to play for the money or trying to play for the wins? There's a lot of players, for example, when it comes to a big event like this, we have the Big Kings Million. So the Big Kings Million in September, you will be actually getting trophies, some 6-6 trophies. And then it's actually a scepter. So you will get scepter trophies. You know, if you guys don't know what a scepter is, I guess it's not a common word. It's basically when a king has it, it's that little staff that he would hold in his hand. So during the big one, we are bringing here to Kings Resort during the Kings Million, the European Poker Championship, scepter trophies, and then there will be a massive crown for the main event winner, for the super main. You will actually win a King's crown that will be like a Stanley Cup. So you will have to return it the next year. I'm not sure if we will make a replica of that, but that's the news that I hear right now. So a scepter for the winner. And of course, when it comes to this, when it comes to getting those trophies and playing for that big money up top, a lot of players, they care more about winning. They care more about that first, second, and third place than they care about ladder ups. And yeah, maybe Nahblad, yeah, Shakista. Nahblad doesn't have any big wins. Shakista doesn't have any massive scores because he tends to take some of the more passive lines. But you know what? He proved us wrong here. With the 7-6, I think the default standard play of most players would be to simply check it. But he's shown us that, hey, he can absolutely choose aggression. And by turning a pair like that into a bluff, I think that puts him into, at least when it comes to capability of being aggressive, it puts him high up there. Yeah, we're talking about Shakista, this man, 300K plus live earnings, but the biggest score, only 20K. Still waiting for that big win. And that might be a function. That's the thing, when you come to poker from chess, actually, surprisingly, I always assumed that when you are a chess player, that the chess players would be crushing when it comes to poker. Actually, that's not the case. There's not too many examples of chess players being really, really good at poker. I know there's a lot of sports players, sports people, a lot of people that play Magic the Gathering that are really good at poker, competitive games like StarCraft, yet all these players that are really good at poker. But surprisingly, chess players are not, even though you would assume that, you know, it's a similar game, chess players are not as predisposed to be poker crushers as you would think. As Toe Flush takes down yet another one, you know, him and Patrick, Schlatter, they've been very friendly. They just don't attack each other. They fold some reasonably strong hands. They let the other guy just have it. It's very interesting. Yeah, so Nahblatt, you call his plays weak, and see the discussion was the reason why chess players, surprisingly, because obviously the grandmasters, all of them are super intelligent. They know they can think a lot of steps ahead. That's the whole purpose of chess. You would expect them to basically destroy when it comes to poker, but that's not the case, and the case is not there because of variance. Variance and the luck factor in the short run, it's so difficult to deal with that even though chess players are super smart, there's not too many former chess players that have been dominating the poker scene. And the reason is simply that variance, the ups and downs, the insane psychological swings that come with it, you know, especially in tournament poker, it's crazy. You basically have one tournament that can define your entire year. For vast majority of these players, the way they end up here, especially if you win this, that's it. Like, it will change your entire results for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years when such a low buy-in. That's why the chess players sometimes don't know how to deal with variance, and maybe they don't show as much aggression and gamble as you need to do really well in poker. Elephant, very my commenting from Rozvadov. I am here at King's Resort. During the breaks, I go ahead and check out what's happening. You might have seen me last couple of days. Well, maybe you left before me, but I was here. Yesterday I was here all day pretty much, just soaking it in. I find it better. I spoke to the players. I annoyed them, you know. I talked to the organizers, Euro-rounders. I sat next to them for a while. And, of course, I talked to Federico Brunato. And that's why, guys, if you want something known, if you have a friend in the tournament, if you want any updates during the breaks, I can simply run off from the booth, find out how everybody's doing, try to get you some footage as well if you want. And that's the possibility. Yeah, you might have seen me. Iotas Chips? I'm not sure, actually. I don't think he's busted. He's the Romanian, right? Francesco Fiorocci. Let's take a look, by the way, at the bust outs. Meanwhile, the oi oi oi, the high roller with 90k up top, Presyan Tsvetanov, that already won event here at King's Resort, unfortunately busted. Eric Poluvir from Estonia busted. Sebastian Kotovic is also out of the high roller. All of these guys took about 3k home, unfortunately. So we've lost a lot of known names from the high roller. There's only 33 players left now.
So bad is impossible. That's why they're here.
And several women are still in that one. 90,000 up top. Just a side event, just a high roller side event, not streamed or anything. We'll try to keep a tab on that as well for you guys. Francesco, open raising. One, well, in the big blinds. This is a really good hand. But looks like we just decide to call here, play it safe. Francesco Spinella, he's the new player that actually joined us. I have to find out more information about him. He does sound familiar. The name does ring a bell. Well, now look at this. Juan actually has a bottom set. Francesco has a board. He definitely can go ahead and c-bet. He should be the man who can have all those aces, kings, jacks, ace, queens. His opponent really shouldn't. Look at this. This is a pretty big sizing. I like it. You put pressure on your opponent's range. But unfortunately for him, Juan, he does have that bottom set. What do you want to do? There you go. There's that raise. All in. He just jams it. Wow. And he will get a fold now. But I think the jam, this is designed to make hands like ace-king that have a pair plus gut shot or king-queen. Basically pay the maximum. I think Francesco Spinella, he's just joined the table. He looks a little bit like Mourinho. I can't, like, does he look like Mourinho, guys? Or like Pep? I'm not sure. One of those guys. He looks like somebody. And he lets it go. Super Farmer, I'm not sure. I only see the bust outs basically, guys, right now. One takes it down. Oi, 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 we have bad news, by the way, when it comes to bust outs. So first of all, you guys were asking about Polish players. We lost a couple Polish players. Maciej Kacper Kala is out for 3,200 euro. Jakub Adam Kalinowski also out of the main event, 3.2k. And we have lost Paul Krasiunas, also 3.2 thousand. So he will not be adding to his insane streak. He won 3 tournaments in his last 3 cashes here at King's Resort. Unfortunately, that will be all she wrote for Vlad. He will not add a 4th win in a row here at King's Resort. Is Toflash eating an apple? Nice, chomping on an apple. Living healthy, apple and water. I love to see it. Yeah, so we have lost that man. Kacper Jan Pisarski. Looks like a lot of Polish players have exited the tournament. And I'm not sure about IOTAs. I can check on the break if you want. Daniel Cassoni, Vito Pocket Rockets. One now. Releasing the jack tray. So does Tim with his 6-4, and well, Daniel, you won the hand, but I don't think you will be very happy with only getting the minimum with your aces. And this is the chip count. So we have a newcomer, 3 Italians right now. Francesco Spinella is the newcomer, 3.3 million, 42 big blinds. Gennaro is at the bottom with Patrick, 18 and 20 bigs, but really that's not consequential. Tim with 70 bigs up top, and Shakista and Doflash, the 2 Czech hopes. I believe they're the biggest hopes remaining in the tournament, 53 and 50 bigs. Still near the lead here at our feature table. But a reminder, guys, it might look like they have a lot of big blinds. Our Serbian chip leader at the start of the day had 11 million, so it's very likely that there are people with 140 bigs on the main floor. This is how deep the tournament is. Gennaro, open raising. And thank you very much, Chili Dog. So Francesco Spinelli, 55,000. Joining that table. Race Chili Dog in the Twitch chat, helping us out with the information. Thank you so much. Juan Agueño. We'll fold that most likely. Yes, they know they're on stream. There is a lot of players that it's their first time being on the stream, guys. The way it works, you go ahead and join in the morning. So it's day 3. You go to the floor, and there's a special table number. It's table 37. So usually you are playing at table 202, for example, or 305, stuff like this. You have the row and the number in the row. But if you have a 37, that's actually upstairs. And you have to move away from all the other players until the top 24, when the other tables will move next to you. But you move away from the big field, and you pretty much are in the spotlight on the big floor. On the top floor, it's fancier than the big poker room. And of course, you know that you are on stream. There is cameras, there's our dealer with that microphone telling instructions to the direction, telling them what was the action. So they are very, very much aware, let me tell you. And here we go. Gerardo goes for that c-bet. Francesco just a call. And we have that gut shot for Gennaro, 2 over still. This actually is a potential barreling hand if he opts to do that. Just a reminder, if you guys don't know, Gennaro is an online MTT professional, online tournament grinder. So he definitely was considering choosing the aggressive option, but it's just a check. Now let's see, can Francesco Spinella, we haven't seen much from him. Only one hand he played so far. Can he find a value bet? That's basically a sign of a strong player if you can find that. It's about 325, 350, there we go. A nice and healthy size. Very nice value bet by Francesco. Sign of a player who knows that he obviously has value after Gennaro goes ahead and checks back on the turn. Well, for Gennaro, will you give credit to Francesco for bluffing on a paired board? A lot of players are not capable of bluffing in this spot. And Gennaro, he's an online crusher. Doesn't speak English, he told me. I tried to ask him some questions. But for him, that's the problem. When you play online, a lot of the times you simply do what the computer tells you to do, you know. When you study away from the tables, you would study those solvers and you try to play the way, you know. I have ace queen, it's one of the best aces I have, only ace king is better. I'm folding all the other hands, he's thinking maybe I have to put in that call. Well, you know, when you move from that online arena to live poker, it's different. A lot of players would not find bluffs on these paired boards, they would simply be too scared. But no, Gennaro, like I told you, his hand is too strong to fold relative to his other holdings that he can have, so he decides to call. And, you know, it's never a big mistake. It's never a huge mistake to play like you would when you play online. But of course, if you want to optimize the way you play, trying to get live reads and trying to figure out where the other players would, for example, not bluff and where they wouldn't call value bets, and then adjust your game accordingly. It's a big part of making the transition from online to live poker. Gennaro. He will not be playing this hand. Patrick, 5-4 suited. Well, we know he likes to play relatively conservatively, but yep. Actually, that does release the hand. Here we go. And Tim. Well, Tim has a lot of chips. Tim is a nice guy, the chat tells us on YouTube. And now he's choosing to go ahead and open it up. Well, Shakista has an ace-10 in the big blind. And look at that instant call. I've come to play, he says. We don't really see too many unnecessary free bets. Why Shakista is not re-raising before the flop too often. And now he's ahead of Tim. Both players have a pair. Fortunately for Tim, that's a pair on the board. I love the checks of Shakista. Like aggressive. It's like he's taking. Shakista literally means chess player, by the way, in Czech. It literally means chess player because he's been a chess player for a very, very long time. He came to poker just because there's more money in poker. And the way he checks is just as if he was moving a king and placing it on the board. I absolutely love it. That middle finger check. Well, what do you want to do now? Yep, there's that aggressive check. Aggressive in the demeanor, of course. And Shakista will take this one down. Not sure what Tim was looking at, but there was a delay before he saw the cards. check veteran gets another pot, and as the chat have pointed out, we want to see the aggression, you know. Elephant, do you have info on how many bullets this? No, I don't have that. I actually don't know. I'm not sure who fired how many bullets. That's the thing. This is a big discussion because obviously, you know, I'm friends with the hand and mob guys, and a big discussion in poker is why are we only tracking the winnings? You know, we track the winnings. We don't really track the buy-ins. We just show you how much the buy-in is, and that has been a big discussion online over the last recent years. That, for example, when it comes to the players of the year, you shouldn't be allowed to be a player of the year if you didn't make profit. But then you have different buy-in levels. Yeah, so it's a very much discussed topic. Should the rebuys be public or not? Should the amount of you spend on bullets be public or not? But when it comes to actually tracking, when it comes to the hand and mob, for example, it's just too difficult, you know. People don't want to show others how much they are losing, pretty much. And whoa, what the hell? Oh, it's small blind against big blind. There we go. So Shakista puts Gennaro to the test with the king-queen suited. Gennaro only down to 8 big blind. This is good news for pretty much everybody else. Gennaro does have a lot of experience when it comes to online. Already won 1 tournament. So you don't want this guy to be deep. You never want the online player to have all those chips to threaten you with. Look at the hoodie. Hoodie's coming on. And he knows he's under pressure right now. The short stack of the table. A very, very clean one right now. One ace, queen of suits, a mandatory raise, absolutely. Francesco Spinella, I don't think he will continue against the Spaniards. Well, Dog Flush, I do think that he can continue against the min raise. He's very confident, he covers his opponent. A lot of the times with these hands that are pretty much break even, you want to decide how confident you are against your opponent, how confident you are when it comes to playing out of position. Are you going to make as much money from the hand, get as much bang for your buck that you spent before the flop? As, for example, the charts would say, will you make more? You have to think about your opponent and how good you are in these positions. And of course, out of position in the big blind, it's notoriously the most difficult, frequently played spot in poker. A lot of players realize very quickly that if you want to improve your win rate, if you want to get better in any sort of poker, but especially when it comes to tournament poker, the big blind is that culprit. Big blind is that position that you should study first. And the big reason is that because of those great odds, you play in the big blind a lot more often as a call than in any other position. And it's the most difficult. So if you are really good at big blind play, you have a lot more potential to be better relative to your opponents than, for example, on the button, where you always have position. It's much easier to play. You see what the opponents do before you get to act. So if you guys want to study poker, get better pretty quickly, I recommend the big blind to be your starting point. Don't flush. And blind against blind, of course, it's one of those situations where There's a lot of room for strategy, for playing it differently. These guys have been friendly, but it looks like the friendship is over. Toe Flush decides to raise with a 10-7. At that pressure, definitely had the option to simply limp. And Patrick Schlatter, well, you definitely should be playing this hand here. But we know that they've been taking it easy. We know that Patrick likes to take it slow. So it is a call here. He still does make the call. Now this is interesting. So we have a 2-pair, but a relatively weak one, dangerous one for Toe Flush. Patrick also has connected with the board. He does have a gut shot. He's got also a backdoor club draw. Those 10 extra club draw outs. Along with that gut shot, he does have the overcard. And given how difficult it is to make hands blind against blind, make pairs, in theory, he should be continuing even against a relatively big sizing here. And Toe Flush, well, I wouldn't blame him if he wants to check and see what happens here. I think with 17 big blinds though, he might just have a low enough stack, Patrick, for Toe Flush to bet and go all in if raised. That's about 2 first pot size bet. I told you, in theory, you're supposed to be continuing with a hand like this one. It's just with the gutter, with the backdoors, it's nice, but Patrick, he likes to be pretty tight. We know he plays it safe and he lets it go. And pretty friendly plays continue. These guys have been playing multiple times against each other, but it seems like when they can take the passive and folding option, they just go for it. By the way, Elephant, who was here, guys, if you haven't been here, you can ask X-Elephant in the Twitch chat, how was his experience here during this massive event, one of the biggest of the year. I defended my big blind in one of my bullets with King 10 against an open, flop top 2. My opponent turned the set, everything went in. Yeah, that's what happens. That is the double-edged sword of, especially if you play those 80 big blind levels. We have them on day 2 plus, but we also had a couple of flights with 80 big blind levels. It's a lot of poker to play, but it hurts just a little bit more when you do get cooler like that. Bert says this is when a donk bet makes sense. 1, open raising a7 of diamonds. Shakista folding. Haha, Daniel, do you want to play the 7U suited? There's no bonus for playing 7Us except the Twitch chat, obviously admiring your play, admiring your courage, all right, guys? And it is suited after all against the min raise. You have to ask yourself, well, my opponent does cover me. Again, basically, you would look at the chart and then say, am I actually going to play well out of position without initiative? And Daniel says, I think I would play well enough to continue and see that flop. Well, he does flop a flush draw. 1 is still ahead with the days high, but you can see it's pretty much a toss now. Daniel also has the backdoor straight draws here. There we go, there is that flush. It's actually a straight flush draw, guys, as well. An 8 of spades. Give us that beautiful straight flush. I haven't seen in a long, long time. Yeah, he's not getting any value. That will be all she rolled most likely. Well, half-put is the sizing. The thing is, he was in the big blind and Juan was in under the gun. In the first position, really, you don't have to go crazy. You can be checking back actual made hands here. And you should be playing pretty tight under the gun, so especially with those big stacks behind you. Well, Elephant in the chat, you are correct. It is a fold. Daniel, well, did he show? I think he showed. He showed one card. Shows one spade and takes it down. And here we go. There is that battle, the chess battle. Good luck, Shachisto, Tomáš Prokop says. Of course, I told you guys, Shachista literally means chess player in Czech, and he is a veteran that can be seen all around the place. So if you are a Czech player, the odds are you have seen this man play. And he's such a nice man, you know, calm, collected, sweet man that can actually show some aggression. We've seen it. I'm talking about this man that has a 40% of a royal flush draw right now. Careful. And despite him not having any massive scores, we have seen that he's very much capable of aggression and going for it. Daniel Cassoni, 7 use. We are not playing a 7 use game, we're just playing a tournament, and we're playing for over 500,000 euro up top, ladies and gentlemen. So there's no reason to play a trashy hand like that one. I think Juan will be folding as well. Here we go. And let's take a look at the update. So we have 104 players still remaining. I already told you that we unfortunately lost one of the biggest stories of the tournament. Paul Krasiunas, 3 wins in a row here at King's Resort. He will not be adding a 4th one, unfortunately. We lost a bunch of Polish players as well. And the last casualty of the EPM main event is Dieter Pichler. Elephant, I already spoke about this. You might have an edge against random people, but I don't think chess players make great poker players. And I mean, the statistics clearly show that. The reason is they think a lot of steps ahead, chess players, but a huge part of being a strong poker player is understanding variance, knowing when to be aggressive, when you have to be passive. It's not just about the theory, and mental game is obviously a huge part of that all. And in chess, you have nothing. You basically visualize what you do, and you go ahead and then simply execute it. So surprisingly, chess players, there's not too many that had great success playing poker. So flush with the queens. Tim in the big blind. This is a mandatory call, and this is a danger zone for dog flush. You can only basically lose value here against the 4s. So Tim, still the big stack, trying to hit that 4. No, he misses. Let's see if dog flush can get some value. I think a small bet might actually get one street here. The thing is, on a reconnected board like this, maybe you want to size it up more than the kind of welcoming 100K, 110K. There we go. There's the bet. Is it a 500K chip? No, it's not. 208, and it's instant release. Oh my God, DJ Phonique, I can't unsee it now. Oh my goodness, this is such a callback. So that one old dude is going for the Doyle Brunson look. Wow, this is such a callback. Doyle Brunson looked nothing like this in the TV era, right? Ever since Doyle Brunson came on High Stakes Poker and WPT, he was wearing a hat, so everybody knows him with a cowboy hat. But the man you're looking at on your right, yeah, our Swiss hero, this might be the Swiss Doyle Brunson. You're absolutely right. He looks like early years Doyle Brunson, the Doyle Brunson in the 70s, and I absolutely have to agree with you. The blazer, the hair, the glasses, yeah, but he just looks like Doyle. It's crazy. He only has shades instead of normal prescription glasses, but I can't unsee it. I had no idea what you were talking about. He's not wearing a cowboy hat, but now it's so clean. And look at this, Gennaro, all in, our online pro, all smiles. Can he get this one through? He definitely wants to. 7.4 big blinds. You really want to take this one down. Buying yourself another orbit is a big deal. He's all smiles. Here we go. Yoda Koda, do you think Euro Rounders will give us blog updates for day 3? Yeah, they absolutely will, guys. For sure they will. The thing is, I know the Euro Rounders team yesterday, and a lot of the players, they were commenting on this. Yesterday, we finished about between 4 and 5 a.m. Between 4 and 5 a.m. We have finished, right? So I actually spoke to some of the crushers, some of the players that they love the structure, but some things that they were saying was challenging that they didn't like necessarily. Like Mateusz Mulhausen was saying, oh, but I have to play until 4 or 5 a.m. Hello, you're playing a 590 euro buy-in with 80-minute levels. This is crazy. This is unheard of, okay? This never happens in Europe. It never happens in Europe. This is absolute rarity that we have here. For this buy-in to play 80-minute levels. So, of course, there's one thing that has to happen, and the thing that happens is you play really late. You play long hours, and you play until the early hours in the morning, you know? Because we want to finish the tournament at some point as well. And the drawback is also for the Euro Rounders guys. They are amazing. They cover it. We have Stefano, the photographer. He's actually joined us here during the stream, who's usually alone here. We actually have 4 people here during this event. And I'm pretty sure they will give you the updates once they get into the King's Resort, the actual casino. And once we progress during the day, I'm pretty sure you will be getting those updates. So Euro Rounders blog, you can Google that, Euro Rounders poker blog, and they should be bringing them, but I'm just giving a caveat, just like the players had to stay for a very, very long time. Of course, the bloggers, they want to be here at the end of the day. That's the most important part. So as we reach the later stages of today, you should be expecting more updates. And of course, there's social media, guys, Euro Rounders, King's Resort, check those out. They will bring you updates, interviews, their fun stuff about this big event. Hopefully about the high roller as well. Meanwhile, Shakista, King Jack. I think this is a borderline hand. I do think you might have a defend here if you're confident about your opponent. He's a chess player, reminder. Shakista means literally a chess player. He is not bluffing. For the longest time, he's been a chess player. Moved to poker only because he has more money in this. And as we talked about, chess players, when they come over to poker, oftentimes they struggle with the gamble part and with the aggressive part of the game, and especially with variants. Yodakoda, no worries. You of course have that to look forward to. But everybody, that's the thing, everybody wants to hear the thoughts of the players that busted. They want the final chip counts, so the Euro Rounders blog, I'm pretty sure it will awaken as we get late in the day. And yeah, I can't unsee it. It's such a Doyle Brunson. Look at this. Patrick, he's the 1970s Doyle Brunson. He's a little bit skinnier than Doyle was. And he absolutely looks like Doyle. It's crazy. Tim, holding that hand. Was it Queen 4 suited? Did I see that correctly? Definitely have the option to open raise. And Gennaro very, very happy with Shakista letting it go. I mean, this is such a huge win. Look at that big smile. I'm not surprised. And let's take a look at this chip count. So Tim, still up there. He's hovering around the chip count that he came in with. Shakista, wow, Shakista is actually up to 56 big blinds. So Shakista and Doflash, those two Czech hopes are right there. And Francesco Spinella trying to catch up to them. 3.74 million, the newcomer to our table. Daniele Cassoni, Gennaro Proschia are near the bottom, but Gennaro, yeah, well, for Gennaro, 10 big blinds. He's been on the short stack for a long, long time. I told you guys that this guy is an online pro, online crusher. He already has a win here from King's Resort, over 90K he won during the Pirates Poker Treasure in 2015. I think that the other players are very, very happy with him not having a big stack, let me tell you that. In live poker, it's not easy to get that big stack experience over many, many hands. And these online kids are very likely to know what to do where you are focusing on playing that middling stack, short stack, etc. Daniele, open raising. Tim in the hijack. What will you do with your ace-7 of diamonds? Yeah, Tim is playing pretty straightforward. He realizes that he has a good chip stack, but it's still a relatively long way to go near that absolutely massive ICM pressure, near that final table bubble. So he doesn't opt to put up as much aggression as he will be able to in those later stages. And Doflash, I would absolutely expect to call. Daniel actually made it slightly bigger, 2.2 bigs. Shouldn't be stopping Doflash. And here we go. So we're heading into the flop, and 10 right away, and is a 9. Doflash with that beautiful top 2. Daniel, however, does have decent backdoors here. So we have that backdoor, not flush draw. Any 8 would give him a weak open in there as well. He decides to just check, not use that backdoor flush draw. And now he hits that ace. Well, toe flush. He will be very happy about that. Daniel put himself into trouble by checking back, actually. So Fluff could have raised and knocked him off the pot, but now I think he has both options. Actually, when the ace hits, there we go. This is beautiful. Daniel is very likely to be checking a lot of ace highs. And really, when you have a 2-pair like this, you are removing the chance of Daniel having the 10, having the 9. So by blocking those hands, it's actually more likely that he will have an ace here. So checking to him when he has the ace, or he wants to represent the ace when he doesn't have it, Daniel, it's a very, very smart play. So toe flush, a clever check there. That makes a lot of sense when you think about what Daniel can have. Now the question is, are we going to still slow play? The thing is, Daniel, he definitely can go ahead and bet the river as well when he has bluffs. Obviously, at least good aces should be value betting to river for sure. The only issue for Doflash when he just calls is, hey, what if he has only something like ace-7? What if he only goes ahead and checks the river? I might as well go ahead and put upper ace. There we go. There it is. There is that raise. There was one big blind bet, 5.3 bigs raise. Reasonably healthy size. Well, Daniel, I don't think you can be folding. The problem is, it's not just this street. You have to think, hey, if I call here, what am I going to do against the big bet on the river? And how often is it actually coming? But obviously, in theory, you're supposed to be calling and then deciding what to do on the last street. Let's see if he can figure it out. He does have 12% equity. Can hit those 7s and 4s. you obviously see up top, you can see the grayed out hands that they have been folded. I definitely think that toe flush can be bluffing. No, it definitely can be a bluff. There's a lot of potential hands. If you play it like this, if you are an advanced player, toe flush, I know his real name. I'm not sure what's his own name. Wow, it's all in? Is that right? All in with ace-7. Oh my goodness, and toe flush. A very easy call here. What a disaster. Is this an implosion? By Daniel Cassoni. Oi, 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 oi. You have been so tight, but this time you said, I'm going to make my stand. Can he hit a miracle river? Only 4 outs, as you can see. A lot of cards have been folded. No, he cannot. Daniel Cassoni, just like this, is eliminated from the tournament. I told you guys, first time he's been here to King's Resort. You are under those big lights. And this was a very good play, a very advanced play that made a lot of sense. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. X Elephant, I will tell you that he definitely can be bluffing and raising draws there. But wow, that was crazy. That's the thing, when you don't have that experience, when you go ahead and jump into a tournament like this one, first time at King's Resort, first time on stream. Look at this, they can't believe it. They're discussing the hand. Even the players couldn't believe what the hell just happened. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, it's not as easy as you might think. So many times we hear here in the chat, oh, how can he make this play? How could he be here in this stage? But guys, there's a lot of poker. It's an endurance marathon. Multiple of these players that told me they're really tired, okay? It's 80-minute blinds. It's the first time he's at King's Resort, first time he was under the light. So, of course, you can make mistakes. It's absolutely natural. Yeah. A lot of nerves as well. I mean, this is, usually we say, oh, we have 3,000 entries, you have 100,000 up top at King's Resort. It's very rare for Europe. It's not rare for King's Resort, but this time, 7,300 people, of course. Yeah, we will look at that hand, but after this one, okay? Well, let's take a look at the ace-king, because there's freeze and 9-8 suited of Tim, and he's the one who raised. Gennaro is very likely to just go ahead and go all in. I think he wants to take his time. He doesn't want to make it obvious. But this is a dream scenario for your ace-king. You have a lot of dead money in the middle. There we go. Leaving half a big blind. I will take a look at those pay jumps very soon. How much was locked in? So the pay jump comes at 98 players. It's 101, pay jump comes at 98, and Gennaro takes it down. That was basically an all-in. Yeah, so you asked me how much do they have locked up already, how much they locked up. So when you, anytime at King's Resort, when you make it into the money, you have the min cash. Min cash tends to be 2x you're buying. This time it was 1,200 euro. So 1,200 euro you lock in, and now then you play basically for the money, the extra money up top. So right now, all the way until the 98th place, you have 2,000 euro locked up and the min cash, so 3,200 all these players have. The next pay jump is 1k extra at 98th place. So that's what we are waiting for right now. By the way, we lost Michelle Manucci, one of the last women standing in the main event. I assume she's a lady. Michelle Manucci takes down also 3,200. Yeah, so that hand, guys, that hand with the ace, I mean, let me note it down. It was hand 71, I believe. Yeah, so first the question, should he be check raising? Why is he check raising when basically you have 3 cards and the ace hits on the turn? Would he be check raising as a bluff? And I can tell you, he does look like an online player to me. He doesn't have too many live wins, but I think the answer is yes. Basically, when the ace is not there on the flop, but it hits on the turn, the pre-flop raiser, he has a lot of them. He has a lot of aces, right? Because it makes sense. You're on the flop, you have ace high, you want to pot control, you don't really make better hands fold, you don't get too much value from worse, so you basically go ahead and check back on the flop with the aces. So when the ace hits on the turn, if you are up against the player who checked back as a pre-flop raiser, it makes sense to check to him a lot. You check to him, you let him bet the aces, and you saw that, by the way. It's a little bit of an advanced play. If you study poker a little bit, you would basically know that you should be playing it that way. So the two pair checked to the ace, and because you're doing that, you're checking your two pairs. Because you do that, you can also go ahead and bluff check raise when the player bets into you. So no, I don't think that when he check raises, I definitely don't think it was only that two pair. I for sure think that he can do it with some combo draws. He can for sure do it with some other bluffs. For example, yeah, he can add bluffs, draws. Pretty much when you are up against the pre-flop raiser who checks back, you can check raise. Now, the all-in, yeah, I have to agree. I think it was a momentary lapse. It was way too big. It's very, very tough to get paid by worse hands, but I just think that it threw him off. That check raise threw him completely off on the ace. So that's basically what happened. And the player the player who busted, the man with the ace, is his first time at King's Resort. So it was his very first time at King's Resort. He was never at a stream table, I don't think. So big success already, going this deep in such a big event. Big success to him. But yeah, of course, when it's your first time here, you have a great time. It's very tough to play, guys, for anybody. And especially when you add to that the 80-minute blind levels, there's so much poker. You know, you get tired, of course. So yeah, we have a nice mix. We have a nice mix of players. The Czech guy, I don't know actually. The Czech young gun, there's very little to be known about him. He just told me, basically nothing. When I asked him before the game, he just told me that he's very tired. That's all he told me. And he does look like a player that plays online. But using the check race as an example, basically looks like it. Gennaro, this man is a pro. He's an online pro. The Euro-Rounders players tell me. So that's why I was telling you, you don't want Gennaro to get a big stack. He will be very experienced when it comes to that. So professional Italian player that already has one win here at King's Resort from the Pirates Poker Treasure last year, 90K plus. So he's good online and live. And don't flash, I must say, he's a big unknown. I will try to get some information. If he keeps doing what he's doing, now up to 6.7 million actually after that hand. He's right there in the, I would guess, top 15, 20% of the field right now. I will try to find out a little bit more about this mystery man. Patrick Sutter, of course, he's not a professional player. Came here to have a good time. Yeah, but usually at King's Resort, this is the thing, you have such small buy-ins. There's a lot of pros here. A lot of pros come to King's Resort, they play. But by sheer numbers, in a tournament, you might have 80, 90% of amateurs usually. 90%, maybe 95% might be a good estimate. The players that actually play full-time professionally, it might be less than 5%. That only play live tournaments. And look at this, hold that thought. We have a really action flop. Toe Flush has a top set, but he's up against an open-ender of Francesco Spinella. They have over 3 million behind still. This could be a big one, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure what the thumbs up was all about. From Toe Flush. There we go, he's going for that c-bet. I think he should size it down, go pretty small. Yeah, here we go. 155,000 is the bet. Francesco Spinella, you don't have the hearts for that backdoor. But if he hits that 7 or the deuce, that would be absolutely massive against Doe Flush, who would lose a huge chunk of what he just won right back. That was very close, but no cigar. Francesco Spinella. Still with it open ender. The problem for him is he might not think that his outs are clean, because there's a club draw on the board. He might think that, hey, even if I hit, the clubs are no good. So let's see what the flush does. Doe Flush, are you gonna allow him to draw to his straight draw, or will you go big and price him out? The problem with the 9s, when you have 2 9s in your hand, there's 1 9 on the board. There's only 1 9 for a top pair remaining. So it's kind of tough to target the top pairs, because only 1 9 is left. So you basically are thinking, hey, do I try to get value from a fray or a 5, or am I targeting those draws here? So he has to think about that when he decides on the bet size. There we go. 630. So he basically said, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and target the draws, like those flush draws. If you have a 2 pair, I want to stack you. Francesco, oh my goodness, is he thinking about it? I do think he's priced out, but no! Francesco decides, I want to gamble. I'm here to play for the 500K plus. I believe that you have a strong hand and I will get paid off. Can he hit that river? Oh my goodness, yes he can! Francesco, just like that, has that straight here. But it's a one that is not that well disguised. I mean, that's the problem. A lot of the outs, they were not actually clean. It will be difficult to get paid off for a big sizing. But yeah, he says, hey, I'm not waiting for you. I'm going to go ahead and bet and try to get paid here. There you go. What a throw. I mean, I think that there was some live reads to be had here. 1.5 million, 19 big blinds. And Doe Flush. Oi, 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 oi. That's the thing. That's the thing, you know. It looks so weird. This looks so odd. We did have that top set. This is such an odd situation. It's almost too obvious that Francesco has a straight here, right? He chucked the chips almost aggressively. Almost like he was angry. He threw the chips in the middle. Well, Doe Flush, what are you going to do? Yeah, it's not about the cards, guys. This is really playing the player. The lead on the rivers for such a big size. In theory, you're not supposed to do this, right? So when you do it, you are really playing the player. He's obviously polarized. The other has a straight, or he is turning something into a bluff or has nothing. And when you are a strong player, you would consider, hey, how good is my hand for an actual call? Well, then holding the 9 basically means that it's less likely that your opponent has 2 pairs, but I don't think it's not too relevant right now, is it? A hand like 9-6 makes sense. By having the 9, it's less likely that your opponent has that, but I'm not sure. Yeah, the turn was, that's the thing. He bet big on the turn. He might think, because of my big sizing, my opponent should be folding hands like 6-4 on the turn. I don't think he should be having them in this situation. But we know that Francesco, he made a call that maybe he should not be making. I don't think he had the odds to make the call on the turn. But I think that this will throw Doe Flush off now. That's why he's thinking about it. Really? Really? You only called me with a straight draw on the turn against my big sizing? Is that possible? And if he doesn't believe him, he will basically think that this is a weak pair that's being turned into a bluff, for example. He makes the call. Wow. He couldn't believe that Francesco would call with a straight draw on that turn, but he did call. He had the hard feeling, he had the gut feeling that he will get there, and he gets paid after hitting that straight. Well, if you get paid big like this, he might prove us wrong. And that's the thing. I didn't think he would get this much value. I honestly didn't think that it's not easy to get paid on the river when you hit. That's why you can make an argument against the relatively large sizing of simply folding on that turn. You will not have those clean outs. But hey, he called and he got paid off. So I would probably just be folding the turn. But this man gets a lot of value from that loosey-goosey call on that turn. Oh my goodness. And we have some comments. WTF, it's happening now. Yep, there we go. What a big call on the turn. Not enough equity, fold, but I'd call every time. Rooftop inquiry. I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it right now. You know, there's no point even. Like, you can spend 2 hours trying to lock this into the whatever software if you're a nerd and you study poker, you play for a living, but it's not gonna help you. This spot is so rare. I think this situation happens once every 500,000 hands, so whatever. Once every 5 years you encounter this in live poker. So there's no point studying this even. And yeah, he just went for it. Really big sizing. I do think that the big reason why he went ahead and called, he didn't think that he gave odds to the opponent to call a straight draw and naked one. That's why he discounted that. That's why he made that call. But yeah, what a round, let me tell you. I absolutely agree. Definitely a high-lined hand right now. Yeah, that's the problem. Don't flush. Actually, he does look like a professional to me. We don't have any info. He's using that nickname. He still has 4 million, 43 bigs. A lot to play with, of course. But yeah, very interesting hand. And I definitely think that's the case. He just didn't see his opponent calling all those straight draws. And he played the player. He thought that it's relatively reasonable for a random pair to be turned into a bluff there. And this sentence is very important. Fold, but I'd call every time. Yeah, that's the thing. You have top set. I mean, we had the top set on the flop. Come on, we had it locked up so hard. Are we really gonna fold the top set? So I think this makes a lot of sense here. Fold. It should be a fold, but you call every time in practice. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Gennaro is, I'm pretty sure Gennaro is blocked. Yeah, Gennaro Proscia is blocked. Gennaro Proscia asked to have his handle mob removed. No, I'm not sure why, but he has won the Pirates Poker Treasure here at King's Resort, and he's an online professional. So yeah, Gennaro, you will not find him on handle mob, but believe me, this man knows what he's doing. He's an accomplished player online and in the live arena. And now he's folding. Look at this. Found that fold. Very nice. With that third pair. And one actually. I didn't dominate it completely. Yeah, and one, 10,000 euro. Also doesn't have any big earnings. But that's the thing, guys. This is the advantage of me being here in person, of me working closely with the Euro rounders. If I was not here at King's Resort, I would not tell you that that Italian is a pro or that he's won the Pirates Poker Treasure. But Euro rounders, they know all. If you win their event, they will remember. They have blogged about it, they have written about it, and they didn't have to check any handle mobs. They didn't have to Google anything. I told them his name. They were like, yep, this is our winner from Fire's Poker Treasure 2025 Spring Edition. And then we just looked at how much he actually won, so. And the knob is not all. Same with Czechista. I know who this is. We found out. And there we go. Gennaro Proscia, like I told you, an accomplished professional. He can definitely go ahead and just chip it in the small blind. There we go. There's that all in. No fear. And this is actually a close spot. Oi, oi, oi. 10 big blinds. I have to tell you, I'm not sure about this one. We have 96 players. I don't think there is a pay jump. The next pay jump is a long while away. 98 players got 3,000 plus the 1,200. Yeah, so no pay jumps here. And there we go. Toe Flush actually decides to release the hand. And Gennaro will be very happy about this one. He would have been behind. And one thing I want to say, usually when we do the highlights, for example, we don't do them from day 3, but I don't know about you guys. Let me know what you think in the chat. I know the standard tournament poker. You wanna, when you watch poker like this, you wanna see those big all-ins. You wanna see someone lifting the trophy. Oh, I got my €500,000. You know, of course, those big moments will be there. But when it comes to actually highlight hands that are interesting, that you can think about, that show some insane strategies and some out-of-line plays like we've seen so many times, I think the day 3s, they are more highlight-friendly almost than those big all-ins that you see day in, day out. So many unique spots. That spot with the top set against the river straight, you will rarely see it. You will super rarely encounter it the way it was actually played at this stage of the tournament. So, yeah, I hope that we can bring you a little bit more of those day 3, those deep pots and those implosions like with that A6, for example. And yeah, a bit shorter. So we lost some players, ladies and gents. Let's see who we actually lost here. So 96 players left now only. Oi, oi, oi. So in the 101st place, Jan Song from the UK, he is gone. Carlo Bernardinello from Italy takes home 3,200. Out in the 100th place. Maximilian Kuntz bites the dust. As does Cesar Blackman, oi, 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 from Slovakia. Ismail Ilmas from Denmark. And our last bust out is Luca Capobianco, taking home €4,200 for 96th place in this massive event. By the way, someone was asking about Portuguese players. Yes, I see at least one, Paulo de Castro Rodriguez, still in the tournament. Toe flush on the button, ace-7 suited. Battle of the big stacks. What are you going to do here against Francesco Spinella? Only call, didn't go for that free bet this time. Patrick Schlatter. With the queen check in the small blind. I don't think you should be going crazy here, but the Doyle Brunson lookalike, you never know. When you look like the godfather of poker, maybe you don't want to be too nitty. Kudos to one of you guys in the chat. I honestly can't unsee it. Such a 1970s Doyle Brunson. Oh, yo, yo, look at this. Juan, again, yo, he's not going anywhere. He's got those pocket rockets in the big blind. Now the question is not, are we going to be re-raising? The only question is, how much? I've seen some players just going all in this spot, trying to say, oh, I have ace king, ace queen. I'm trying to take it down. Try to beg those calls from those pocket pairs. Or we go for that more standard squeeze here. There we go, 6 big blinds. Insta fold, wow. Insta fold from the 7s. Toe flush also lets it go. Well, aces. We couldn't find any big scores, of course, when it comes to live poker by one, but hey, we have those aces. Good for you. At least a small pot going your way. To your decent stack now. Take a look at this, 28 big blinds, 2.8 million. And we have a really, really nice to read blinds, 50K, 100K, 100K. Patrick still now, he's the short stack with 8 bigs. Gennaro, there we go, 12 big blinds right there, second from the bottom. Shachista and Toe Flush. They are now behind Francesco Spinella and Tim, because Francesco is up there with 6 million chips. And Tim, well, Tim, we haven't seen too much from Tim. He seems to hover around about the chip stack he came in with to the feature table. But now the big question, Patrick and Gennaro, these two guys, they have to try to make something happen, try to get away from the short stack. He's waking up with a monster. Absolutely. Shachista, let's go with ace-6. And look at this. Toe flush with the Doyle Brunson, and the lookalike of Doyle Brunson, Patrick Slater with ace-5 suited, and he goes all in, chips in his last remaining 800K. Can he get some action? I don't think so. It's a fold, and Patrick, the Doyle Brunson lookalike, gets to live another day up to 11 big blinds. And we still have all these players in the running. Meanwhile, the EPM high roller is really speeding towards the finish line here. 23 players remaining only from 495. They are not playing those 80-minute big blinds, of course. It's 40-minute blinds in the high roller with 90,000 up top. It looks like we have lost the couple women that were in there. Oi, oi, oi. I would love to see a lady actually take it down for 90,000. So right now it looks like this tournament, the high roller with 91K, 973 up top, will probably finish before we do here with today's stream. Tim in the small blind, opts to just call. And Francesco Spinella, very likely, is going to check, and he does so. Here we go. Well, it's very tough to make pairs. Francesco, it might look like he has nothing, but does have some backdoors. Doesn't hit those though. No backdoor straight draw for him. Well, Francesco, do you want to start bluffing now? I think this is pretty nice. We do hold the 8. We can represent the 5-8, for example. I would like a little bit bigger sizing. 125, just trying to, I don't think it's targeting the ace. Will Tim actually fold here? You know, this bet is only designed to make a king high fold, queen high fold. There we go. Tim makes that call. Gets that thumbs up from Francesco Spinella. And the nice banter between the players. By the way, behind the players, you're looking at the beautiful logo of Euro Rounders. The CEO of Kings Resort, Federico, said that they're more like a family this year. There has been so many events with Euro Rounders. It's such a pleasure to play with them, to have all the Italians come over to Rozvadov. And if you guys don't know, our CEO himself is pretty much half Italian, half Czech. And we have a lot of Italian staff. So when you are from Italy, you come to Kings Resort, you feel right at home. You don't really have to speak English even. And you will get by for sure. And re-race Chili Dog, has it really been that long? You are already back. And Tim. Tim with the 10s right now. Shakista in the big blind, decides to fold. Yeah, so we lost Paul Kratsiunas. The story is on the outer tables, guys. Mateusz Mulhausen, he is still in. He's one of the players that hides his hand the more, but he has easily over 2 million in live earnings. He's won 590K in a single tournament in Vegas, so he's en route to basically match that big score. I'm not sure what the Euro and USD conversion is right now, but he would pretty much would be up there. So Mateusz Mulhausen might be one of the biggest names. Of course, Lule Hu, the reigning champion of the EPM, is still in the mix with a decent stack. So right now, those two we can look forward to. Maybe seeing at the feature table. Obviously, it's a very, very long way to go. And we can't forget, I actually didn't check. I didn't check the chip counts. I'm not sure how frequently we update them. The Euro Rounders, they'll for sure be putting them into the blog once they are updated. But we had our Serbian chip leader with a massive 11 million up there. And look at this Shakista. All in, all you can eat against Gennaro Prostia. And I can't tell you what's the right play. It might well be a call, but this online pro, he will be more than predisposed to know if this is supposed to be a call or not. Of course, you have to think about the 91 players on the remaining. This being a really strong hand, blind against blind. He decides that, hey, this is not good enough. I want to live another day. I want a cleaner spot, not one where I'm at best flipping. And can't really blame him, can we? Apparently Mulhausen did really well. Even during the EPM 2024, so he was playing during 2024, and he did really well in that one. Trying to repeat history now, and maybe go even deeper. That's the thing, it's such a... Hello, in die Runda. What was the buy-in? Buy-in was 590 euro. And by the way, Minnie Mouse Elke, we do have a German stream. So it's the Kings Resort DE, Kings Resort DE for the German stream. My mentor, my master, Stefan, is actually commenting there. I think his nickname is Hachi. So if you do speak German, Kings Resort DE will be your home, and you will be able to understand what we're saying. And by the way, tomorrow, if you are Italian, We are super glad for you to listening in, for being here. Tomorrow from the final table, not the whole day, but the final table only, you will have Italian commentary by some broadcasting superstars from Italy. So we will open it up to a third stream here at Kings Resort. But hold that thought. Gennaro, Kings in the small blind. There we go. There's that all in. And he only has 10 big blinds for Shachista. It actually might be a call. He wants that count. Gennaro, he preserved his stack by making the tight fold with the Queen 8 suited. Suddenly now, he finds himself still, where it's very tough for his opponent to let it go. There we go. There is that call. That patience has paid off for Gennaro. And it's Shachista, the Czech chess player, who is behind and who needs that ace to get rid of the online pro. Gennaro has been patient. Can he dodge that ace? So far, so good. No ace in sight. One ace was actually folded, so we only are looking for 2 aces. Only 2 aces can knock out Gennaro. It is a juice, just like this. No drama from the dealer. Dealer says, hey, I don't care. We don't have a shot clock yet. I'm going to be really, really fast. And just like this, I told you guys, you don't want this man get all those chips, okay? He already has won a tournament in 2025 here. The Pirates Poker Treasure. He is an online grinder. You don't want this player to have too many chips when you are still deep on day 3. And mark my words, he will be dangerous in the remainder of the tournament. Should be getting a new player, I believe, anytime soon. As we have lost a couple guys, so let's go. Marek Ohnisko. Ah, that's the new player. Yeah, there we go. Marek Ohnisko. Let me find out something about him. A newcomer to the table. So many Czech guys. You know, actually, shockingly, we're not used to having so many Czech players. There haven't been too many Czech winners. Patrik Jaroš is the last one. And Marek Ohnisko, actually, this man is 28th on the Czech all-time money list. 760,000 plus in live earnings. So, yeah, Marek Ohnisko, he is a powerhouse. And we have to make sure that we watch him, a veteran that has been picking up cashes in Vegas since 2016. But hold that thought before we focus on the Czech legend, Marek Ohnisko. Let's take a look here. One has queens, the ladies, against Gennaro. Gennaro with his newfound stack only calls. Toe Flush is now down to 3.5 million, but he has ace queen. I am expecting him to squeeze this hand, try to pick up that dead money that doesn't really exist because those guys have strong hands here. There we go. Is the squeeze coming? I feel it is. I really feel like it is. There we go. Yeah, we're counting up those chips. There is that squeeze. I think we will get the bad news from one. Oh, the other ladies, as the Italians say, donna donna. They are not going anywhere, let me tell you. I think the question is, do we just want to call or will we simply ship it all in here? What? What? Did I just see that right? Queens folded. We still have 88 players left. Somehow the ladies didn't even find a reason to call. Toe Flush somehow. looked so strong that his opponent let it go. Maybe he was expecting Gennaro to trap aces and kings sometimes on the button. That's basically the most likely explanation. Well, it's a 700k free bet. I don't think it's too small. Well, if it makes queens fold, wow. Well, I think the players don't agree. I'm not sure how he managed to do that, but Toe Flush is a wizard, and right now, somehow he was dominated. He was crushed. He makes not only King Jack suited fold for nothing, but he makes the ladies, the Donna fold as well. Wow, I did expect the queens to continue. Wow, I'm a little bit caught off guard, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you. Well, ladies folded. And our checkman gets a few chips back. And Marek Ohnisko, a true legend, it has just joined the table. Well, that fought. We can't focus on Marek Ohnisko because Toe Flush has a hand again. Ace-Jack should definitely go ahead and play. Calling is fine. Mixing in free bets as well. Thing is, Tim does cover us. Do we want to risk it all? Now the chat is coming in. Everyone's shocked about the queen's fold. There's no explanation. Fold, technical error from the ticker. No, it was a fold, guys. Remember, guys. Most of these players, they are amateurs. We couldn't even find too many hand mobs above 20,000. Okay, and it's 80-minute levels. So, and it's under the streaming lights. Most of these players, they actually told me that they've never been on a stream table. But hang on, Patrick in the small blind with the ace-jack here. He's got the ace-jack same as Toe Flush. Well, he decided to ship it. 8.4 big blinds. I do think that this is such a nice squeezing spot. I actually do think he should go for it. Not much to wait for. The pay jumps are not huge right now. Yeah, you still have the orbit left, but 8.4 bigs with ace-jack. They will not be folding hands like ace-10 against you, so I definitely think we should go for it here. Let's see if this Doyle Brunson lookalike can go for it. All in. Yeah, there we go. There is that all in. And Marek Ohnisko, I was mentioning before, who just joined us, is out with his offsuit garbage. Tim, is this a call or just an all in? Or an all in as well? Tim, only with the call. Don't flush. Well, I have to be honest with you guys. I have no idea what's the right play in Toe Flush shoes. This is a pretty rare spot. In this ICM spot where you have 86 players out of 7,303, I'm not sure if he's supposed to call and see the flop. I will leave that to your judgment. Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments after the recording. But this is a close spot where I'm not completely sure what you're supposed to do. There we go. There's that fold here. And we have a flip. Patrick Schlatter, the last remaining Swiss Hope, the Doyle Brunson lookalike, trying to stay alive. Unfortunately for him, some of his redraw outs with ace and jack have been folded. That's unfortunate, yeah. Sevens, but remember, ace and jack are gone. That means less outs in the deck remaining for him. Queen 10-4, he has a gut shot, 6 outs remaining right now. Any king jack ace. 18%. We have that gut shot still. And that ace and a jack. Oi, 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 oi. Patrick Schlatter eliminated. Knocks on the table and leaves into the night. Yes, the dealer gives him the bad news. Well, he still made money. Yeah, going back, yeah, the Queen's fault, I think it was crazy. I don't think it was a misclick, honestly. I think that it was on purpose. You see this quite a bit here at King's Resort, you know. It's a lot of pressure. You are so deep, and you think you have a read on somebody, but you don't really. It just happens, guys. Let's see if it will pay out for him. There was actually a main event. I think it was the World Series of Poker main event where Tamayo, he won it after a lot of controversy, of course, with some laptops on the rail, but he was berated by Twitch chat and YouTube chat so much for folding queens. It was a similar situation. It was much closer to the final table bubble. I think it was to the last 3 tables. He folded queens in a pretty clear call spot. He preserved his stack, and he ended up winning the main event in the end for over 10 million. So you never know. Obviously, in theory, that was a very tight fold. It shouldn't happen, but let's see. Let's make history be the judge of what will actually happen in the end. As we see now, Queen 7. Up against Gennaro. Honestly, I just don't see this ending any other way but Gennaro winning this spot. He has the backdoor flush draw. 10 outs for a flush draw on the turn with the heart. King 9 overcards. And there we go. I don't expect Juan. Actually, yeah, Juan has the... Oh, I didn't even see the 7. What the hell? Juan with his hoodie. He's so disguised. He made me not even see the 7 on the flop. Juan actually has a top pair here. Never mind. It's been long for the players, already long for me, ladies and gentlemen, but he does have a top pair and he raises it. A very unconventional play. Gennaro must be very suspicious of this. What could possibly raise? If Juan has deuces or threes or sevens, there's not much incentive to raise here. You have such a lock on the board. You don't protect against anything. There's no draws. What are you really raising here? And especially, Gennaro is an online player. He will see this quite a bit in online. You see these random raises, and then you go to war, a game of chicken. But Juan, it shows a hand that you never expect in this situation. You either expect it to be a random 2 pair set, but how do you have anything but a set? How would you have 7 deuce against hijack here? Or it's some random bluff here. And Gennaro decides it's not worth it. He's gonna let him have it. And Juan, interesting play with that raise. What do you think of the... Ich bin Wiesel. I wonder how much money a poker dealer makes in a month. Actually, I'm not sure. I can tell you that most dealers, they work hourly, right? They have hourly rates. So the more you play, and the more you deal, the more money you make. So you're trying to get your hours. And I also know that there's a difference between cash game dealers and tournament. When you play cash games, of course, you get the tips. And there's difference between venues as well. A lot of the venues in Europe, they take the tips, the dealer gets them, and then they divide them amongst all the staff. I think in cash games, sometimes you have a split for the dealer and the venue. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I think I can't give you the specific rates. I don't know. I just heard rumors about what the dealers tell me. But I know vast majority are paid hourly by the hour, and how much they make, it's going to differ from venue to venue for sure. And ace-jack, yeah, I like the ace-jack shove. I'm pretty sure it's correct. Go with the ace-jack. You don't have fold equity, but because you don't have that much fold equity, that means that all those ace-x hands will call you. So worse ace-x hands call you. In the rare case you do take it down, it's a huge win for you. So yeah, even though our Doyle Brunson lookalike from Switzerland was eliminated. I don't blame him for that ace jack. I think it was a good play. I could check for you, but either way, it's never going to be a big mistake anyway. Well, as I told you, we have a legend. Marek Ohnisko, who joined the table, his first cash recorded one is from 2013, believe it or not. This man has been playing for a very long time. Let's see if we can see him in action. There we go. There's Marek Ohnisko. His biggest cash actually came with over 260K at the Colossus at the World Series. But this was in 2016. So since 2016, this man has been crushing. Now he open raises 9-7 suited on the cutoff. And that will be all she wrote, I think. Yeah, here we go. There's that fold. And his biggest score at King's Resort is also ancient, from 2018. It was the Party Poker Millions. Wow, this man, what a pedigree. He has so many random cashes. In January this year, he was in the Costa Rica Poker Festival in San Jose. Second, he almost won that thing. In Costa Rica, he's playing anywhere from Costa Rica to Czech Republic to Malta. He even won a tournament in Panama. Can you believe it? Marek Ohnisko. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays. Will he be an old school player? Can he give us a show? In the meantime, Gennaro Proscia goes ahead and open raises ace-jack suited. Marek Ohnisko lets it go in the hijack. Juan Agenjo, or Agenjo. Agenjo. You guys can tell me in the chat maybe how to pronounce that name. Lets it go. Shakista releases as well. Gennaro Proscia, this is, this has been such an action table for Gennaro. It doesn't look like it, but because he's been on the short stack for so long, his VPIP actually is pretty high. He had those hands that he could play with. He had to go for his chances, go for those all-ins. So, yeah, this man has shown a lot of action. Nothing crazy. One of the two gray hoodie guys today, by the way. Two men like brothers with those hoodies. So flush, queen tray. Oh my God, he does. He absolutely does. Twitch chat says Marek looks like the Eastern European Mr. Beast. Oh my God, yes he kind of does, doesn't he? Yeah. Let's see if he will do some giveaways today. But he absolutely does look like Eastern European Mr. Beast. Oi, oi, oi. And one ace tray. He will get action for sure. Gennaro. Yet again, this man, I know he plays online tournaments. Online crusher, your runners tell me. He will know what to do here. This might actually be an all-in. I don't think all-in is terrible. The question is, you have 84 players left out of 7,303. You have to consider those ICM implications. He's not counting the chips, he's counting his chip stack. He wants to know exactly how much he has. He knows that his opponent covers him, so he wants to know precisely what he should be doing. Is it just a call? Is it an all-in? Is it a free bet? I think all those free options, they're not terrible. You're up against the hijack. There you go, there's that all-in. I told you, online player. He knows that this is actually the hand that the computers would ask you to do, the solvers. And he gets that fold from the ace. Yeah, so he knocks out all that equity. He takes it down. And the drawback of this strategy is, of course, if your opponent does have those higher pairs, you are cooked completely. But this is the robotic way how to play the situation. And the solvers, they love doing this. So Marek Ohnisko, 69 big blinds. Hilarious if you are 18. Of course, you can't be younger. You wouldn't be watching this. So he has the biggest stack right now, the Czech Mr. Beast, right behind him. Tim, he chipped up to 6.7. He hovers all around the same chip stack. But look at this, we have no clear short stack here. Gennaro, 22 big blinds, 2.2 mil. Juan, Shakista, and Doflash, all these guys, they have a reasonable chip stack. 22 bigs plus. This is extremely deep. Just a reminder, these are 80-minute levels. 80-minute levels on day 2, 80-minute levels on day 3. Even the hardcore professionals, we have some absolute worldwide crushers still remaining in the tournament. Even they were saying, hey, this is tough. We finish at 4, 5 a.m., then we restart at 2. It's an absolute endurance battle. So, yeah, no clear short stack. The structure is the reason for why. And the question is, hey, would this be popular? Would people really put themselves through playing 80-minute levels? 80-minute levels, would anyone actually do that? Why would you do this when you can play much shorter levels? The answer is yes, yes, they absolutely would. When it's only 590 euro buy-in, all these players, they're all up for it with the tiredness, with the pressure, with such a long grind being in front of them. I know Mulhausen didn't like it, but that's the thing. He's used to be playing 5Ks. He plays EPTs and much higher buy-ins. So maybe for him it might be an inconvenience, you know, for having to play until 3, 4, 5 a.m. But for most of these players, it's just such a rare opportunity that you don't have to go to Vegas. You don't have to play the main event. You simply go to our nice little Rozvadov Kings Resort. You put up only 590. And you play 80-minute levels all the way through if you so desire, if you join those long days. Wojciech says, no, he's Rico Verhoeven in his youth. I have to say, I don't understand I have to Google this thing. Let me see who Rico Verhoeven is. Dutch kickboxer. So, okay, so the... Oh yeah, I see it as well. I can see it too. Yeah, if you Google Rico Verhoeven, this man is a Czech Mr. Beast, Marek Ohnisko, or he is Rico Verhoeven. I'm not, you know, I only follow UFC. Oh wait, is Verhoeven the guy who was fighting against Usyk? Oh yeah, I think so, right? Yeah, there was the ultimate underdog, Rags to Richie story. I'm pretty sure that's him. Rico Verhoeven, he was dominating kickboxing. He came into boxing and he was fighting Usyk, the undefeated champion. And everybody thought it was just a joke. It was a joke fight. It's like Phil Ivey playing against me, you know? Nobody would believe in me. Yeah, so nobody would believe in me. But basically this kickboxer came to box in a joke event, in a joke exhibition match, most people thought, and he pretty much was winning, most people think, until a controversial refereeing decision. He was gassed, to be fair, but I think it was about 50-50 at that point, if he would win or lose, if a referee didn't make a mistake. So Marek Ohnisko, who just folded the Queen 5 offsuit, apparently is looking kind of like Verhoeven in his youth. Rearage Chilidog, we actually have the number. How much do dealers make? Between 12,000 and 16,000 a year, excluding tips. Yeah, the tips are kind of an interesting topic. And it all depends, of course. Some dealers travel. So let's take a look. So the Czech Mr. Beast / Verhoeven, Marek Ohnisko, 67 bigs. Tim caught up to him, so they are at the same level. It's nothing changed. Gennaro Proscha, 1, 22, 28 bigs. No short stacks whatsoever. We only have middle stacks and big stacks at this table. And it's anybody's game at this point, let me tell you. And free Czech players, you know what? I love to see it. I love to see it. I have been born in Czech Republic. Sure, I travel the world a lot, and I lived abroad for a long time as well. But still, my family is Czech, and I love to see it. It's actually super rare that we would see free Czech players on a feature table. So guys, if you are from the Czech Republic, make sure you share this to all those webs. Share this on the Czech, I don't know, the Czech Facebook sphere. Let them know that there's a super rare scenario when you have free locals. And if you guys are asking, so how is that possible? Rozvadov is in the Czech Republic. Well, let me tell you, this tournament had 70 plus nationalities, over 70 nationalities. Okay, so 70 nationalities plus. People fly here, and you know, I actually took a shuttle. The thing is, King's Resort, you have to use shuttles to get here comfortably, you know, or taxis. And now we have a lot of reinforcements, you know. So there was this taxi driver who drove me here from Prague, and he was telling me, oh yeah, when I tell my wife what I'm doing, she can't believe it. And his wife was like, are you telling me that people fly in, and we have people from the US coming in, whatever, we had Canadians, I was talking to Canadians yesterday, we have even people from Australia, from 70 plus countries. Are you telling me that these people, they fly for hours and hours and hours to Prague, then take your shuttle to go to an 800 people village just to play some cards? And the answer is yes. And the answer is yes for over 7,000 entries, which is, I think, over 3K people with the rebuys. The answer is absolutely yes. So yeah, it's incredible. And this is why it's super rare that you actually have free locals on a feature table. Even though we are in the Czech Republic, this very, very rarely happens. And speaking of internationals, we have Italy against Spain. Juan, ace-jack suited against that ace-king. No help for him on the flop, however. Now Gennaro, he has a very good candidate for just checking back here. You can also bet, and you know, when you bet, you straight up get value from hands like other ace-highs. But check back, absolutely fine. You basically, when you check back, that's the thing. When you check back here, you are hoping that Juan does have some bluffing hands. He can actually go ahead and bet his hands, and if he bets even a hand like ace-jack, then obviously your flop checkback is a lot more attractive. And I think Gennaro will simply call. Now the river will be super interesting. After he inevitably calls here, and if he faces a check from Juan, will he go for that value bet? That's what I really want to see. You know, if he is as good as the Euro rounders tell me, I think it will be a possibility. So let's see what that river card is. It is a 7 of hearts. There is that check. This will be a very thin value bet. Nope, doesn't go for it. Not a genius play, takes it down with the ace-king. I think the 7 of hearts could have scared him. His opponent can easily go ahead and check freeze. And he shouldn't really be betting ace-jack as frequently as you would think. So here we go. Yeah, the dealer salary is between 12,000 and 16K per year. Yeah, it's very, very interesting, Virish Chili Dog. I know there's a dealer and a dealer, you know, in Europe especially. There are some dealers who are extremely sought after. And there's two things that the venues and King's Resort and EPTs and all these, this is two things they're looking for that bring you extra, basically. And one is mixed games. Mixed games are extremely difficult to deal because you don't have just two cards. You are dealing PLO, you do some crazy stuff like open face Chinese, where you have to know the rules, count the points. You have 8 games where you have to swap the games. And actually, when it comes to dealers, there is a small group of dealers in Europe that travel everywhere. You see them anywhere from King's Resort, they go to EPT, and then you see them in the smallest venues possible, in a random place in Dublin. And it's always the same players. But, take a look. Marek Onisko with the ace-queen offsuit. What is he going to do here against those kings? Calling and free betting. They both make sense. But remember, guys, this is day 3. 80-minute levels. We are extremely deep here. 52 big blinds. Is the depth. Now let's play some real poker. There is that free bet. Marek Ohnisko has been cashing before you can even spell poker. The Czech legend decides to free bet. Francesco. Guess we should be seeing a 4-bet here, but honestly, we are so deep. 80 players left, 7,300. I am not sure what to do if you take the ICM implications into consideration. I don't think this is a mandatory 4-bet re-raise. You might have some calls here with the kings. Unfortunately, we don't get to show you spots like these very frequently. Usually we stream from the final tables. We rarely have 80-minute blinds all the way through. So here we go. That's the question. 4-bet or call? Nope, there's that 4-bet. Marek Ohnisko. Most players will simply fold here. Let's see what he actually does. It's 24 big blinds. That's a pretty big sizing, guys. Yep, big sizing. The problem for Marek, even if he reads into this might actually, he might think this might be ace-king. Yep, so even if you think that this is a little bit suspicious, it might be the ace-king. Big sizing from Francesco Spinella. I don't think we found any big scores from this man, so he will be one of those guys that came here and he doesn't have too much experience, and I do agree that the sizing was pretty big. Not nonsense, but you know what, you make the big sizing, you try not to hit that ace on the flop and you try to keep it safe. There we go. Yeah, interesting. But the thing is, being a dealer is not an easy job for sure. All the dealers, you know, it's such a difficult job and it's so ungrateful so many times. Like, let me know in the chat, guys, if you have a good dealer, how often do you thank them? How often do you tip them in cash games? Let me know, I'm really wondering. Gennaro, open race. This man is dangerous, I told you. It won't be easy if he gets a lot of chips. Because of his skill. A hidden hand and mob, but believe me guys, this man has good results. Fold by Tim, of course. And Francesco Spinella. Lets it go and releases the hand. Janne 5859, does he ever stop talking? Well, listen, yes, I do stop talking. But it seems like we have the most amazing chat this time. I know it's one of the biggest events of the year. So when you guys are active, obviously we have a lot to talk about. Things like dealers, how much a poker dealer makes per month. You don't really think about that, you know, and you made us consider it, of course. Yeah, Gennaro, yeah, absolutely. That's the reason why I was focusing on him. Our Italian friends, they do tell me that he's really good. So now he will become dangerous to all the other players. The more chips he gets, the more dangerous he will become, mark my words. Don't flash with the king queen offsuit. Big blinds. Can we get some action? Well, action you will get. The question is this the action that you wanted? Man is the man who actually folded queens before. to a simple squeeze. I don't think he's going anywhere this time. There's that free bet. Oh, Toe Flush, I do think he should be just leaving the pot. King Queen off, he doesn't play too well. One of the worst hands that you have here, actually. There we go, there's an instant fold. Yeah, we have the question in the Twitch chat from Janne5859 and Vinnyboy88. Do I ever stop talking? Guys, let me tell you, this is the longest shift probably that we will do until the big one in September. So today, expect us to go until, I'm not sure it's 3 or 4 a.m. Yesterday it ended around that time. And of course, because of the structure, it will go really, really long. So the good news is for the guys who like their peace and quiet, I think I would take it on the under odds that I will lose my voice by the end of it all. Or I will have to basically manage it. It's a lot of poker for the players, but of course, a lot of poker for you guys in the chat, and for me as well. So maybe you are right. We should try to conserve our energy. This is only day 3, 78 players remaining. And Toe Flush has the pocket rockets. Can he get some action? Francesco, Queen 8 offsuit. That's not a hand you want to play here, really. And Gennaro, the man we were talking about, now up to 28 big blinds. He is folding, but you are absolutely right, Bert, that you pointed out his upward sloping trajectory. We were here with sub, I think it was down to 9 big blinds. And yeah, sub 9 big blinds, and now basically we're going all the way up, 28 big blinds, the online pro. He will be trouble for everybody. Casgano operator Fibonacci, shout out to you to do that. Of course, I have to say, guys, I really enjoy this. And when you have interesting characters, it's a lot of fun. I get to be here. I am here at King's Resort, by the way. I've talked to the players, I've seen them, I've seen the atmosphere, the excitement about the biggest EPM ever. And, you know, that's why I enjoy it. And when you add people like you in the chat, of course I will talk a lot, but the big danger obviously is here that just like the players are telling me that they are already tired, it might get to me as well as the hours progress. We have a long, long time, a lot of poker ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. So if I lose my voice, it will be only myself and you guys for being so much fun to blame for talking too much before we get to those final stages. And Gennaro, I think this might be a trap. I wouldn't be shocked if he limp raises here with the ace-10. Toe Flush, this might be tempting for him to raise here. Yeah, if he's counting the raising chips. And honestly, Gennaro, I think he knew what he was doing. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a limp raise at least some of the time here with the ace-10. Looks like it's just that call. Trying to keep those weaker aces in. Well, he's still ahead, but Toe Flush has an open ender right now. And with the free high in effect, technically a pair of fours, he has all the incentives to bet and keep betting here. Let's see what he does here. I think that you basically have nothing, right? No made hand. You just are so incentivized to just go ahead and bet this on the flop. And yep, here we go. Well, Gennaro, this is only 1 point in big blinds. I do think that we absolutely have to continue, especially with the ace of diamonds that is adding those backdoor outs. If the turn is a diamond, you can comfortably call again. We are very likely to see a continue here. There we go. Well, this is very bad news for Toe Flash, for his hand, but the thing is, because he raised, Gennaro only limp called, he's the one raising. Toe Flash is the man who should have all those sixes plus. Well, Gennaro shouldn't really have too many. Even when you limp, some limp free bets should be with those stronger pairs. You can't really put someone on quads, really. You don't, it's not really a consideration when you are in this spot. So, yeah, I think Toe Flash has a reasonable spot to go ahead and bet and potentially bet the river again. There we go. There's 350, 3.5 big blinds. Well, Gennaro, and this is the thing. Gennaro will know that Toe Flash will be bluffing a lot, right? Because Gennaro can't call too many hands here. He doesn't have too many strong hands. And because of that, you kind of have to defend with some of the stronger aces. And ace-10, I do believe, is one of them. Yep, there's that call. And I'm really curious if the river is a blank. What is Toe Flash's strategy here? Oh my god, so it's a diamond. Toe Flash does have a diamond in his hand. Does have the three of diamonds. He is absolute nut low. Absolute nut low hand. I think it kind of should be betting here, honestly. Gennaro has 1.98 million left. I'm really curious. Could he actually go for the all-in here? Put maximum pressure on Gennaro. You kind of know. Of course, the 5 might not be folding, but you're trying to fold out hands like these. Like the ace-10 high, for example. He wants to do it. Yeah, I think so. He's the man with the pocket pairs. His opponent can't have them. Is that all in? Yes, it's all in. As expected, as I told you, that he simply can do, because Gennaro on the limp call, he goes for it all, and now Gennaro Prostia, a man who already won a big tournament here at King's Resort in 2025. The man who is an online tournament crusher, the Euro-rounders tell me. Can he figure out what's going on? Can he make this hero call against the polarized Toe Flash? What a spot. What would you do? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. If you didn't know what Toe Flash has, do you consider actually calling it down here? A lot of bluffs are possible. Of course, a lot of bluffs are possible, and you can have a lot of bluffs. Relatively large sizing. You have all those pairs that your opponent doesn't have. When it comes to theory, you are allowed to have a lot of bluffs, but you also have a lot of value bets here. You can pretty safely just go all in with any 7s plus here. Toe Flash. If you have even 6s, you might consider just going all in. And then you add those bluffs. It's not an easy situation for Gennaro. Gennaro's shoes, you have the ace and you have the 10. That means those aces and the 10s, you are blocking those. It's less likely that your opponent has those that will always go all in. And the chat is saying that he will think for 5 hours and then fold, 100% sure. We don't have those time banks yet. It's relatively early in the tournament. So he can. Toe Flash. How much is it? There we go. We're spreading that pot. Spreading that pot. Wow, this is such a typical chicken meets an aggressor polarizing spot where you know that you are what they call capped. You don't have strong hands besides quads that just don't happen frequently enough. You know that your opponent knows that. And your opponent knows that you probably know that. You It just becomes the question of what hands do I want to call? Can I stare down my opponent? Can I get any sort of read? As some players, some professionals, they actually just flip a coin in this spot. They look at the watch. If it's after 30 mark, they call. If it's before, they fold. They do all sorts of ways to randomize. He's even talking to him. Any single read. When you think it's a break-even spot, any small read that you get, any small indication will change what you do completely. Oh my God, some people in the chat say they snap call. Elefant says this is a hero call. This is very, very tense, of course. This is about the break-even spot, as break-even as it gets. This is why he stares him down. He makes the call! What a call by the Italian, and don't flush. Gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, with his pants down. A hero call of the night, Gennaro. I told you he will be dangerous if you let him have chips. And right now, he is one of the biggest stacks at the feature table and in the tournament. This is not what you want to happen. A dangerous man, the online grinder, the man who knows how it feels like to win a big final table at King's Resort, just made the hero call of the tournament in hand number 100, no less. And right now he has all the chips in the world to really set himself up on a journey towards that 500,000 euros. What a hero call. I think the decider, he looked at his opponent, maybe he saw a twitch in his eye. Any little thing basically changes this. He made the call. And is there a better feeling in poker? Guys, let me know in the chat. When you think for so long, you feel like your opponent is full of it, you only have the ace high, you make the call and he shows you that bluff, that free high. Is there a better feeling than this? I think it beats hitting a royal flush and coolering somebody. This is you. You have done this. This was all you, all your skill. You outplayed the guy, you outplayed the man, and you got rewarded. There's no better feeling, let me tell you. Absolutely incredible. Was it hand 101 or was it 100? I think it was, yeah, hand 100. What a play. Wow. Nice call. House of Cards Poker says. Gabriel Kelfi says, grande, Gennaro, super hero call. Allora, shout out to all the Italians. We still have you guys here. Tomorrow there's a big Italian stream for the final table. Super Mario Power says, Marcel Matias 8921. Absolutely incredible. What a call. Let's see what you guys were saying. So many bluffs. Oh, Soilets. Soilets was 100% sure he folds. Oh, what a hero call. Bert says it's easy. Actually, Bert says, I'm not sure why you're clipping it then. No, Re-Race Chili Dog actually clipped it. Bert says, very easy call. What are you guys talking about? Are you crazy? He would snap call because he's perfect. Elephant says, calling. Oh my God. Soilets can't believe it. Holy swear word. Oi, 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 oi. What a hand. What a hand that was. I can't believe it. This is what you only get during day freeze. You never get this on the final day, guys. Not like this. Not over multiple streets. That's the beauty. The highlights forget about these hands. Kudos for Re-Race Chili Dog for clipping it. But yeah, this is real poker. This is real skill. Deep, stare down your opponent, decide what you want to do as Ohnius Scott takes it down. Wow. And honestly, these are the spots that you live for. It doesn't matter what kind of a poker player you are, but on the biggest stage, this is one of the biggest stages in Europe. So many entries, over 500,000 up top. You are under the cameras. and you decide to make a big hero call and you're right. I mean, one can dream. We can only dream, guys. One of these days, this will be you or me. I can feel it. I can feel it. Melvin Schroen says, I can't pronounce your name. And never again, the surname. It's impossible. The Dutch surnames are impossible. You can turn off the sound if it really disturbs you. Yeah, that's the thing. Usually when I watch streams and during the World Series, there was a lot of controversy when it comes to commentary now. During the World Series, guys. There was a lot of commentators. They were talking too much. They were too opinionated. And some were saying, oh, they're disrespectful. But that's the thing. When it comes to commentary, it's extremely difficult to be liked by everybody, you know. And the veterans, when it comes to commentary, they will suit you. They will not suit others. It's the same for me. Some commentators, everybody loves them. I can't listen to them, you know. And then I mute the stream and I watch anyway. But yeah, it's absolutely fine. But the thing is, as long as the players are not talking, I'm not missing Martin Cabral spouting his catchphrases. I'm okay with whoever the commentator is. I can always mute the sound, you know. Andrea Borgiani, Forza Spinella. Absolutely, there we go. Spinella, let's go. Gennaro, the man of the hour. Might look like he's unstoppable right now, but remember, Marek Ohnisko is a Czech legend. He might not look like it, but he is a veteran. A lot of experience, a lot of big scores in his life. And now he is up against it as Gennaro is unstoppable. He flops the nut flush. Right after that ace-high hero call, he actually gets a made hand. Well, Marek Ohnisko, he will not be folding here. He does have the nines. He does have the spade as well. 150K. It's very, very small sizing. Gennaro is running hard indeed. Marek Ohnisko, he has a hand that cannot be folding here. Even if you're up against aces and other hands, you still have equity. You're only really crushed if somebody already has flopped a flush, and that's extremely unlikely. Queen on the turn. That adds a phantom out for Marek Ohnisko. You might think he has some outs, but as you can see, he's drawing completely dead. But Gennaro, he should be betting for sure on the turn. So many hands like ace-king, ace-jack, should be bluffing here. Any one spade hand, he can also bluff. He has a lot of made hands as well. So this is I think a reasonably high bet scenario. We just want to bet reasonably often, especially against the big blind. Because he bets often, Marek Ohnisko, I think he will at least think about it here. So 850K. It's pretty big sizing though. That's a really big sizing. Yep, exactly, pot. Well, Marek. Now again, it becomes a question of what does he have? And these two guys are professionals. They are strong players. It's pretty obvious that they will be trying to think in ranges. They will try to outplay each other. It's not just playing a man against a man. He's trying to think, hey, what hands is Gennaro Prostia? What hands is he betting here with? What hands do I have? I want to defend against the cutoff sometimes. I can't just be folding everything on the turn. So Marek Ohnisko, we don't have these situations too often. The pro-on-pro violence doesn't happen too frequently. But oh my God, look at this. Is that a raise? Yes, it is. Marek Ohnisko is turning his hand into a bluff. He didn't feel like he can call, but he does feel like he can put hands like aces, kings, and other hands under pressure, but little does he know he's absolutely crushed. This is a very advanced play by Marek Ohnisko. Let me tell you, only poker veterans would think of putting this raise in, but Gennaro now with the absolute nuts. I think he was just calling, yep, there we go. There is that call, trying to get even more value out of his opponent. And Marek Ohnisko, what is his plan? I think non-0% of the time, Marek's plan is to bet again on the river. 3.8 million remaining here. It is an ace. It's ultimately not consequential. Can Marek actually pull the trigger and only be left with about 8 big blinds? If he does so, he can represent all those jack nines. He can represent some flushes. All in, oh my goodness. Yes, it's an all in. Is that right? All in and an insta call by Gennaro. Gennaro back to back, massive hands. First he has ace high, makes the call. Now he catches Marek Ohnisko turning his nines into a bluff with an absolutely advanced play. Wow, what the hell did we just witness? Marek's play actually makes a lot of sense. He is blocking those hands that will be calling him down, like Jack 9 and those flushes. So this is a really advanced, aggressive play. But I have to say, Gennaro, what an acting performance. I would absolutely believe that he has a disgusted queen, king-queen with a spade on the turn, and he's just calling because he's annoyed. Absolute clinic by Gennaro Proscia, and oh my goodness, I told you when he had 8 big blinds, you don't want this player get a lot of chips. You never want him to get deep on day 3. He's already won here at King's Resort. He's an online crusher, the Euro-rounders tell me. And now, I would say, he is for sure 100% one of the biggest favorites to win the 500,000 euro in this tournament. When you just handed him over all this ammunition, 108 big blinds. Wow. House of Cards is correct. This man had 8 big blinds. We did not write him off. I did not write him off. None of you, hopefully, were writing him off. After you heard about his history, we always knew he is a strong player. But now, suddenly, within a couple hours, not even, within a couple hours, he goes from 8 big blinds to, I would arguably say, the favorite to win this tournament. Just like that, within a couple hands. What a story. Wow. What a highlight hand. Let's see what the chat is actually saying about this. House of Cards, oh, you were right. Also running hot. Gianlu says, si è consegnato proprio. Oh, there's some controversy. Remember, guys, I can't hear what they're saying on the table. You have to tell me what they're saying. Oh, did Gennaro not say? Oh my goodness.
Yes. Okay, cool. You can listen registration. He said yes. Yeah, it's correct. He said right? Yeah, he said You ask him like again, like I ask Oli? Yes. Okay. Yeah. This is just the average. This was the average. I don't know why.
Yeah, there seems to be the discussion. Oh, he didn't put him all in. No, he went all in, right? I think Marek Ohnisko, he had Gennaro covered, right? I'm not quite sure what the controversy is. Yeah, so we have some drama. And we are heading into a break. So guys, I will find out. Don't go anywhere. After the break, about 37 minutes break, okay, it's dinner break. I will see what happened. I will try to interview somebody, and I'll try to put it on Instagram, okay? So I will see what the controversy was, and hopefully we will find out. Yeah, so I'm not sure what happened there, honestly. I have no idea, but this is how it is. Gennaro right now, a huge favorite, 11 million. He's one of the chip leaders of the whole tournament. Marek Ohnisko down to a short stack. Yeah, Marek said all in. I'm pretty sure he did say all in. Yeah, I heard him say. I saw him just push the chips in. I will find out during the break, okay? And I will tell you what happens in about 37 minutes. I'll see you then, guys. Don't go anywhere. I will tell you what the hell actually happened and what was the controversy about.
Draw to the ATM says how many players left. We're getting close to a redraw already. We will have a redraw when there's 16 players remaining. And we have a wide range of nationalities being represented at this feature table. Italy, Germany, Hungary, and the Ukraine. The Germans will be out in force for this series for sure. They're always there or thereabouts.
For sure.
Never too far away from seeing a Romanian flag either.
There's an Irish player on the final table of the stream that I covered for you as well, Dan. I think that was one of the first times that might have happened. I think he ended up in 4th or 5th place or something like that.
It's a rare flag to see a Kings, Alan.
True. But yeah,
unless we were over there, of course.
Yeah. I was just going to say, and yet you have 2 Irish commentators somehow.
Oh, we love it. And Sirionis is going to shove over the top. He's going to get bad news here. Ladies out again.
Yeah.
2 red ladies for Trunk in the hijack. All in and call. 7.3 million in this pot as well. Wow. Things are kicking off early here.
For sure.
A few all-ins and we haven't even played one orbit. Nine's in big trouble. Jack 8-3, no help. Needs a 9 or runner. Turn is the 4 of hearts. It's looking grim for the pocket 9s as we hit the river. River is the 3 of hearts, and Trunk wins sizable pot. They didn't do too bad in the end.
No, sir.
Build quite a franchise.
Indeed.
So we've had another beauty school dropout on the outer table. 11 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €7,075. Johan says, good luck, enjoy the stream. I have to go. I'm playing bridge this evening. Boo.
Boo, indeed.
You picked the right day to play bridge. You're going to miss this amazing event, Johan. But alas, you can catch it on the replay, I'm sure. Go give them hell, son. Thanks for your help. Best of luck in your bridge. More big pairs. Aces again. Sabashenko, very nice hand.
So many premiums, Dan.
Very much so, Alan. Queens, kings, and aces, like they're going out of fashion here. We haven't even played that many orbits. Trunk going for 3-bet at 1.7 million. Sabashenko with such a nice hand here. The the Jack 10 suited. It's just a tough spot when your opponent has sub 20 bigs behind. Sucks to put this in the muck all the same. I was going to say he's going to be tempted to peel.
I think I'd be tempted to peel myself, man, to be honest with you, in this situation. Small blind, big blind, or small blind button dynamic.
Yeah, it's just that trunk isn't that deep behind, and it is a significant portion of our stack. But for just 1.2 million more, it is less than 5 bigs. Could go either way. You would prefer if your opponent in the small blind had more chips. That would make it more advantageous to call, in my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
And if you made it any bigger, you could just let it go. Like if it was 2 million or 2.2. Again, trunk has 4.4. So it's just an ideal spot. He goes for a sneaky check. And that should induce about a bet of $1 million from Sabashenko because he's got backdoors working for him. He could get his opponent to fold some sort of holdings that contain an ace that he might just be check folding with on this 8-5 deuce board. You'd be inclined to bet here yourself, Alan.
Yeah, exactly for the reasons you mentioned. The thing is, I would like a check call, and he does check call, man. I was hoping he wasn't going to check raise. It's like, there isn't many bad turn cards. I mean, that one's still pretty irrelevant for the most part, but like his check call range, man, just looks like king queen, ace jack, ace queen, etc. So Sabashenko might go for another bet here again on the turn potentially, but I really like the flat and the flop for sure with the aces.
Yeah. Now, what's Trunk's range looking like, though? It's got to be pretty strong to 3-bet pre and check call the flop. You will have hands like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, maybe. We block ace jack. Might have... I don't think he has something like king jack or a king queen that's hoping to get the showdown. So he is kind of capped in this exact spot.
There might be some king queen of diamonds here, for example. Although maybe that might be better to just bet yourself and just deny equity and get some folds on the flop. So yeah, I think the bulk of what we kind of mentioned in terms of the check call range is like that strong ace high region. And in something like, kings and aces. So it's an interesting spot nonetheless. And Sabashenko does go for another bet on the turn.
Yeah, it's a smallish sizing, but it's not really relative to Trunk's stack. Goes for the second barrel, and this is what Trunk wants his opponent to do. The only problem is how much 8x does Trunk think Savchenko has? He shouldn't have too much 8x in his range. Perhaps this is just a bit of Hollywood. I'd expect to see him just call again.
Yeah. Like, the thing is, man, if he's considering raising here, I really don't like it because, and he does, I think, announce it, yeah. It's just like, if Sabashenko is bluffing, man, just let him bluff. Like, again, I think if a flush completes on the river, yeah, it's not the cleanest, man, but...
to commit to my stack, especially in PKOs, but they want to give the impression that they are either of a nuts or air type of a holding, and I want to see how much I see this transfer to the live realm. I did go with the nines, but I was like, this looks super strong, and I don't have a read to suggest that he's going to have a hand like ace-9 or an ace-6 suited, but I had seen it multiple times that week from good players, so I went with my hand. It's standard enough stuff, but before you just wouldn't see that being a thing, these less than 3x 3-bets from out of position. If you see someone don't do this 5 years ago, you'd be calling them a donkey, etc.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's just like
yeah, I'm a bit confused. I don't really know if it's supposed to do that, but I just think it's so many of these schedules online now are PKOs that they don't want to commit themselves to the bounty, so they're making these smaller sizes. So perhaps it is only occurring in bounty tournaments and not so much in the normal vanilla no limit hold'em. But I'm interested to see what sort of things we can pick up throughout the week about adjustments players have made in the last 12 months.
Yeah, and this is the thing, man. Like it's the game is like always evolving in some way or form, and sometimes it can be a big detail, and sometimes it can just be the latter, you know. And that's why it's very, very important to keep up with these trends, man, because you know if you're not doing that or being put in these situations, like there's one thing about poker, man, in my opinion, that it's always very important to put people in a situation that they're not comfortable with or they don't have awareness on, and because when that happens, man, they're going to make mistakes because you're bound to make mistakes in a situation that you don't have solid awareness over, and that's what I really enjoy with poker mostly. You know, battling against good competition, even when they put you in a situation, it's a great opportunity to learn something new.
Yeah, I'm actually glad I brought that to your attention because it's something that I've been wondering about. It's keeping me up at night. Just these spots.
Mm.
And Sabashenko, gonna bet 300k here. I like picking your brain, Alan. So it's great that you've got the cash game background. I've got the tournament background. Obviously, a little bit rusty in terms of playing online. Not so much commentating on it.
No, but it's still good to, cause man, like you know yourself that like live and online, yeah, they're gonna share some similarities, but like they're both kind of unique experiences in their own way. You know, maybe live games are gonna have a lot more, let's say, recreationals and stuff like that, where you know deviating against them in the right way is very important. And just like adapting. Like there's one thing that I always say to guys I coach and stuff like that, man, is like nothing is static. You need flexibility and strategy and being situationally aware in every, you know, like in every single moment. So important, man. As I said, flexibility and strategy and not playing static defaults X, Y, Z, for sure, very, very important, man. And that doesn't matter what format you're playing. It's like having solid awareness on any node against any player, massively important in the long run, bro, and how you deviate based on that.
Yeah. Obviously, the cash game is very intricate, especially how deep you are all the time. So you're not going to see too much of that, but it's still applicable in hands. This is a tough spot here for. Oh, he looked a bit shaky there.
Little bit.
So he bet calls on the turn, goes for a very small sizing, 300k, gets raised considerably to 1.25 million. Sabashenko's hands is going to be a little bit too good to fold just yet. Trunk is just going to have a lot of hands that beats him. Perhaps he's got some semi-bluffing hands or thinks he can get his opponent to fold a hand like a 7 or a weak 9.
Oof.
Obviously just wants to get more value on the turn. There's a lot of bad rivers. Case in point, the 8 of diamonds.
Shabashenko needs to donk this river. He has to. Like it's absolutely mandatory. Again, like it doesn't matter that he has the straight here. It's just like even if he had the, I don't know, some naked 9x here, I think just going for like a 10% bet here or something like that is very, very good. But you know, he has this here, so it doesn't matter too much. But like, it's not like Trunk won't have some 10x here. But I do think it's going to be more favorable for Shabashenko, and he does end up donking.
I was going to say I want to see him bet around $1 million, and he goes for $1 million.
Yeah, literally. Nice.
Well, I didn't say it before he bet it, but that's
Well,
I was about to ask. When as soon as you'd finished talking, how much do you want him to bet? I think he wants to bet about a quarter of his stack here, and he goes for
pretty
about a quarter of his stack.
quite an annoying spot here now for Trunk. The thing is, like, for sure he can have some bluff raises on the turn here. Obviously it's not the case in this example, but really, really annoying spot for Trunk. It's just a matter of what his perception is on Shabashenko here. Does he think he's ever bluffing here, or you know, going for that sort of range that I said with like maybe some King 9 that might do this to slow down the action? But yeah, I mean, not a great spot for 2-pair here. It's not impossible as well for Shabashenko to maybe lead some 9-8 here as well in this situation, but you know, I don't think Trunk really beats too much here in this situation.
This is a really tough spot for Trunk because Sabashenko is not really going to have any natural bluffs on this river. So
Yeah,
it is,
yeah.
like you're saying, a strong 9x. He did raise chunky amount, nearly $1 million extra on the turn to get his information, to get external value. It's such a horrible river for him in a sizable pot. Every chip mattering so much, and this one, 23 big blinds in this pot and counting. I don't know if he can fold Alan for the reasons you aforementioned there. What about if your opponent is betting with a hand like Queen 9, King 9, Ace 9? Jack 9 seems to be a bit of a stretch, although you would block the high end of the straight with that holding.
I think with the potential, you know, one pair of hands here like 9x, I don't know would Shabashenko even lead potentially, and if he does, man, I think he should go for a smaller one. Um, yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, bro. It's kind of hard to find the natural bluffs here that didn't kind of, you know, bet turn, call a raise, and then kind of find the bluffs here on the river. You know, it's just like I always think about these spots, man, where people have to study this and have good awareness on what they should bluff, and it's a really infrequent spot where, you know, flop checks through, probe small on the turn, get raised, and yeah, trying to find the natural bluffs here on the river. It's very, 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 very unintuitive, you know.
Such a tough spot here for Trunk. It's very hard to find any natural bluffs, like you just said. He's not going to have much 5x, so he will have a decent amount of 10x. Know exactly what's happening next. So it's always we talk about compound mistakes, but the opposite of compound mistakes, propelling you to learn more at a rapid rate and just can't get enough of it. There's nothing like getting the poker bug. There's enough times where you don't feel like playing, like we talked about earlier. You're on a lull, you need a break, and sometimes the best thing you can do is get away from the goddamn screen. But that's not what happens this time of the year. September, October, just watching all the online stuff, and that gets me hyped, especially the GG series, etc. Gets me hyped then for the WSOP, and here we are. So I'll be sure to be listening in to all the proper pros now for the main event, etc. Sending in the big dogs. Shout out to Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu, and Dempsey. They do a stellar job. But it's our time now, Alan.
Indeed.
Menga raising to 500k with the Kings. We've got more action here. DiPercio with the two black ladies is all in. He's in trouble. This is a cooler situation.
Indeed. We saw the ladies quite a bit, Dan, haven't we, so far?
Yeah, considering we've only played 33 or commentated on 33 hands. 6.3 million in this pot. DiPercio after doubling up. Sucks. You get your double up. You're back to 10 bigs.
Yep.
You're feeling groovy.
Yep.
And then, oh, God, you're going to have 5 million and change now. But Menga with the Kings of Kings. It's going to be tough to beat. 6-7-4 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Just one lady can save him, but it's not to be. Jack of diamonds.
They're like, oh yeah, I'm running bad, you know, just variance, variance, variance. And, you know, I always do this exercise in a coaching call, for example, where I'd set up, you know, a call river spot where they call the river in any kind of node or any line. And you just come across like first 15 hands, 10 hands might be absolute punts. You know what I mean? And that's kind of not knowing kind of what the situation is when they should do this or should do that. But they're passing it off as if it's like a normal thing when it's really not the case, you know. And it could be elements of tilt, that could have caused that situation, but it's definitely not being present in the moment and letting things like that linger. That can have a huge impact on future decision making.
This guy's dropping knowledge bombs all day.
All day.
That's really good advice. I mean, I'm not a coach, technically. I need coaching, if anything.
Doing my best out here, bro.
And let's get one thing clear. I've never played a 10K either. I've just played huge main events online. I've got into 5Ks. I mean, playing a 1K back in the day. I remember playing a $2,000 Irish Poker Championship years ago, and this was like the World Series main event to me. I remember putting money on a horse and €150, and it won at 9-1, and I added the rest of the money together and I played the 2K. I remember clearly doing that. And I had some sickos at my table. Yeah, pure DGen mode.
You have a big all in here, though, Dan.
Of DGens here, it seems like it's a bit wild to do this with fours on the FT bubble. It has ran into it. Pocket tens for the scammer. This pot's huge, 13 million.
It is. It is.
Ace Jack 5 is the flop. All diamonds. Oh, whoa, no.
Always a sweat, man.
Trunk has been running good as well. Turn is the ace of clubs. Oh, it just feels like there's a diamond out there. Not loving life.
Oh,
no, it's a 9 of diamonds. Felt that coming for some reason.
Yeah. As I said, worst case scenario there, he might have some king jack, ace jack that, you know, rivers 4 to a straight there. But even then, it's not like a snap call by any means when he picks that sizing on the river. I mean, I don't think you can fold a jack there, but there's a lot of ace X there. You know, maybe king X, as I said, maybe some queen X, whatever the case may be. So main thing, in my opinion, is just his hand doesn't really have that much showdown value that you're probably just going to be incentivized. I honestly think a good kind of thing to do on the river when you have fourth or fifth pair in that kind of bet check line is just probably bluff most of the time, and it's going to be profitable with them sort of holdings. And that's kind of what 10x was there, fourth pair, more or less.
Yeah, it's also not too likely your opponent's going to have an ace there. The turn might check.
You can still have some like ace 5 and ace 4, to be fair, if he has that some of the time, which will definitely take a passive line on the turn, like which is what happened in this hand. So it's just like, you know, in position there on the turn is not checking back many nuts or any strong hands really, like flushes, for example. So like when they check back that turn, man, as I said, best case scenario or worst case scenario, although we have a hand here, I'll talk about that in a moment.
Oh, holy God. Szymanski is going to be forced to let ace jack go. Fadiv not going to be folding. Ace king of hearts. Those little strawberries, or the large strawberries in this occasion. Gavrila gaining traction. This could be a very important pot. It is going to be a very important pot. 15 million in this one. That's 50 biggins up for grabs. Huge flip for both players involved.
So someone here has a short stack as well, Dan. That's the thing. That's the downside here. Like, it's not like the biggest pay jump in the world here of 2K, but or even 3K. But like, there is this situation of him having one big blind, Menga.
Yeah, that is actually very important to note, but it's not going to stop Fadiv.
No,
calling with a hand as strong as ace king, but it does suck for Fadiv if he loses this flip because he won't get that pay jump. 7-3 deuce. Gavrila looking very good here. Backdoor hearts, backdoor straight draws working for Fadiv. But needs an ace or a king. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. Looks like he's just got 2 outs as we hit the river.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God. Always a surprise around the corner of kings. The ace of diamonds knocks it out of the park. And you see how much that meant to Fadiv. And that is music to the rest of the table's ears because such a strong opponent has lost such a sizable pot. But Gorvilla hating that one. You got to feel for him. Looked like he was home and dry.
Bunch of queens. Not many of the other ones. Seen a lot of all-in situations with them combos of hands as well. So I have doubles here under the gun. Just going to be getting out of the way. So all players guaranteed about 7k right now on top of the ticket that I just mentioned. If you manage to make the final 9, you are guaranteed 9k. And then obviously pay jumps escalate after that. That felt is so ugly. Yeah. Feedback has been indifferent, we'll say, with the table felt. Can hardly barely see the cards. Yeah, there might be some adjustments made in future about that old trick. We'll have to stick it out for this stream for today. So yeah, just 105k up top, lads. Not any amount of small pocket change by any means. We have Menga limping in here on the small blind. The 10-6 suited. We got Daniel here now in the big blind with 9-4 off. One would assume he's probably going to check this back. He does elect to do so. Does end up flopping trips here. Does go check, check. Menga does pick up a flush draw here and might start betting on this ace turn. Just surprised to not see that. Menga's going to have some possible limps with ace X in his range. He does have equity here with a gut shot and a flush draw, so surprised to not see him at least take a stab here on this turn card. Daniel, on the other hand, coming out for a bet. It's under half pot, around, well, more or less half pot, you could argue. And Menga does elect to check call. Very interesting river. Gives Daniel the full house and Menga the flush. He does check. So I assume Menga is, oh sorry, Daniel Shammer. I'm just going to say Shammer because it's easier. Wow, big all in here. I don't expect Menga to call here, but it's hard to see a bluff here in Shammer's shoes. He's asking for a count here. I mean, it's hard to say what's right or wrong here, but I do think we could find a fold here. Like, is Shammer going to try and bluff Menga off an ace here? Arguably. It's a pretty ballsy move, though, if he decided to do that. Just a horrible river for Menga because he does improve to the flush, but you really got to piece together what Shammer is going to try and bluff this river here in this situation, you know. Hard to find bluffs. And the thing is, they're playing the board here. If Menga decided to check call, maybe with some king high on the turn. He does call. Not going to be happy with that. Not going to be happy with that. Very difficult to fold there. I get it. But it's also difficult to potentially find a bluff.
$50 million. I don't think it was. Oh, he said 15.
Yeah.
My apologies. Actually, I'm apologizing to absolutely nobody. Yeah, 17 million. Just a small pot. In the grand spectrum of things, it's actually gigantic. It's actually great that he still has so much money behind. Maybe I cursed him saying if he loses this, he'll still have 20 pigs.
Still, you'd rather have 40. Or whatever it was.
Oh, wow. Spirinzoni with the rejam. Fadiv snapping him off with the Jabracadas.
I get the impression that Fadiv might not be the guy you want to do this against, but I could be wrong.
I think you might be right. Maybe we could just call there from the small pre. You would prefer to be suited.
Yeah.
He's not the right guy to be doing it against at this table. It's not horrific by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh.
7, 6, 5. Ten outs now as we hit the turn. Turn is the 5 of hearts.
Never easy. Oh my God.
No, it's the 9 of spades. This is so disgusting for Fadiv. 2 all-ins in a row. Loses with the kings, loses with the jacks. What a story to tell at the bar.
To be totally honest, you know, if you're talking about in the long run, you have to put some of that away, bro. You know, we'll give money to some people that deserve it, or not deserve it. I don't want to say it that way, but you know what I mean. Give it to some people that are close people of mine. Have some good time with it. But yeah, pretty much that. I just wouldn't give a shit for the next 48 hours. That's all I'm saying after winning it. I would just go very, very out of line, do things that I might regret after the 48 hours, but what happened in 48 hours happened in 48 hours, and that would be that. Pretty much.
You say, yeah, well, 48 hours can easily become 42 days or 48 days, whatever.
Yeah, well, that you have to draw the line somewhere, and that's where I would say. I'm not saying I'd adhere to it, but you know, definitely would have a lot of fun over the next couple of days, because why the hell wouldn't you?
I did go to the wellness center then on the 5th floor and get a nice massage for myself.
Yeah.
And get ready for the main event. Well, what I would really do with 105,000, that's enough money, Alan, to play the main event 10 times.
That's it, like, just rebuy 10 times, bro.
Pocket says we all know Dan will put it all on red. I actually don't. I am well capable of gambling with poker or cash games or something, but I would not be interested in the baccarat, roulette, or blackjack. I just tried to steer away from them for most of my life. I mean, I might throw a few hundred on it or something, or have the crack with a few drinks, but no, it's not something I would like to be getting too invested in. You'll find me on the slot machines 10 days later, Alan, there with monster cans and loads of vapes, and then trying to get the rest of my money out of the machine.
that doesn't do refunds.
The thing, you could have 100k at the start of this series and have nothing at the end. That's the way it is. That's the way she goes. Sometimes she goes and sometimes she doesn't. Speaking of going, Szymanski's going here, betting 2.3 million, trunk with 6-4. He's got bottom pair. And if he is raising here, unless he's trying to rep a set, I am not the biggest fan of this one.
The thing is, I will add to this, man, this is, again, a common thing you see blocking a lot of 2 pairs and set possibilities in this situation. So it's for sure a thing. It's for sure a thing. You know, if you actually hit a 4 as well, it's going to be very, very clean. And you can get a lot of folds on the flop as well. It's just a little bit unfortunate that Szymanski has ace-king here, or a hand that's an easy continue. But you see this a lot in cash games as well, man. For the same reason that I mentioned, blocking 2 pairs, blocking sets, unblocking the folding range, the bet fold range as well.
Yeah, so we're just repping Tindo. Oh, just
go.
hit a 4 on the turn.
That's exactly what I mean. It's the cleanest, cleanest turn card when this happens.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need to rep a set anymore.
Yeah.
Because he's got trips.
But no, it's very good in that regard. You know, you unblock so much the bet fold range and stuff like that. It's very, very important to have this in your game. It doesn't feel nice doing it when you get called, but you know, you still unblock a lot of king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack that's going to call fold the turn. You can put pressure on 10x as well. So yeah, makes sense to do it.
So you actually do like a raise here on the flop?
I don't mind it, but I think like suited combos with the backdoor equity are better to do it with. But for sure, heads up, man, this is going to be a thing regardless.
And is it better to raise with the 6-4 on the flop than just call?
I would say a lot of the time with these hands. Oh, there you go. Now the other thing is I don't like this jam from the ace king, because if he's bluffing, let him bluff.
But 62 million out there.
Sick, man. Sick
I
turn
said
cards.
we're going to be putting a ribbon on this thing when we get back. Well, this is certainly accelerating that ribbon.
Facts.
And it's 95% equity for Trunk. It's been his tournament all day to lose, really, and then it looked like he was going to be gone there for a while. He's rebounded nicely. He's hit the turn there.
Oh my God!
No, he hit the river! Oh, Jesus Christ almighty. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Szymanski gets there. That is some rough justice. How do you like them apples? You don't.
Jesus.
Absolutely nothing the 6-4 can do.
Hello, well, we are back. And Gennaro, well, he went all the way up to 108, but I think it's not updated actually. Pretty sure we had him there. Ciao, bello soilets, it says. Okay, well, looks like we are here already. The break is still going, but still, since you guys are here with me, I can actually talk to you. So I know what happened. I know what happened in the hand. So basically, Marek Ohnisko, he went all in. And he did go all in. There was no problem. Gennaro did call him. And there was just a slight miscommunication. So there was no controversy. There was no problem. It's pretty much just happened that there was a misheard 2.5 million bet. So it looked like it was 2.5, but in fact the player said he's all in. There was a call all in as well, and there was no issue. So it's a very slight miscommunication, no drama whatsoever, and we are resuming right now without one player. Look at this. Somebody's actually sitting out. It looks like blinds up, but it didn't show up in the graphics. This my most likely guess. Yeah, here we go. So the blinds are up to 60K, 120K, 120K, ladies and gentlemen. That's why you saw him have less than 100 big blinds. And we are continuing right now. And Marek Ohnisko, the ace-4, he is in the small blind. He's down to 7-point bigs after that big play. Yeah, so right before the break, we had it all in. There was no controversy whatsoever. It was simply a case of misunderstanding. The dealer just didn't hear the all in and only saw the chips, so they thought that was the chips. But everybody at the table, they said they heard it, and Marek Ohnisko, he also said himself, he didn't try to angle. He basically said, yeah, okay, touche, I did say all in. And here we go. Tim with the 10s. Juan does have a gut shot. I don't think too much will be happening here, though. Well, for Tim, does he want to check back? Yes, he does. But controlling with the 10s. I tried to find out more about Tim, by the way, and the only thing I did find out, guys, is that he has friends in the chat. So he was talking about his friends in the Twitch chat that are from Germany. They are from Leipzig. Halle, Leipzig, and Stendal. That's all we know about him. He's kind of shy, and his friends in the chat are from Halle, Leipzig, and Stendal. Unfortunately, I didn't get more dirt from Tim. He wasn't too eager to reveal his secrets, and right now he's scooping a small pot worth 430K. Playing it safe. Let me know if the sound is okay after the break, ladies and gents. Hopefully we can survive that. Sound is good. Hopefully I will not pass out. We did have some comments on me talking sometimes too much in Twitch, on YouTube chat. But the thing is, I just had a Czech specialty. When you go to the buffet, they try to give you all sorts of meals. And it was the confited duck leg with Czech dumplings and cabbage. So if I fall asleep, if I go comatose, call the ER, because I'm having a heart attack from the delicious King's buffet. That is a big trap. If you guys don't know how it works, when you go to King's Resort, you pay €10 for entry, and part of that you have the King's buffet entrance, and it's €10 every time you want to go. You can actually get it for free if you have those high-tier statuses, if you play here a lot. Now here we go, Shachista. We still have 3 Czech players here. But Marek Ohnisko is all the way down to 7.2 big blinds. The Czech legend with that very advanced bluff before the break. That unfortunately was ill-fated as he ran into the absolute nuts. Decides to fold here. Jonathan Schultz says, let's go Team Halle legend. Yeah, listen, Jonathan, I spoke, because of you, I went over there, I spoke to Tim. It's on my Instagram, you can check out Lemon Poker 36. I tried to get some dirt from Tim, but He has no message for you guys in the chat. I asked him, hey, what is your message to your friends in the chat? He told me that there's no message, but at least he told us where the friends from chat are from. So shout out to Tim's friends from Halle, Leipzig and Stendal who are watching this stream and cheering for Tim to take it down. Gennaro, the man of the hour. 93 big blinds. Yes, the blinds did go up. He was up to over 100. Open raising. I would say that he's probably the favorite to win the tournament. You know, if I would have to bet on anyone taking down the 500K, we do have a couple of strong players. Lule Hu, I went to check the outer tables. Lule Hu is the defending champion. Obviously, a really strong player, lives in Italy, Chinese ancestry, and he has a middling stack. And then there is the Dutch Hope, the man who went really, really deep in 2024 in this very tournament. That is Mateusz Mulhausen, but he didn't have too many chips. I think he's down there with a couple million. So Mateusz Mulhausen, he's at risk currently. Arguably, he might be the strongest player based on the results in the field, but he doesn't have the big stack that this man has. And that's why I would say this man, and maybe Lule Hu, who has a decent amount of chips, I would call them the favorites right now, on paper. By the way, High Roller is ongoing as well. That one resumed. There's still one woman remaining. I'm telling you guys, Kings Resort, it's fantastic, but we don't have enough female winners. So that one is down to 16, and one woman still in there, in the mix. They are playing for 90K plus in the High Roller. Usually that would be streamed and a big event for us, but you know what, when you have 7K plus players, it's a nice side event when we play for 500K up top, and those guys play on the normal poker room floor for only 90K, quote unquote. And Marek Ohnisko, is this go time? I think so. Queen Jack just does pretty well against everything. It has decent blockers and his good equity against those pairs and those ace highs. So Marek Ohnisko, the Czech legend, after that ill-fated, very advanced bluff, didn't work out. He will get called by Shachista. The chess player, this is literally his name, and it's check on check violence, not like this. Marek Ohnisko ran into the other Czech legend at the table. Shachista and Ohnisko, everybody knows them in the Czech Republic, and it can be only one of them who wins his hand. And Shachista is in a prime position to eliminate his Czech compatriot. Queen Jack doesn't change anything, and oh my god, look at this. 75%, but there's those kings, of course. We have those backdoor hearts as well. It's not the heart, so a king and a king only on the river. Can we get there? No, we cannot. And Marek Ohnisko, he didn't lose the tournament here. He lost it during that ill-fated advanced bluff into the Italian big stack right now. But great performance. It was an honor to have the Czech legend who has been crushing on the international scene for 10 plus years, who plays anywhere from Panama, Costa Rica, Vegas, and of course Rozvadov. And as fate would have it, the other Czech legend at the table, this man, literal chess player, that is his nickname. He takes him down, and is one less Czech legend that has a chance to win this massive tournament and 500K plus, to the dismay of the local fans. Looks like we're discussing the hand. previous one still. If you missed us before the break, we had absolutely two tournament-defining hands. And one of them, we thought there was some controversy. There was no controversy. It was just a misheard all-in call that all the players actually heard. So fair and square, the Czech legend went out. And this man, Gennaro Prostia, folds the 9-5. He has mercy on Francesco Spinella. But really, it's his tournament to lose right now. Jonathan Schultz says, yes, not the most talkative, but the sweetest. Yeah, you can tell he's a very nice guy, kind-hearted, you know. I can't relate, of course, because, you know, I talk quite a bit, but there's just some people that they don't have to say anything, and you can tell that they have a good heart. You want to hang around them. And my brief conversation with Tim, I must say that he strikes me as one of those people. And look at this. It is the year of Romania. Of course, we have a Romanian at our feature table. Finally, we lost one, the crazy man. But now there is someone from Romania here. I would be shocked if we have 0 of them fighting for that final table, and especially in the final 9. I absolutely expect to have at least one Romanian. But hold that thought. Tim, the German sweetheart with a nice following in the chat, has the big slick. So flush, 8.4 big blinds. His huge bluff got picked off, and now he's had enough. He says, I'm not waiting around for the small blind when he comes again and that big blind. I want to say, hey, I'm simply going for it, and he will get called here for sure. No, he's not all in. Oi, oi, oi. I completely thought he would be, but now, let's see this. I totally thought he was all in pre-flop, but with a hand like this one, look at this. A straight for toe flush. How will he decide to play this? Of course, an 9 crushes him, but when you have that insurance in the clubs, I'm not really worried. Not with 7.3 bigs behind. I think he said it. Yeah, there's that all in. I already saw it. I had a premonition. I saw it pre-flop. Instead, it comes on the turn, and he takes it down against the ace-king. Gets to live another day. And yeah, we did check out the outer tables. But hold that thought. So Gennaro, after those 2 massive hands, if you are on YouTube, you can replay them right before the break. Tournament defining ace high call and call down with the nuts against a very ambitious bluff. He's the big man. He's the favorite. Tim, Francesco, Shachista, and Ionut, the newcomer. They are there between 30 and 53 bigs. 19 big blinds, no flush. He is the short stack, but now he has some ammunition. 13 big blinds, not too bad. He can still inflict some damage on the other stacks. Anyone but Gennaro, pretty much. And we have to, of course, talk about our newcomer. So, Ionut. It looks like he doesn't have really any big scores. So if you guys know him, if you know anything about this man, let me know. And there he goes. Tim from Germany. King, Queen of Diamonds. Ace, King are not lucky for him, but now he's open raising. And King, Queen definitely won't be lucky for him as Francesco Spinella wakes up with the Cowboys. And there we go. Chips in the middle. We are raising against that King, Queen of Diamonds. Shahista will fold his hand, of course. Oh, flush. Jonut. Is he actually thinking about this? I think he's just stalling. By the way, a new thing has just arrived. We have something called the time bank. So at the start of this level, right after the break, before you didn't have any time bank chips. So if you needed to call time on somebody, you would basically have to call the floor and there's a time. And you see that the clock on the left bottom corner is the time bank. So is the time, the shot clock they call it. Some controversy about that. So now they have time banks and they have to act fast enough or they will keep losing those round chips. And oh my goodness, this is an interesting flop to say the least. Tim called that free bet with a King Queen suited. He has a top pair and an open ender. Francesco, however, he has also the same open ender, but he has, oh my God, an overpair. This is disgusting. Huge shove here. Massive overbet. And Tim, he's been playing very conservatively so far. He's very sweet, not too talkative. Lets it go. And I mean, for Francesco, this is a decent win. You fold out a lot of equity. Of course, a small bet would get more value from the King Queen. But I kind of understand. Honestly, this is such a straight spot. I can't say that I can tell you what's the best thing to do here. The shove, it does kind of look goofy. But yeah, it might not be the worst thing in the world, honestly. Let me know what you think, guys, in the chat. Would you just go with the standard smaller sizing, or do you think this YOLO, hey, if you have two pair, I at least have some outs? And I will put your draws under maximum pressure kind of play. Does it actually make sense to you? Rooftop Inquiry, enjoying the commentary and stream, but man, how is there no live chip counts for the whole tourney duration? Yeah, we are adding them here. We are adding them in, and I think Euro Rounders, I haven't seen them around. They really finished really late last night. By the way, this tournament, if you are wondering why sometimes players make a mistake, they played, I hear, until 5 a.m. in the morning. I think 4 or 5 a.m. yesterday. And of course, the Euro Rounders, the blog team, they were up for the same duration, and then they have to write their recaps. That's why I think the updates, they will start coming in a little bit later. As Hold It Fought, Toe Flash is all in. For 12 big blinds, he decides to attack Tim. And we know Tim is relatively conservative. What will happen here? The YouTube fan favorite, the sweet man from Germany, he's not at risk, but still, 12 big blinds would hurt. Does he want to flip for it here? Never YOLO! Lenhard Neumann. So his friends are in the chat right now. If you guys are not on YouTube, if you are on Twitch, you might not know. But Tim's friends are in chat, and they say never. He's never folding. YOLO. There we go. You were right. He's calling. Wow, his friends know him better than me, of course. He did seem pretty snagged, but he can make this call, and it is basically what he expected, what he wanted to happen. It is a flip right now because of some kings being folded. Looks like he has 58% against 42%. We are heading into the flop, and Toe Flash can be yet another check man who attempted a big bluff, who will pay for it unless he can hit that king or queen. Well, We have more outs right now, 7. You can see that 3 of his outs were folded down. Can he hit the turn? No, he cannot. 21%, and a king, jack, or queen will do it for Doflash to stay alive in the tournament. Can he get one of those cards? No, he cannot. It's a full house for Tim. And Doflash, round of applause. Please, guys, send him some love. Send the Czech players some love. We lost 2 Czech players that I think they put up a great show. They shown us aggression. They zigged, they zagged. There we go. We have that girlfriend probably, or a friend, we can't presume, of course, railing this man, but he put up a great performance. Of course, this hand, again, didn't decide much, but both of the Czech players that we have lost, they went out on what I think were actually great bluffs. I don't blame them whatsoever. They showed some cojones. They showed us that they really came here to play for it. They wanted to get that €500,000. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but that's the thing. You have to shoot your shot sometimes if you want to be the champion. And sometimes, hey, you will miss, and there's not much you can do about it. So kudos to the 2 Czech players. Thank you so much for that great performance. There's only one remaining, the man who we started with, Šachista. The conservative man who probably won't pull any of these huge bluffs. And he's one of the last remaining hopes for the Czech Republic. There we go. King 9 suited for the Czech legend. Jonathan Schultz says, let's go for Tim. But hold that thought. Gennaro, oi, oi, oi. The way he's been running, the way he's been playing, I think he will go ahead and put in that free bet against Šachista. Put him under pressure. That's very likely to happen. Nope, it's just a call. Gennaro, well, we did have a dinner break. It was half an hour, so maybe he's calmed down a little bit, you know. Oftentimes, when you get that momentum, you want to push it. But this online crusher, the man who already has a win from King's Resort from 2025. There was also collaboration with Euro Rounders. He's heading to the flop against Šachista. And he flops beautifully. But Šachista does have the option to go ahead and see. But the thing is, in Šachista's shoes, we've seen him checking out of position. Yeah, here we go. His strategy is more based on checks out of position. He wants to see what his opponent does. And with the King 9, the backdoor diamonds, he's got some backdoor straight draws as well. To the gutter. Let's see if he continues or if he's simply waving the white flag here. Yeah, the time bank chip is leaving the cards. Yes, I do have that diamond. Yes. And he lets it go. He shows him the 10. Right, so by the way, guys, you can check Euro Rounders blog. Just Google Euro Rounders blog. And news and blog. And yeah, there we go. 14 hours ago is the last update, but as long as the boys come over, I'm sure they will start updating it pretty quickly. They were here until 6 a.m. So they will focus on the late night coverage. So go ahead, bookmark that, make sure you check it out. And hopefully they will be updating that blog as well. Last entry talked about Martonovski, the Serbian massive chip leader. He actually had 11 million big blinds. Can you, not 11 million big blinds, 11 million chips. 11 million big blinds would be a big stack. It would be a proper massive chip leader, but yeah, here we go. Splashy TV says, tight grandpas again on the table. Well, Splashy TV. How many players now? You can see it in the top right corner. 67 players remaining out of 7,303 entries. And it's kind of funny. You know, Splashy, we have the one remaining Czech player here. in the tournament, and it's Shachista. That means literally a chess player in Czech. He is the tight one. He is more straightforward. And we had two Czech legends, one young gun and one absolute legend who were aggressive, but who paid for those bluffs. Both of them went out with massive bluffs. Then one all-in just finished the job. But that's the thing. We have the one tight Czech player remaining because the two aggressive Czech players, they basically bluffed themselves away from the tournament. Gennaro, the man of the hour, goes ahead and raises. We haven't really seen much from Ionut. He joined the table after the break. Now the question is, how does he want to play it? Are we going to go with a free bet or just with a standard flat? Yep, here we go. There's a flat. And we have a Romanian whose name is Uncle. He does look like an uncle joining the table. I mean, this is pretty funny, let me tell you. You play the tournament of your life. You are in the final 67. Your nickname is literally Uncle. Look at this, Francesco Spinella. Wow, folding King Queen. Well, now Shachista, he's up against two big blinds. Let's fold. Allow Shachista to come in and be three-way instead of four-way. So let's see, Shachista is way behind, but he doesn't really have to care. It was super cheap to come along in the big blind. You don't really have to stress too much. Well, this is a gut shot and a backdoor nut flush draw for Gennaro, but Ionut has trips with a top kicker. Absolutely beautiful. And I think with this hand, with the gutter, and with the backdoor flush draw, it's a strong incentive to go ahead and bet into this, especially when you have those two players behind you. If you want to target this man, Ionut, but no. A respect check against Ionut, cheer up. And I assume that Gennaro wants to go ahead and check call and see what happens instead. And of course, now we have, wow, look at this! Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Europe, Romania, and it's the quads going for the Romanian. Quads on the turn. Unfortunately for him, nobody else has anything at all. But remember, Gennaro, he's got all the chips. He open raised. Now he checked as the preflop raiser. Now might be the time he starts bluffing. He's looking at those chips. And if you are sitting in Ionut Chirap's shoes, I mean, in that seat, you try to contain your excitement. Look at this man, stone cold. He looks almost annoyed that his opponent is just betting into his quadzilla. And I guess the disgusted call will just come along. Yeah, here we go. I guess I call with my quads. Maybe I will see the river, see what happens here. Well, now this is a danger zone. Gennaro, he's a very strong player, online crusher. Successful on the live scene as well. And now he hits a full house against the quads. Oh my goodness. What a check by the ace-10 on the flop. Because of that, he's got Gennaro right here with initiative and a full house against quads here at King's Resort. What will be the damage? 1.2 million in the middle. That is a small bet, 425,000. We want to see how much it is. And of course, when you have the mortal nuts, you're only thinking, how much will my opponent pay if I raise here? It might be a little bit too much behind, but if you go all in, I mean, you basically are saying, I have quads. He only called before the flop, remember, he never has kings. It's 1 million. Yeah, against the sizing, I think Gennaro is instantly calling, and I don't think he will be too unhappy. Bam! There's the quads. Second best possible hand in poker after those straight flushes and royal flushes. Gennaro, I definitely think he could have gone bigger. He was targeting a king here, most likely. I think the ace would pay him off more. Unfortunately for him, he had the ace in his hand, which made it less likely that his opponent has an ace. That's why he went small. Well, we saw the quads against full house, but not quite the fireworks that would be expecting otherwise. You see the beautiful EPM streaming panel. Stacking those chips, he's got so many chips right now that he doesn't even have time to look at his cards. Are there any Dutch players left in the tournament? Yes. There's the Dutch player of all. One of the best Dutch players is remaining in the tournament. He is hiding his hand and mob, but I know from my people, I have some friends in Netherlands. Shout out to Melvin, who actually told me. Yeah, so the most notable Dutch player remaining in the tournament is Mateusz Mulhausen. Mateusz Mulhausen, if you guys don't know, over 2 million live earnings. He plays the biggest tournaments. An absolute crusher, live and online. And if he didn't have a short stack last time I actually checked up on him, he didn't have too many chips. He was pretty short. He was pretty short before the break, but if he gets chips, I think it's a similar story like Gennaro or Lule Hu. These three guys are the most notable names right now in the tournament. And he will be dangerous for sure if he manages to chip up a little bit. One with the king jack. He does have those back doors. Decides not to use them though, simply checking back. There we go. King jack of clubs. The backdoor flush draw comes in for Juan. Oh, Gennaro. 21%. It's actually a double gutter. Let's see what he does. Very disguised hand, and I would actually like to see if he's an online player, a big sizing would make a lot of sense here. He has the handle mob hidden, elephant. Mateusz has a hidden handle mob, guys. You can't really see him, but he made over 2 million. This is what my friends tell me. Oh my God, there we go! All in, wow! Oh my goodness, Juan! Where did this come from? I did not expect this at all from Juan. He has been so tight. He even folded queens pre-flop to a small squeeze. And out of nowhere, the giant awakes. Simply puts on maximum pressure on a king high and a flush draw. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's the thing, you can never tell. It's the quiet ones that go crazy, and wow, obviously it made a lot of sense here, but very, very interesting. Romanian uncle, calls himself uncle. By the way, Elephant, you can't find him on Hand and Mob. He is not on Hand and Mob. I think he opted out of Hand and Mob, the big Dutch name, the one huge Dutch name remaining in the tournament. He does not want his results out there on Handen. I don't understand why would people do that, but hey, it is what it is, and he is still in the tournament. Gennaro, undeterred, goes ahead and limps. We know that he likes to limp those strong hands though. You can't just blindly attack this man. Yeah, there we go, there's the check back. Gennaro likes to limp hands like ace-10 to protect it. Elephant to protect taxes. Yeah, it's common. You see a lot of players with nicknames, for example. It's not about taxes, but I don't know, like some players prefer the privacy. Look at this Gennaro. He limps and flops. A 2 pair here, king 5. A really, really strong hand, of course. Well, you know, cheer up. Did you come to play? No, not with a big hand like this one. And let's take a look, guys. So who did we actually lose? Yeah, so we lost a couple of Romanians. Patrick Schlatter is out of the tournament. Kuna, the chip leader after day 1 from Hungary, he only ends up with 4,200 euros. Well, it's tournaments, guys. You never know what happens. Just because you're a big chip leader after the day 1s doesn't really mean much when it's day 3. But he made it into the money at least. And looks like we lost another Czech legend. Wow. Or about to lose him. Jakub Kolečkář was yet another Czech hero still in the tournament. Actually, it was pretty funny. I was talking to my friend randomly, and she said, "Oh, poker, right? Do you know Jakub Kolečkář?" And I was like, yeah, I heard of him. And she actually told me, "Oh, he was my classmate. Jakub Kolečkář was my classmate. Apparently he plays poker or something right now." Yeah, it's the truth. We have some important information. Breaking news, this just in the YouTube chat. Marcel says, in the current successor states of the Kingdom of Hungary, Romania and Slovakia, it is quite common to be called uncle, even at the age of 6. This doesn't make any sense. What? So uncle in Romania, apparently this is common. We should not be weirded out by this. But uncle from Romania decides to check here. Well, did he just call before the flop? Looks like it. To be fair, he does look like a cool uncle, right? He absolutely looks like a cool uncle. Well, Tim, he has not been too aggressive, but now he's putting in the chips with absolutely nothing. 6 high. Tim, what are you doing? Tim, did you decide that now is the time to put on pressure? Uncle with a deceptive ace-king here. He might throw him off guard. Oh my goodness, we have not seen this from Tim before, but he goes for that 1 million chip bet. 2 pinks are going in the middle and nobody would suspect Tim. The problem is Uncle has not been playing at this table. He will not know that Tim has been tight so far. But that insane call in the big blind is throwing Tim off. I know he has a lot of supporters in the chat. And the uncle, right now, I think. Oh, he's going all in. He saved Tim. Let me tell you, this will save Tim a lot of money. Uncle, oi, 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 oi. He saved Tim from himself by simply going all in with that ace-king, being greedy, trying to get those weaker aces to pay him off. I do think this was a little bit too strong, but Tim, he doesn't even know how lucky he is, because when you bet the 6-5 into a board like that one, your plan is and should be quite a lot of the time to go ahead and bet the river as well. So he lost the hand, but let me tell you, when you guys tell him about it, of course you are his friends, you will be telling him about what happened on the stream. You can tell him that he was actually lucky that his opponent went for that raise. How did you find that re-raise Chili Dog? We couldn't find this man. Mateusz Mulhausen, 2 million, total cash is 104. Is it not Hand and Mob? Is it GPI or somewhere else? Wow, and I think he crashes online as well. Well done, re-raise Chili Dog. Yeah, so unfortunately for the Czech fans, yet another Czech legend. You know, Czech Republic, they had such a good start to the day. Such a good start to the day. There were at least 3 huge Czech legends remaining in the tournament. 2 are out. There's only 1 remaining, Shachista. We have been watching for the past many hours. He's the only one, but Jakub Kolečkář bites the dust, just like Marek Ohnisko. And one of the very few rare three-way pots here. We haven't seen too many of these. 9-8, Queen 10, and the sevens. Well, nobody really has anything, so unless, well, you have to count Gennaro's queen. Gennaro's two pair, and he decides that it's checking time. The queens and sixes. We've seen quite a lot of slow playing today, I must say, a lot of checking. Now he has queens and the 10 to boot. But Jonut, look at this, he's got a flush draw. And the straight draw to boot. Gennaro, what are you going to do? Jonut has a monster draw, actually. The only thing going up against him is the paired board. But no matter what you bet here, I don't think he's going anywhere. 475, there we go. With a hand like this one, of course, you're not going anywhere. Seven of spades we want. Oh my goodness. There is that call. And the river will be very, very interesting. A 7 would be extremely disguised, of course. And 1. Folds, of course. Not sure why we call for the 7. We can't really call that bet. Well, he had a flush draw and 2 overs. Now he has nothing. There's Gennaro. There's the Queen 10. There's a check. Well, you know, I gotta go ahead and go for it. We do have literally 9 high. He wants to see the pot. Here we go. 36 big blinds. He does have 4.3 million. That is a lot of chips here. What do you want to do? Well, we do have nothing. This was multi-way. I have to say it adds to the reason why you probably should be bluffing. There we go. 600K. Well, this will get snap called. You know, we'll see that slow play came over there. And here we go. Oi, oi, oi. Max B in the chat, all in his standards, talking about the hand, about 3-4 hands ago, with that King Jack, if you guys don't remember. And here we go. So Gennaro still 11.485 million, 96 big blinds, looking healthy. Right now, the two Italians have been at the bottom of our feature table. Now they are the top two. Francesco Spinella grinding it up to 55 bigs. Tim, the fan favorite, 47 big blinds, basically stays where he was at the start of the day. Uncle, the newcomer, 47 bigs. Shachista, the last Czech legend remaining, at least right here, 33 big blinds. Jonut, 31, and Juan at 20 bigs. We have 80-minute blinds, guys. It's not completely crazy that there is no clean short stack with sub 13 big blinds. We have a lot of poker still to be played, of course, and a lot of players, a lot of legends on the outer tables. Last time I checked, Lulehu was there with a very healthy stack. the defending champion of EPM here in Rozvadov, going deep yet again in the top 60. And of course, the Dutch hope that Riresh Chilidok actually found on another tracking site. Well done, over 2 million live earnings. Mateusz Mulhausen, he is still in the mix. Shachista against Gennaro. Now ace-4. He doesn't even hide it. He's scanning his opponent's stack, trying to confirm that yes, it's 2.1 big blinds that is the raise. There's that free bet. Yep, Gennaro likes to apply pressure. It's not quite the solver approved ace-5, but ace-4 strong enough anyway. Oh, Shachista, what do you want to do? You know that he's very experienced. He also does not get too out of line. He can turn hands into a bluff. And here we go. We will go to the flop right here. Feature table. I'm not sure. It might actually be changed. It's a really special event though. It's day 3 and we have 80-minute blinds. I can check if it will be changed and mixed up, of course. We still have a long way to go. I will find out on the next break if there is a plan to change it or if we will stick with this group of players. Right now, because of the Gennaro show, I am absolutely happy that we have this table. We have those big names on the outer tables too, so maybe mixing it up at some point is a good idea, but right now it's Gennaro against the Czech legend Shachista. He has 2 overs, he has those backdoor flush draw. But also you're facing a free bet, so even if you hit your backdoor outs, they might not be clean. And there we go. That's why Shachista, simple lets it go. Al Gennaro, when you have a gutter, and you have the ace, good enough to c-bet. Oftentimes it's good enough to bet again. So we can't really blame the sole remaining Czech hero from the free that have been here at this feature table. We can't blame him for folding too much. We'll try to find out. But right now, the thing is, of course, a lot of Italians will be watching. They are very interested in their compatriots. We have a couple of them doing really well. So it is in the interest of Euro rounders that we stick to this table where they are doing really well. And by the way, if you are from Italy, buonasera or buongiorno, I'm not sure which one is correct. Either way, today and tomorrow we do have the English stream, but the final table will be streamed and commented on by the Euro Rounders commentary squad. So if you are from Italy, hang around with us. We appreciate you. We love you. But tomorrow you will have some superstar commentators in Italian for only the final table. We will be starting 1:30 for the full final day here, streaming from the start, but the final table will have the option of having the Italian stream, bringing us to 3 separate streams for the conclusion of this big main event. Rossia for the title, Andrea Bertola says, let's go. Who's Rossia? Wait, hang on, did I miss something? Francesco against Uncle. Uncle outflips Francesco with that 10-9. Oh, Francesco wants to see one more card, I suppose. No, he's raising. Wow, this is a play I haven't seen in a while. And the thing is, Uncle actually has one of the best hands to continue with. You have that mid pair, and having the 10-9, having the 10, basically means that your opponent is less likely to have those hands like 10-jack, 10-free suited if he decides to call that. And Francesco looks like this was just a one and done kind of deal. Goes ahead and raises. Now he goes for the check. Uncle wants to see what happens. Well, Francesco, are you going to recognize that you probably are not good at showdown many times, but nope. He lets it go. And Fane B, welcome to the chat on Twitch. You're asking about the payouts. So we started with 590 euro. And because the demand was so huge, so many players came in, 7,303 entries. We are now playing for 500,000 and and 501,200, including the min cash, plus that 3K package for the big Kings Million. So 504,200 is the total value of the first place. That's what we are playing for. Not a bad payday. When you started only with 590 euro, and by the way, on YouTube, Lemonade197, absolutely love your nickname. Collusion happening here. It's not me, I swear. It's not my son either. I don't have one. If I do, hello son. Nice to meet you. But on the YouTube chat, we have Lemonade asking for payouts, and also we have the ticket package on top of the payouts. But you know what? When it's only 3K, usually we hype them up because we have 90K up top. We have 100,000 up top. It's still 3%. Today, you know what? If you win this, you're going to win €500,000. I think you can afford a few tickets during the Big Kings Million. And I definitely think you should come. You know, as the biggest champion of the year, you should definitely make an appearance. It's just my opinion. And let me tell you guys, I can't wait for the Big Kings Million. I'll be missing one exciting event. I'll be going there instead. I'll be going to Kings Million instead of one championship. But it just can't be missed, especially the day one of the super main event. You will see all the players that got top 10 during every single one of our streams, besides a couple that didn't have the tickets. So all the heroes that you've been watching throughout the year, you will see them here in Rozvadov. You can say hello. You can try to outplay them as they have tickets to 4 separate events. And I think it's a genius idea. And because it's only 3K, it used to be 11,000 actually, taken away from top 5 places, I believe, when the WSOP was here. Now it's only 3K. I think it's absolutely fair that we ask you to, hey, come back here, meet all the other winners, all the other final table players. Say hello to your fans, say hello to the people that were cheering you on in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat. So on the day one of the super main event, you should be seeing all these players here that will make the top 10 today, and all the final table lists and all the top 10s that we had throughout the year. Trezarier, one of my favorite commentators, bro. Thank you so much. I definitely need this. It's an absolute marathon. 80-minute levels. Day 3 stream. Tomorrow will be the final day stream. A lot more players than we expected arrived here. So it will be a long day. Hopefully I am still your favorite by the end of it, when I have lost my voice and I am delirious from a lack of sleep and from overload of too much poker action. And by the way, guys, you asked, we delivered. Polish player, did you see that? Our newcomer. He's the most typical Polish guy I've ever seen, I think. The yellow sweater, the hat, the round face. You can tell he's from Poland without seeing the flag for sure. Yeah, I don't understand. This is absolutely crazy. I know we had the 70-minute levels during the EPF here, and people were flying in just for that, leaving and then flying back. But 80-minute levels outside of Vegas, outside of the main event, for 590 euro buy-in, it's just incredible. Gennaro, the man of the hour, 12 million, 102 big blinds. Getting great odds right now. He has all the confidence. The kind of a crappy hand. So he lets it go. And it will be a battle between Italy and Romania. If you guys don't know, if you're not aware, if you're not a linguist, the Italians and the Romanians, they can understand each other usually. They call each other's accents funny, but it's pretty easy for any Romanian to learn Italian and have a nice conversation. And many times when a Romanian wins, the Italians from Euro rounders, they basically adopt them and they say, yes, we won. And look at this, very interesting. Francesco does have a second pair and a strong flush draw. It's not Ionut who's betting. There we go, 250. You are blocking that ace. You're blocking the hands that your opponent can have. So I'm very curious, are we going to see that river bet as well? We haven't seen too many follow-throughs besides those two incredibly massive hands by those two Czech aggressive players. All in? Oh no, it's a check. I could totally swear that we saw him say all in, but no, it is a check. Well, Francesco. Takes it down with the flush. Did he check back? Hey guys, what the hell happened? Chat, am I seeing this correctly? Wait, hang on. Did he check back and not? Was it a flush? Did he check it back? Okay, I need you chat pros to tell me what the hell just happened. I told you guys we fixed the sound. You can hear it perfectly, but the problem is you have the mix done properly, but I can't see the table. I can't hear the table sound today. So you have to tell me what the hell happened. It did seem like there was a check. Crazy. Lemonade, I'll follow for sure. Awesome. Not collusion. I think he was angry. I think he said he was gesturing that he didn't see the suits. He didn't notice that he had it. Ah, he didn't see the flush. I know, I'm pretty sure he was gesturing at the cards. He did not see the flush. Well, this is awkward. Of course, guys, never do this. When you check back a strong hand like this, it's always suspicious. But no, I'm pretty sure that he didn't realize that he had it. Wow. Lukáš Vašek, if you are a Czech person, you will find this amusing. Elephant, no, we're not playing until the last 9 today. Absolutely not. We have 61 players. I have no idea. I think there's a set amount of levels that is being played. The floor, they always decide beforehand. So we will see, but it's either going to be levels or top 24. But because we have 80-minute blinds, it's very unlikely that we will go down to 24, I would say. We will see, though. We will see. Ah, yes. So Gernard Domi, okay, he missed the flash. So he didn't see that he had the flash, guys. Calm down. All right. I told you, we don't have professionals at the table vast majority of the time here at King's Resort because the binds are so low and such big prizes. You basically have players that are not pros, and he missed that he had a flush on the river. Yeah, one of his Hoffi. Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. He is Polish, but if you read his name in Czech, a Czech person will find it amusing. I guess it's kind of tough to explain, but between Slovakians, Czechs, and the Polish, the languages are so similar, but a lot of words, they have a different meaning. So sometimes you say one word in Polish, it's actually a terrible insult in Czech. So even though like 80% of the words are kind of similar, a lot of them, they have a different meaning. And I can't explain it. If you are Czech, you will understand why the Polish name is amusing. Basically, the Polish player has two Czech first names, Lukáš and Vašek. They are Czech first names. Vašek is a familiar name. So if you pronounce it in Czech, it's Lukáš and Vašek. Of course, it's Lukáš Vasek, I'm assuming in Polish. So yeah, I think only if you are from Poland, you will understand. If you are Czech, you will understand. If you are from anywhere else, I'm sorry. It's just a thing between the countries, you know. It's just a Slav thing. And speaking of Lukáš, goes ahead and free bets with the king-queen suited in the small blind. Well, Gennaro, we are getting into the territory where this man will be able to try to bully other players, but Lukáš, he's not the one that can be bullied. He actually covers Gennaro. He's not the top dog anymore. And he lets it go while staring at the big stack from Poland. And obviously, guys, this changes a lot. Gennaro had all the chips. He had basically double the next player at the table. But this is very, very unfortunate for him. I would say that his equity, how profitable he will be at the table, they definitely go down when a big stack joins the table. And unlucky for him, he joins him on his left. His immediate left, that means that the Polish big stack will get to see what Gennaro does most of the time. He will be in position on him. It's much easier to deal with the unpredictable, aggressive player in position than out of position, and he covers him. So the dynamic of the table for sure has changed right now with the arrival of the new player. By the way, if you are from Poland, I actually am not sure. How do you pronounce the surname? Is it Vasek or Vašek? Or Vasik? Either way, Lukáš is reigning. Jonut will be folding, of course. Well, Uncle can definitely see the flop here with 9-3 suited in the big blind. Here we go, getting rid of those orange small chips. And Uncle is reasonably dominated. Well, look at this. It is a flush draw for Uncle. Lukáš has the initiative. Not much else, though. Only the ace high. Let's see. But he's got all the chips in the world. He open raised on the button. We'll go for that c-bet. Seems like that's 300. 435. Wow, pretty big sizing, actually. And I wonder if he has some ulterior motives. Does he actually want to barrel on some turn cards? Of course, a lot of the time when you have a big stack just like this in a big tournament, they could have gotten there through aggression. And look at this, he gets lucky on the turn. Top pair, no kicker for Lukáš. And this will cost Uncle, or we will have to fold all that potential equity. 22% right now. Big sizing on the flop. Will we go big again on the turn? $720. Again around half pot. Well, Uncle. The problem is with the 9 tray, you have a 9 high flush draw. Even if you hit it, it will be difficult to A, get paid off, and B, you might be dominated already. But it is a flush draw. If you pay to win, you still have a lot of big blinds behind, to be fair. There we go. 50 big blinds behind. We are so deep. You want to tempt fate, unfortunately for you. You miss here. And I have been seeing quite a bit of leads in similar situations. Not this time, though. And Lukáš just waves the white flag. He will see that Uncle called him with that flush draw. And Lukáš shows that ace. And scoops this spot. Well, what an entrance to the table, let me tell you. Looks like he's come to play. didn't come here to be all passive. Let's see that on a relatively large side. Brought him all these chips, and now he is the biggest stack at the table. Die Beden says, da war ich. Well, something in German. It looks like you will be here until Friday, or you've been here until Friday. Either way, if you are from Germany, guys, we have the most amazing German stream. It's Kings Resort DE, Twitch and YouTube, I believe. My master, Stefan, is commenting there. Absolute legend in the German community. So you can head over there if you want that German language in the commentary. And if you are Italian, you have to wait. Tomorrow, only the final table will get commentary from those pros at Euro Rounders. Czachista. Jack 9. Lukáš. Looks like this man can't do anything wrong, and suddenly, with those ladies, goes ahead for that free bet. This bet looks so Polish. I can't help it, you know. We, of course, love our Polish brothers, and this is like a typical Polish man, a typical Slav. And let's see if he can get some action. Well, Jack 9 suited. You are out of position. I don't expect Shakista to continue here. It's a healthy sizing as well. I think this is simply Hollywooding. Shakista does not want to simply fold and let it go. So here we go. And let's see who we actually lost. If you guys want to know the live clock, you want to know who busted, who is still in, you can check out the Kings Resort app. As long as you've been here at least once, you will have access to it. So as I said, Jakub Kolečkář is out, another Czech legend. Looks like we lost another Italian. Emanuele Bonesi. Timur Kotidis from Greece is out as well, and the Israeli Shalom Sharabi is out. He managed to get the pay jump though, 4.3K plus the min cash already, so 5.5 thousand for 62nd place. That's not bad ROI when you only entered with 590 euros. Almost 10x that investment goes to Shalom, securing that pay jump. Congratulations. And that's 61. One with that call. With that jam with the King Jack. Oh, look at this. Actually, one went ahead and called in the small blind, didn't decide to go for that free bet. Well, this is interesting. One has a hand that Lukáš should be having, and he has a gut shot. He has that ace high. He has the backdoor club draw as well. And he is blocking those strong hands that Lukáš can have here. There we go. Lukáš goes for that c-bet. Believe it or not, but if you study a sport like this, if you play deep poker, the deuces can sometimes be a hand that you bet over free streets because of a nerdy term called unblocking, and I will not really go into right now. But this is not a good card for Lukáš. There we go. There's that check. Ha! And just like this, the deuce is that counterfeit. Ah, he waves the white flag so many times. It's so tempting to go ahead and turn the hand into a bluff like this, but it's a little bit too transparent. And Juan will be pretty happy about taking it down without having to risk pretty much anything or any pressure. Let me see how the high roll is doing. Again, I told you, I'm biased, guys. You know what? Call me sexist. I want the one remaining woman in the top 16. I want her to win, all right? We need that here at Kings Resort. We have huge guarantees, huge wins. We have festivals that bring mixed games. We have Hold'em, PLO. We have 20 euro buy-in, massive tournaments. We have high rollers here. But one thing that has been missing is women winning some of these big tournaments. And if you guys don't know, high roller, it's technically a side event, 1,100 euro buy-in, but there's 92,000 up top, 91K 973. There's only 13 players left. Wow. So that one is speeding towards the final table. I will try to get some updates as well. If you have friends that are playing the high roller, 90,000 euro, of course, compared to 500K. Not really that much money, right? Not a massive payday compared to €500,000. But even in Kings Resort, for the standards that we have here, 90K is still a big price. And a lot of the smaller events, they actually get that for the first place. Even less than that, actually. Gennaro gets called by Lukáš, but Juan, there we go, the Cowboys. I think this is a mandatory squeeze. You never want to call against two players. You don't want to invite the blinds to come along into the pot. Here we go. There's that free bet. Is it only 500K? Wow, this is crazy. This is a really tiny free bet. So we basically are saying, I don't want the blinds to come along, but I also don't want to lose that value. I want one of you guys to come and join us. Well, Gennaro has the offsuit combination. He doesn't want to come along, but I think for Lukáš, this is very tempting. This is such a small sizing. Why not? Let's see the flop. And let's see if Juan is playing with fire. You are letting somebody come along for so cheap. You might regret it. There's the jack. Well, it's one jack only. No backdoors for Lukáš. And Juan now. Seems like it will pay off for him. You see that the 10 and a jack was folded. We saw that already before the flop. So Lukáš is drawing only to 3 outs right now. Well, Juan will be the sizing on the flop. There we go, there's that bet. 800K. Pretty sizable one. There's the flush draw potential. Lukáš is a newcomer, by the way. He joined us. He was not at the table before. He got his chips on the outer tables. He's one of the chip leaders of the tournament. And wow, look at this. This is why he's the chip leader. Can you believe it? Juan went with that small sizing before the flop. On the flop, he was playing with fire, but there was not too many outs there for Lukáš. He manages to hit one of them. Just a reminder that a jack was folded before the flop. He manages to hit it anyway. That was the only remaining jack in the deck remaining, and Juan goes with the check, but I don't think anything is saving him. There we go. There is that full house. The stone cold nuts right now on this board. We all know what's happening. It's time to Hollywood. There we go. I'm not sure what is the Polish equivalent of Hollywood. Where do they make their movies? But let's see if Lukáš has studied some acting. Okay, now, all right, I guess I go all in. Why not? And I don't think Juan can actually fold this. Not like this. When you free bet so small, you check the turn. This will be so tough to fold the way you play the hand. The odds are absolutely fantastic. We have seen him fold queens before the flop before to a simple squeeze though. I think if anyone can find the fold at the table, it will be Juan. You have plenty of time banks. And we know that that small free bet and the small c bet almost say that he might have deserved it for playing with fire before the flop. Wow, he finds the fold. I told you, if anybody can find the fold, it's Juan. He did it. The same man who we laughed at for folding queens before the flop to a simple squeeze, where he was dead wrong, and ace-queen pushed him out of the pot. Suddenly finds a correct fold. Well, at least if you are looking at the results. Well, Lukáš, 17 million chips, 145 big blinds. This is insane. Gennaro, he had it easy, but he has Lukáš on his left. Lukáš has shown that he wants to play as well. This is a really bad beat for Gennaro. As far as seatings go, this is basically the nut low for you as the big stack to get even a bigger stack and get them to your left when they reshuffle the seats. I mean, that's really, really unlucky. Francesco Spinella, 53 bigs, just like Tim, Uncle, they're in the middle. Juan now down to 13 big blinds, but he could have been out of the tournament. Maybe he was destined to be out of the tournament, but his small ball strategy, his tight strategy has paid off, and he is still with us. Šachista, which literally means Czech player in Czech, in the 7th place. Šachista quit chess to pursue poker. When I asked him, why did you do that? You even call yourself a chess player when you play poker. He simply said, hey, there's just no money in chess. And I can make money playing the game that I'm playing now, which is poker. Elephant says, why would you free bet to 500K? Way too small indeed. Well, obviously he's very confident in his dodging skills and his folding skills. He just wanted to play some post-flop poker. Here is Chili Dog. When you short stack, wake up with kings, shove and hope for the best. Now we have 5s against 6s, 2 of the big stacks. Šachista in the big blind. He hasn't shown too many squeezing plays during the tournament, and yeah, there we go. We go for that call with that king queen. It does make sense, you know, when you free bet, you get pushed on. It's not the best. You don't have that ace blocker that makes it less likely that your opponents would have those strong ace-x hands. So we are heading into the flop. Šachista and Lukáš, everybody checks. Nope, not Lukáš. He used the same motion as the other guys are using when they're checking, but he actually had chips in his hand. So he decides to bet. Francesco comes along, not caring that he had Šachista behind him. He's actually calling, look at this. Šachista with that float with the 2 overs. It will be very interesting. If Lukáš now decides to check, I think Šachista might have a good case for bluffing, unless he hits that king. Well, the float now looks absolutely genius. Do not try this at home, multi-way. Oh, what's going on here? What the hell is going on here? Francesco, 1.7 million in the middle. He told the exact amount to the dealer. 1.4, he's turning his hand into a bluff. Wow, what a power play. And this is the beauty of multi-way pots. There have been some theoretical solves that had them for a while, but still, obviously, a lot of the time it's street poker when it comes to multi-way. It's a street brawl, especially when you take into account that we are in a tournament and we are deep. It's very, very awkward and looks like Shakista. You can't really see his hand over that hoodie. He's thinking about it. Oh my goodness. Francesco Spinella, what is he really representing? How can he have a flush here? How can he have a straight when he called in the small blind and called on the flop? Shakista is saying, hey, I'm the one who was floating with the king high. Would you really float with a queen high there? How do you have me beat? But he has to think about Lukáš behind him, of course, as well. It is freeway. That's the beauty of bluffing in the multi-way pots. Your opponent has to worry about you and the other guy as well, and he has to give you credit about bluffing into multiple people. That's why back in the day, if you are an old school poker player, before people started to figure out multi-way, the way to go was to go hyper-aggressive, because they never know how to play this. And Lukáš folds, and a very nice play by Francesco. Very, very nice play by Spinella. Turning that hand into a bluff. I totally thought Shakista would get rewarded for that float, but no. Francesco Spinella. That multi-way aggression. That brings me back. Three-way pots, but especially when you are four-way. When there's four people, then it gets really interesting. Because in theory, you're supposed to be playing really tight, but people take it too far. And most of the time, when you play these multi-way pots, because there's multiple players, they usually are not massive, they're usually only single-race pots, people just don't care about them. You know, they're like the ugly ducklings, and I would say about half or even 60% of players, when they play these small single-race multi-way pots, they never bluff at them, they just let the other guys have it. But it does compound over the span of a tournament if you do it, and that was a beautiful play there, using that aggression when people would not expect it from you. You can tell that Shakista was onto him, and look at this, Shakista, I had enough, all in. This is a really strong hand, and Gennaro has a close spot here. I can't actually tell you 100% what is correct. 58 left in 7,303 entries. If you guys are sure about if this is a call or not, let me know. Oh, Gennaro does have all those blinds. He will still have a very healthy stack. And he releases. It was a close spot. I think that he decided, because it's Shakista who is on the more conservative side, that when it's close, he will opt to fold when you face aggression from this checkman. By the way, we just got news from the high roller. Unfortunately, there were two Bulgarian crushers still in, and one of them is out. Miroslav Dimitrov Kolev has busted from the high roller that has 91,973 euro up top. That was 1,100 buy-in tournament. It's being played concurrently with this, and it has 12 players remaining right now. I will try to, during one of the breaks, I will see if I can give you some updates. Hopefully the winner and the break will coincide, so we can bring you also an interview with whoever wins the second biggest event during this EPM. That will rank pretty high when it comes to the first places during the year here at Kings Resort. 90K. That's a pretty nice chunk of change, let me tell you. Gennaro in the small blind with a super premium hand. Goes with that call, and we've seen this time and time again. This is a play that you don't see too frequently here at Kings Resort, but he's consistently mixing in strong hands in the small blind. He does not want to be too face up. He wants to have strong hands when he does it. Most of the time he's been a limp calling though. And Gennaro flops the world. It is the trips. Lukáš does not take the bait, so this is the fight between the two big stacks. Lukáš turns a gut shot. In any other positions, that would not be too consequential, but it's very difficult to make draws blind against blind, especially when both players limp. But Lukáš says no. Not with that flush draw on the board. I will simply go ahead and fold here. And we continue with that battle. And oi, 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 oi. We have some big news from the outer tables. I will tell you in a minute. Looks like there is a big bust out from the main event. A big figure that went super deep. A couple of years ago, one of the celebrities, and it's actually Mateusz Mühlhausen. Yeah, he just busted in 59th place. 5,500 euro goes his way, which obviously for a man that made over 2 million in live earnings and a lot more online, I assume, that is not what he wanted. So Mateusz Mühlhausen, one of the couple players we have been watching, it has been crushing. He is out of the tournament. So bad news for you Dutchies. We are so sorry that your hero will not be the winner of the €500,000. Well, still, nice effort. 59th place out of 7,303 entries. Hey, that's not too bad. Lukáš with the Jackson. I told you guys, it's just so problematic, you know. You are Gennaro, you had all these chips, you had such an easy life, you were bullying the table, and suddenly this Polish guy has the audacity to sit down, and they have to seat him to your left, or he will make your life difficult. And he continues with a free bet with those jacks. And Gennaro, he has to simply let it go. In 58th place, Giuseppe Kangemi also takes down 5,500. GG. David Hopan from Slovakia out in 60th place. Team Ama from Germany out in 61st place. I know you get 5.5k. I mean, come on, you get almost 10x your money in the payout. You only played for 590, but obviously for a lot of these players, this will be absolutely heartbreaking. When it comes to playing in Europe, in sub 1k buy-ins, there's only a couple tournaments really where you can win €500,000. It just happens so rarely. Usually you need the 5k buy-ins, 1,100 at least buy-ins. And Shachista, look at this, he's all in. The Czech chess and poker legend with that blackjack. And Uncle, he'll be letting it go. Not too bad. So with Mühlhausen out, Lulehu still in, the big one. What will Shachista do here? He will stack his chips. No cards yet. I just love this guy. He's such a typical Czech guy, you know. He's got the hat of Mniaga, which is a Czech band that's been playing for many, many years. I remember listening to them with my sister. What a nice guy. It's nice to see him actually crushing. Tim. We have not really seen too much from Tim ever since that attempted bluff, where actually he got saved by a raise. Shachista, speaking of the devil, decides to go all in with 16 big blinds, hey? And oh, Lukáš also has the ace king. Well, let's see. He's a pretty good actor, I think, so. Let's see the drama. That's no drama at all, actually. He goes all in. Here we go. So the biggest all in we've seen of the tournament so far. 17 million in the middle. But we all know that there's no need for drama. Shachista is standing up, but unless something absolutely crazy happens, these two slabs will divide the blinds and the antes. Let's see that flop. Can we get some drama? Can we get some flush draws? Oh, it is a rainbow board. We can sit down. And after all that commotion, the biggest all-in during the event, we have ourselves a very nice chop. And Shachista takes this one down. Well, 200K. Hey, better than nothing, right? When you are on the short stack and you're up to 18 bigs, you can't really complain, can you? And Lukáš Vasek, the Polish man whose name I absolutely adore. Looking good over there. All the guys there trying to see the outer tables. By the way, if you guys don't know how King's Resort works, we have a big, big poker room, the biggest in Europe, the big poker hall that is downstairs. Right now, the remainder of the main event is being played out there. When you join in the morning, you have to go ahead and move away from that area to our fancy streaming table. And you can't see the other players, really. You have to rely on the app to see the updates. And how many players busted, you can't use your eyes. And then if you get removed from the final table, you go down. And then at top 24, we will move the remainder of the tables upstairs right next to this streaming table. So then you always see the players looking over their shoulder. When the final table bubble comes, for example, they will be looking at the other guys. Now they can't see them. So they are flying blind only with that tournament clock right now. And Juan all in with the 8, with the snowman. There is that call. Gennaro, can he send another player packing in the flip? Juan has been very, very disciplined. Sometimes too disciplined. Sometimes it saved his tournament life, and now he finds himself in a 61 to 39% scenario. It is the ace. On the flop, Gennaro resumes his dominant streak. 2 outs and 2 outs only. Only one of the snowmen can save one from elimination. I just don't feel it though. It's that 7. It was just meant to be. Once you cross Gennaro, unless you're from Poland, you can say goodbye to your chips. Nice performance, Juan. Nice score. Thank you for playing, but this will be it for you, I am afraid. He's leaving with 4,300 euros. Right now, he'll get on top of the 1,200 he already got after he made day 2. So 5.5k from a 590 euro buy-in. It's tough to complain, but you know what? When you are so close to the dream, one of the biggest first prizes in Europe in a sub 1k tournament, obviously at Lusting, he will ask himself, what if? Now we continue without the Spaniard. Let's see who we will get as his replacement. Okay, I actually got the news. It looks like we will be getting Alexei Chernyak from Belarus that has 5 million chips. So if my information is correct, Alexei Chernyak from Belarus will be joining us shortly. But in the meantime, Francesco Spinella has the pocket rockets in the big blind against Gennaro. Well, you never know what happens when Gennaro's in the pot. It's only 6.3 big blinds. I definitely think that we can go ahead and peel here, see what happens. The only reason to fold basically is if you think that Francesco has been super tight, and I do think that's the case. Francesco, we haven't seen too many free bets from this man. Despite Gennaro, despite having all the chips and them being so deep, decides that, hey, I don't want to lock horns with this guy who hasn't really shown too much free betting tonight. And with our Dutchman, I think the biggest name remaining in the field will be Lulehu, the defending champion. Well over $1 million in live earnings. He's the man to look out for sure. Jonut, 8-4 off. It's a fault. Well, uncle says no. Tim. Still, Tim joined us with 6 million. Now he is down to 5 million. He basically is at his chip stack. No big changes. Let's see what happens here. Shakista. Well, Shakista, he's playing pretty conservative. He chipped down to 16 bigs. And he wants to keep that stack size, so he goes ahead and folds right now. And we're calling for that service, it looks like. And you're looking at the Euro Rounders. Shout out to Euro Rounders, by the way. If you want to see what's been happening throughout this huge tournament, head to Euro Rounders poker blog online. Head to their social media. They have been updating quite a bit. You can read the English captions. Besides that, it's usually in Italian. But yeah, you will get all those updates. By the way, Elephant is saying, realize how Gennaro was struggling in the beginning on this table with roughly 110 bigs and almost wanted to call that Queen 8 suited all in, blind against blind, then he might go out. Now he almost chip leading the tournament. Yeah, I think it was a pretty tight fold. You know, from an online player like him, I would kind of expect him to just go ahead and call. But just a reminder, if you are just joining us, the second biggest stack at this table, who was really, really deep at one point, Gennaro, He was down to 8 big blinds only a couple hours ago. And right now, he's all the way up there. Being challenged right now by Lukáš, of course. Šachista, is it time? I think so. All in for Šachista. The last remaining Czech legend. The Czech chess legend and poker legend. Manages to take it down. And now he's up to 20 big blinds. Very workable stack yet again. He was in that all-in-all fold territory. Now he is back. And just a reminder, guys, yeah, Elephant is absolutely right. You see that one of the favorites to win the tournament right now. He was down to 8 big blinds. Now he's basically in a prime position to take it down, despite having the Polish player behind him. And still the drama continues. We had some absolutely massive hands. I think those two big hands we had, they're one of my favorite here at King's Resort in the last few months. We had big bluffs. We had one incredible hero call that might change the way the tournament will go. And as Gasgano says, it's going to be a long run. Let's go, boys. Of course it will be, yes. I can't believe someone was complaining I was talking too much. By the end of the day and by the end of tomorrow, I will not talk ever again in my life. This is the last time, guys. I think my voice box will be used. We have a lot of poker still ahead of us today and especially tomorrow. 54 players. The big question is how many we can take them down to, but tomorrow we still continue at 80-minute levels. It's absolutely insane. This is an endurance contest. I would compare it to one of the big events like the main event in Vegas. They have 2-hour blinds. We have 80 minutes, but I think they shortened them to 60 when it comes to the final days. We keep it at 80 all the way through. Especially for the guys that did play those big ones, it's kind of comparable. Gennaro has the wheel here. And Lukáš, I think this time, I don't think he can win this time. I do think that he has to be kind of calling. Blind against blind with the ace high with the gutter. Really tough to make pairs, even more impossible to make straights. There we go, he has to look up Gennaro, but uh-oh. We were saying that Lukáš has been the bane of Gennaro. He was very annoying on his left, but now Gennaro has that wheel. The question is, can he get more value from this? I don't think there's that much value to be had. Of course, these two players, you know, they are rivals. There we go. Lukáš. Face up. A little bit of a disrespect. Let's it go. It was a big bet, of course. But he shows Gennaro. Nice try, buddy. Nice try. You tried to be cute. You tried to bet huge into me. But I'm not going to get bamboozled by you. No siree. And there we go. Lukáš still the biggest stack here by Gennaro. He's catching up to him. I think he's at his all-time high right now with 13.3 million. Francesco Spinella. Well, you know, Francesco, be careful about Francesco. We haven't seen too much from him. But this man has 50 big blinds, 7.9 million. He doesn't really play flashy. He doesn't do anything crazy. But slowly but surely, through tight plays, he keeps his chips in his stack and he keeps adding slowly a couple more here and there. And he's all the way up to 50 bigs. He could actually threaten Gennaro himself. Tim, Still holding between 5 and 6 million. He's been there, I feel like, since the start of the day. I know he's got a lot of friends here in the chat. Alexei Cherniak, the newcomer. Let me actually see. What do we know about this player? He's a big unknown right now. Oh, wow, okay. So, courtesy of Hendon Mob, thank you so much for providing the service, guys. If you don't support the Hendon Mob, you absolutely should. Kings Resort itself, we had the Hendon Mob Championship. Actually, Kings Resort holds the record in most entries in the Hendon Mob Championship, the one with the partner event of all time. Hendon Mob, they also do their own tours. But yeah, of course, make sure you support them because all the data we get from them. And Alexei actually has 294,000 in live earnings, if you can believe it. And oh my God, I didn't even know. Guys, this is shocking news. I will have to fire my research team because, believe it or not, the man who just joined the table, Alexei Cherniak, in 2023, he is the Euro Poker Million Rozvadov champion. So we don't have only Lule Hu, we have this man as well. So this is a champ from 2023 from this very event who's just joining the table. What a big name. And I have no idea. I feel kind of silly right now. And there we go, Gennaro. Yet again at it. And right now he has that flush draw. He has the queen. He has the 4. Against Yonut's backdoors. Well, Yonut, an 8 would be a really nice card for you. Clubs as well. Actually, if he had a little bit more chips, he could be check raising, but ooh. A very sneaky check back by Gennaro. What is going on here? Everybody has a draw. Nobody is betting here. What's going on? Who wants this spot more? I kind of feel like Yonut might be check shoving here. No! Check, check! And just like this, some way, somehow, we checked every street. And we're up against a 9 high with a super strong draw and a flush. Somehow got there after checking all the way through. Gennaro seems to be mixing it up. I can't say I understand this too much. But here we are, yeah, there's that fold. Leon, welcome to the YouTube chat. Awesome to have you here. By the way, if you are watching from Germany, we have the Kings Resort DE, where you can listen to the German commentary and have the German chat. And if that's not enough for you, if you are from Italy, we are welcoming you, of course. It's awesome that you are watching. But once the final table hits tomorrow, and final table only, not the whole day, the Euro Rounders will also fire up an Italian stream. So this 500K up top event will have a triple stream in 3 different languages. And I love it. I'm all for it. Yet another hand, there we go. There's the man. 2023 champion from this very event. So 2 defending champions still in the field. That's absolutely crazy, considering we have 53 players remaining from 7,300 entries. 2 of them have been champions before. Well, Shakista, look at this. No messing about, no small free bets. All you can eat, ace king, big slick against Francesco Spinella. After Uncle inevitably folds. Let's see what Francesco does. Well, Francesco, what do we know about him? He has not been too crazy. Hasn't been done anything mental. He wants that count. I do think this is close. Reminder, this is the hijack against UTG +2. Early positions. So this is a close situation, actually. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not sure if it's a slam dunk call or not. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Do you think this is a call with 53 left out of 7,303? Yep, it is a fault. Shakista will be very happy about this one. And Francesco Spinella confirms that basically is on the tighter side, doesn't risk it when he doesn't have to, and why change? You know, it's been working out for him really well. Why would he change anything? And I'm really curious, what will the previous champ, the 2023 champ from Belarus, what will he show us? I'm expecting some show, some fireworks, and it would be hilarious if he actually manages to progress, and Lule who manages to progress as well. And we would have the 2023 champion and the 2025 champ on the stream table. Make it happen one time, poker gods. We really want to see that. 8 more for pay jump. Pre-race Chili Dog says 9s should actually call. You know what? I'm not sure. I do have the... you know what? It's very difficult, very expensive to get the proper ranges and study this. I pay 100 bucks just to be able to see the ICM ranges. But it's very tough for the players to know precisely what they're supposed to be calling or folding. Gennaro, the man who, it kind of feels like he's destined to make the final table and go really deep, honestly. What a story that would be, from 8 big blinds all the way now to 14 million. The story of the tournament so far, for sure. Let's see how he does. And the stories are starting to unravel a little bit. Francesco Spinella, the tight man, lets it go. As will Shakista with those, with a 9-5. If you play this hand, that's what you'll be doing, okay? You'll be working 9 to 5 if you play 9-5 offsuit too much. It's a hilarious joke I tell myself every time I'm trying to play that hand, but decide against it. Uncle, with those ladies, donna donna as the Italians say, and Tim decides to play. Here we go. Tim with that call has absolutely nothing. Well, Uncle, 1 over card, you won't be too happy. And it is a fold. I just love Uncle. You know what? He calls himself Uncle. You guys in the chat tell me this is pretty normal. You can even call 6 years old Uncle in Romania, Slovakia, Hungary. It's pretty normal apparently. But still, it is pretty hilarious, you know. And I absolutely love his style. He reminds me, there's a Czech developer, Vavra, if you guys know. A very famous Czech medieval game. I can't forget. I can't remember what the name was, but he looks exactly like Vavra, the developer. Lukáš, there we go. The biggest stack still at the table, but I kind of expect that man in the gray hoodie next to him to overtake him at any point. The way he's been running. Well, Alexei, there we go, that 2023 champion. He won 147,350 euro during his 2023 run, his biggest score to date. He has won the EPM 2023. And now he's the one applying pressure, going for that free bet against that big stack. What will Lukáš do? Well, you're out of position. It's a little bit awkward. There it is. Decides to go ahead and peel here. Well, undercards, that's no good. And I think Alexei should be a big favorite for taking this one down, even though he has 26%. He was that free better. He does have all those strong pairs. He can have easily a bunch of jacks as well. There we go. There's that c-bet. And this will be extremely difficult for Lukáš to defend against. Wow, he's reaching for the chips. And he calls, wow. So we have a float with a third pair by Lukáš. Oh my goodness. Well, Alexei, he is an EPM champion from 2023. We haven't seen anything about him. I have to say, I have not watched that one. I didn't see the finale of the 2023 event. You guys tell me if this man is aggressive, but to take down a massive tournament like the EPM, obviously you can't be in it. This time he decides to check. Well, what was Lukáš's plan? I take it he was just bluff catching. Now he should be able to get to showdown. If he puts Alexei though on a hand like ace king, it would be interesting if he finds a block bet here. There you go, there's that check. Alexei waves the white flag, 2023 champ. And we keep going. A little bit of banter over there. We'll be checking on the high roller, of course, guys. There's a tournament being played with 1,100 euro buy-in, with over 90,000 up top. They were down to last 12 when we last checked. Obviously a big deal. It will probably finish before we are done here for today. I will try to get some updates from that, try to get somebody, maybe interview the winner if we hit one of the breaks and it will coincide with the end of that tournament. Jonut all in, there we go, all you can eat with that big slick, the suited edition. Let's see if we can get some action. I don't think so. Shahista wakes up in the big blind. He's not the one to get out of line too much. And Gennaro just doesn't have a hand that can call here. And here we go. We continue with two champions. So that's the biggest story right now, for sure. Besides these young firecrackers rolling up and turning 8 bigs into 100+ bigs, I think the two previous champions being this deep is extremely unlikely. You know, he's been playing since 2023. He is still playing. That in itself is incredible that he can make it, but to have the defending champion and to have this man who won all those years ago, I think is absolutely incredible. Lukash with the 8-7. Well, Alexei, what are you going to show us, Mr. Champ? There we go. All you can eat, 19 big blinds. He's going for it all. I don't think that anyone will put up resistance unless you are Gennaro. Oh my goodness, of course it's Gennaro. Wakes up with the hockey sticks, with the hooks. Now the question is, what will he do here? I have to say yet again, I can't tell you what is the play here. It's 19 bigs, 53 left, 7,300 entries. Yep, there we go. We are calling. We don't want to commit ourselves against Lukash, and it will be checks against nines. Gennaro, can he claim another victim? And this is a big victim to be claimed. 2023 EPM champion Alexei Cherniak is up against it, against the young gun who was down to 8 bigs, and now he is styling here with jacks over the previous champion of the EPM. Well, there we go, 8s and 9s. We have some additional outs. 2 8s were folded before the flop, so still we are down to 4 outs, but that's 21%. 12% right now, only the 9 or the 8 can keep the previous champ in the game. No, that's not it. Alexei Cherniak gets eliminated. Nice to see you. Welcome to the table. Let me introduce you to Gennaro Proscia, Mr. Cherniak. And there will not be a repeat of 2023. Unbelievable. Well, you know what? I feel sorry for the 2023 champ. You know what? You make it so deep, you finally get to the featured table, and not like this Italian whiskey, this online player who only had 8 big blinds. He was supposed to be out of the tournament if he only called those Queen 8 suited, as he maybe should, blind against blind. He decides to just eliminate him just like this from the tournament. Oi, 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 oi. Another storyline is closing. We will not have double champions competing at the final table or the featured table together. Only Lule Hu now remains. And we lost the 2023 champ. I think the 9s, it should be fine. Yeah, getting in the 9s is absolutely fine. Especially, I take it that he plays for the win. He's not trying to ladder up every single couple €1,000. It should be okay to go ahead there. Just unlucky that you run into this man, Gennaro. I told you guys, only a question of time before he will have more chips than Lukash. And right now, Gennaro is the biggest stack at the table, one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. He's overtaken Lukáš with that win. Lukáš decides to tempt his fate against Tim. Excellent odds. It's only a min race. Tim didn't decide to chuck in extra chips. Well, now Lukáš does have jack high and the backdoor flush draw, but as you can see, Tim already has that flush draw that Lukáš might be hoping for, and I don't think that he will continue here very frequently. Oh, he says, I have a lot of chips. I want to play. Wow, look at this. He's actually raising. Wow, this is a sign of disrespect. You are saying, hey, I know you are continuation betting a lot. I also know that you will not give me credit for having much, because it doesn't make too much sense to be raising. Even a deuce, you want to mix in some calls at the stack depth. So he goes ahead and tries to test Tim with his big stack. And oh my God, this is almost unfair. Just like this, Lukáš Vašek, he check raises absolutely nothing. He has complete airball, jack high. Suddenly he turns a 4. Okay, fairness was restored a little bit. Tim, with that super strong hand, now manages to get there. And now he can value bet. There we go. Checking that small chunk of change, 600K in the middle. This is such an obvious value bet. What will Lukáš do here? Well, you try to test your opponent. Now you are up against it yourself. You are being tested. Will he make a hero call after making that hero check raise on the flop? What are you actually beating? Not much is the answer. There we go, folding that 4. And Tim, I think Tim will be scratching his head. How the hell did this man have a 4 in this situation? I don't know what the hell is going on. But somehow he had it. And look at that smile, Lukáš's face. He knows that he was out of line. He knows that he was having a little bit too much fun. And he got caught. He got caught doing it. Well, what can you do? And here we go. We continue at this feature table. Super long 80-minute blinds. The players had a choice of the flights they wanted to run, but this 1A and B, they actually were also 80 minutes. So a lot of these players will be playing for basically 5 days. The long 80-minute days, they were split into 2 parts, so you basically played for 2 days. And all these players, they will play in effect for 5 days of 80-minute blinds if they started during those big levels, and they will make it to the final day as well. There we go, 9-5 tray. Favors Lukáš, of course, in the small blind. Well, Tim, what are you gonna do? We have this. We have those backdoors. Look at this. It's 2 overs. You have 10 possible turn cards that give you a backdoor flush draw. You can also still, of course, with those overs, hit your good pair. So right now, I'm not sure who's the favorite of taking this down. You can see that we have only king high, but 36% equity against those 4s. Of course, the 4s can also be counterfeit. It's a really big question in the small blind if you want to actually continue. Right now, you know that obviously it's a profitable call on the flop, but the question you have to be asking yourself, what do I do against the turn bet? Will I get to showdown frequently enough? We do think that Lukáš, of course, can be aggressive, but look at this. Tim, one of the many continuing outs, gets there, and he's got that top pair, good kicker. And even if he didn't hit the king, that's the problem, you know. When you go ahead and you see bet on the flop, the chances are that your plan is decent amount of the time that you will continue, and the fours, they just don't have too much hope. That's why you can make an argument when you call from the small blind to actually let them go. Unless you're ready to turn them into a bluff, for example. And yeah, the big question, I do think this is the big question. Yeah, Gasgano, Operator, Fibonacci. Who can stop Gennaro? I don't know, guys. Honestly, I don't know. We lost Mulhausen, who is deep. I think the one man who can stop him is Lulehu, the defending champion. If they actually go ahead and play the same table, the man knows how to win. He won last year, so I do think there's a good chance that he would know what to do. But right now, this man does seem unstoppable, doesn't he? Just a reminder, guys, we started with 590 euros. Because we had so many entries, we called it a 3 million. The EPM 3 million, but this is false advertising right now. We were lying to you because the total prize pool is 3.6, over 3.6 million. We didn't expect so many entries, over 7,000 people, 7,303, 500,000 up top. I mean, yeah, this is just incredible. Let me tell you, this is simply insane. Francesco takes down another pot. Uncle releases. There we go. 30 big blind still. And you know what? This is pretty funny because I know a lot of recreational players. They love these long levels, but they actually favor strong players like Gennaro. Gennaro with 109 big blinds, 17 million, his all-time high right now. Lukáš joined the table. He thought it's going to be easy. He has Gennaro on his left, but right now he is actually fallen behind Gennaro at 15.6 million, 90 and big blinds. That's a lot of poker to be played. That's a lot of maneuvering space, though, let me tell you. I don't think he has to be too sad. Francesco Spinella, this man, I don't know how he does it. I can't even remember any pots Francesco played, but somehow through the grind and just staying under the radar, this man has 48 big blinds, 7.6 million. How does he do it? Let me know in the chat. I have no idea where his chips actually came from. I can't remember any massive pots, but this man is one of the dark horses that you don't notice until you do, and he actually wins the tournament. Gator Stefan, no, this is not the last day. We have day 3. Today is the day where all the big strategies, we see some huge bluffs, we've seen out of line plays, out of line craziness. That's the day 3. Tomorrow is that final day. So tomorrow, no matter what happens, we are playing down to the winner. Today, if you join us, you are here for the strategy. Shachista, look at this, 22 big blinds, wow. Against Francesco Spinella, I don't think this is a must. And Jonut, oi, 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 oi. Wakes up with the kings. Right behind Shachista, Francesco Spinella. He has been on the tighter side. This is how he's gotten here, by not taking too many risks. But this time, he has checks. The effective stack size here is 22 big blinds. Actually, if he decides to call, what is interesting, that there will be a side pot. So he will be playing against 15 big blinds of Jonut, and then he'll have 7 big blinds on top of Shachista. And yeah, this is exactly what's happening. What the hell? We have a 3-way all-in with Shachista being the one who seems crushed, but still the ace gives him 33% equity. This could be one of the defining hands of the tournament. Well, let's see if Jonut can hold here with the Cowboys. Francesco is hoping for the check. Shakista is holding one of them, so it's pretty unlikely. But reminder, we have a side pot and a main pot. The race is between Francesco and Shakista and Jonut and the others. So let's go. The first freeway all-in of today. This is a lot of chips in the middle. 9.8 million. If Francesco Spinola manages to win this, it will be all his. He will suddenly be one of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Shakista, the last remaining Czech legend. The Czech poker crusher. He used to play chess. Can he hit something? No, he cannot. The Kings are well ahead. Francesco is still beating Shakista. He's hoping for that ace, an ace only. 7 on the turn. This is not looking good at all for Shakista. Francesco doesn't have to be too sad. Ace on the river! Barry Greenstein, ace from space, just like this. Shakista did not see this coming. He eliminates Jonut. He triples up. Francesco losing down to 25 big blinds. Oh my God. I did not believe. I don't think Shakista believed. I don't think anybody in the building believed, but somehow he makes it down. What the hell just happened, guys? That is so sick, so sick. It had to be the ace on the river. What other street would have to be than the river? Oh my goodness. Just like this, ace from space lands here in Rozvadov. And the Czech legend somehow almost triples up. Oi, 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 oi. That is a brutal beat for the Romanian. That is, I would be angry about this for a long time. I do think that he has to go ahead and blow off some steam. This is so unfair. Oh my goodness, just like that. What a massive pot for the chess player, as is his name. He never had a bigger score than 20K, even though he has 300,000 plus in live earnings. He never had a massive score. He is the definition of a life grinder. He's exactly the prototype of a player. If you take a chess pro and you put him into poker, that would be Shakista. There's not too much gamble in him. He's very, very solid, very calculated, but there was no calculation in this. He had the worst hand. He was down to a couple outs and he hit the ace of spades. He ace from space on the river. Oh my goodness, wow. What a donk shaft. We have some haters in the chat. Ace-Jack worst play here. Unlucky for Kings. Yeah, that was, I mean, for Kings, this is so unlucky. You were this close, more than triple up with the antes, with the blinds for the Kings. Oh my God. Just the ace could destroy you, and it did. What a hand was this. Oi, 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 oi. I don't think listen, the shove, it wasn't crazy. I do think he had about 20 something bigs, right? It's on the loser side. You guys can check whatever solver you are using, you know, I know they're expensive. I don't think it was completely out of line, but obviously for the Kings, this is just such a brutal beat. Oh my goodness. That was a river worthy of a grandmaster, let me tell you. Oh my God. The chess master Greenstein them. You know, Barry Greenstein, do you know guys, Barry Greenstein used to be a big player, and he was very popular cash game player on high stakes poker. And I remember it like it was yesterday. He was playing against, I believe, Tom Dirt Van. If you guys know that guy, also has fallen off a little bit, but Barry Greenstein went all in. He won a really big pot against all odds, and his phrase was, "Math is idiotic." It's true. I mean, the math was not on the chess master's side. Absolutely not. It was only the ace from space on the river, but yeah, that's poker. It just sometimes happens. You go loose, they have you crushed, but with one card, your fortune completely changes. All variants, absolutely. By the way, what clock tomorrow? It's 1:30. Tomorrow we restart at 1:30 Central European summertime. So wherever you are, make sure that you adjust that for your time zone. I know we had a lot of watchers from all sorts of countries. And we had 70 plus countries, over 70 countries represented in this tournament alone. It's unbelievable, guys. If you guys don't know, Rozvadov is a village that has 800 inhabitants. 800. We had 7,000 entries at King's Resort in here, okay? When the cab driver was taking me here, I was traveling here, you know, I can't even get a proper hotel. I had to go uphill. I got lost on my way to the hotel because everything is booked right here. And when the cab driver who works for Kings as a freelancer, when he tried to explain to his wife that there is thousands of people from over 70 countries, they get on a plane, they fly for hours and hours and hours, then they hire his services, his shuttle to King's Resort, and when his wife asks why are they doing that, what are they doing there, he just says, well, they go play some cards, you know. So it's absolutely incredible, and you know, that's poker. We love the game, and that's why so many people love it. So many countries are right here in Rozvadov. And this man, the Czech man, Shachista, he is very lucky to still be in the tournament, and he has a massive stack, just like this. Look at the smile. Look at this. Can you see his face? He's hiding behind the hands, but there is the smirk. He still can't believe what the hell he pulled on the river. He's trying to compose himself. A Czech chess master, he's been playing poker for a very long time, but even him, he is not immune to being amused by the river. Wow. Yeah, so worst hand, got rewarded. Gennaro, best player. Yeah, by the way, Gennaro, you're looking at Gennaro, and he has pocket rockets. Can you believe it? I mean, Shachista, we talk about Shachista being lucky, but you know what? Gennaro, he is lucky, but he also made some sick plays. Ace high call, if you guys don't know, was crazy. And Elephant, yes, yeah, there's a lot of Italians, of course, but you know what? It's not always the case. A lot of the Italians that come to King's Resort, they come here for fun. Usually it's the Romanians who are crushing everything, because the Romanians, they come here to basically crush everything. And take a look at this. Gennaro went ahead and checked. Again, he just mixes it up a lot. And Lukáš, what does he want to do? Suddenly there's a straight on the board. Gennaro, can you go for a thin value bet? Against what though? Yeah, I think so. A block bet does make sense here. It's actually on the larger side. Yeah, 350, it's actually a pretty big bet. But you can't get any value when your opponent doesn't have anything. Billy says, greetings from England. The guy came back from nowhere. Yeah, he was out. That was it. Shachista was supposed to be out. Just like that, with one river ace. He's one of the biggest stacks of the tournament. Can you believe it? Now we have two stories. These two guys next to each other. You're looking at the two guys that were down. They were out, down to short stack. They were down to 12 big blinds, 8 big blinds, and suddenly both of them, out of nowhere, they are the favorites to take the whole thing down, take down 500,000 euro that the winner gets, and all that from almost nothing. They were both out, down in the dumps. These are crazy, crazy stories. Yeah. So I love the Italians, but yeah, usually when we have these big tournaments, Italians, there's a lot of them, but a lot of the time it's the Romanians that do well. This time, I think this is destined to be an Italian winning this one. Right now, I think this man is favored. Simply, it will be super tough to beat him. And just a reminder, we have Lule Hu, the defending champion from last year, who won the same tournament last year. He is still in the tournament with a good stack, and he also has an Italian flag. He lives in Italy. He's got Chinese roots, but he is Italian as well. So right now, Italy are big favorites to take it down. But I would not write off, especially Shakista, the Czech man, who can hit the ace on the river anytime he wants, apparently. I would not write him off just yet. Well, Matteo, this is interesting. We have a pair, and we have that gut shot. No backdoors, though. Ah, there we go. We have some interesting info. Shakista is not a chess master. Martin Škorpik, can you actually tell us, do you know what is his all-time high ELO? Do we know, Shakista, what was the highest rating that he had? Can we find out somehow? Hundreds better chess players? I'm very interested, yeah. He told me he was good, okay? He told me that he was playing chess and he moved into poker because of the money. So, if any of the Czech players know Shakista, if you can tell me, it actually literally means chess player. If you can tell me what the peak ELO he had was, 1700. Okay. So he's like he's a decent player. Obviously, he's a strong player, but he's nowhere near the grandmaster level. Okay, I see. That makes a lot of sense. And there we go. We actually have a race. I didn't even realize. Wow, Matteo, welcome to the table. Gennaro, he keeps getting players that are challenging him. And Matteo, out of nowhere, goes ahead and decides to race with a gutter. Well, Gennaro, what are you going to do? New challenger has entered the building. New fight is upon us. And Gennaro does not have it easy. Never easy, you know? It just feels like he's running the table over. Just when it feels like he's invincible, they give us a new player who says, hey, I don't know who you are. I don't care what you do. I'm going to try to run you over. Now let's see, Gennaro. Nope. He says no. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a new challenger. This table just got interesting. Now we have 4 big stacks. And Matteo Ziegler, what a way to introduce yourself to the table. You are bluffing the golden child, the golden boy, who has seemed invincible all this time. You just take it away from him on a bluff race. Mamma mia, I'm a Matteo Martin Ziegler. Is in the chat. Well, I don't think he could have introduced himself any better. I don't have to try to introduce him. Obviously, a strong aggressive player is right here. Shakista with 59 big blind. Can you believe it, guys? He was out of the tournament. He was on the short stack. He had nothing. He decided to just jam. Ace check for 20 bigs. And just like that, 59 big blinds out of nowhere. That happened to Shakista. What a story. And Matteo Ziegler. Matteo is the best player. Looks like we have some Croatians in the chat right now. And you know what? I have to point out that this is starting to be pretty tough. Usually when we play these big events, there's not too many strong players. A lot of recreational players playing for the first time maybe, then a couple pros. It does feel like we have a lot more challengers than usual. Matteo, what are you gonna do? We have that top pair. We have that gut shot for Uncle. Uncle has not been too aggressive, if you guys don't know, if you are just joining us. He kind of does play like an Uncle. Reasonably straightforward. Paul is asking on YouTube, are all tournaments guaranteed or are there overlays? Yes, most of the tournaments at King's Resort, they do have guarantees. I think it's often because of regulation. You actually need to show what will be the prize pool. Hold that thought. Uncle, he out-rivers Matteo. There we go. Uncle has that straight. Can he get some value from the newcomer? The chat is saying he's a very strong player. The best player, actually. Our YouTube chat is saying. Can he sniff out the value that is coming? That Uncle is trying to get from him. Well, Matteo, it's 525k. Well, 60%. Are we gonna go for it here? It's a pretty strong case for bluff catching this. Just looking at those chips. When you look at those chips, you want to call. Usually that's the read, but no. Looks at the chips, folds, and very clutch fold by Matteo in a spot where he definitely could have found a call. And I don't think he's played with Uncle. There's so many players that it's quite unlikely, but it feels like he almost knows him. Yeah, so Paul, so what happens is usually we have guarantees for every single main event. There are guarantees for the small tournaments as well. And, well, as you can see, this was a 3 million event. Now it's 3.6 million event after fees. So we got a lot more players than we expected. But yeah, it happens. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have overlays. I think this year, 4 or 5 events. It was after the World Series of Poker Europe. A few events overlaid, and then obviously, let me tell you guys, I'm a poker player. I've been a poker player for a long time. I actually, I just realized that I started playing in 2009. I was a supernova, if you guys still don't know what that is, in 2009. So as a poker player, don't tell anyone at King's Resort, okay? But if you are a player and there happens to be an overlay, you are over the moon, right? You're getting great value. So sometimes it happens, yes. I think after the World Series of Poker Europe, where everybody spent their money, everybody wanted to play the big one here at King's Casino in Prague. A couple of events overlaid after that, so it was great value for the players. But yeah, as you can see, now we are smashing past the guarantees. We are almost struggling to fit people in. That's how many players are actually coming. But yeah, when you have a guarantee, you can have an overlay. Sometimes it happens, of course. And we have the Croatian fans. Everybody from Croatia is here. Shout out to Croatia, of course. Lovely to have you here. I can't remember the last time a Croatian was destroying here at King's Resort. It would be a nice change of pace if a Croatian can actually take it down, let me tell you. And it is Croatia, right? I'm saying it correctly. Let me double check. All these flags, you know. Yeah, there we go. It actually is. Good. We also have we had a Serbian chip leader in the morning, you know. And there we go. Gennaro goes for that bet. For Uncle, it's extremely difficult to defend here. I mean, you have those undercards. Even if you decide to call that you're good now, it's no good for you because the player is very likely to keep bluffing, so yeah, it just releases. I'm just wondering if it happens. So if there's an overlay, right? So if there's an overlay, you don't have enough players, you basically have the guaranteed prize pool minus the fees. And the fees are, I believe, 16% usually, including everything. There's nothing, no hidden anything. So basically the prize pool is the guarantee minus the fees if you overlay. So basically the guarantee is reached and the fee gets taken out. That's the money that you are playing for pretty much. Now we don't have to worry about it, of course. We smashed past the guarantee. That's why we have 500K up top. But yeah, in case of overlays, obviously if there's an overlay and you don't even collect enough to have the overlay minus the fee, the prize pool minus the fee, it's on the casino. Whenever you play, you basically have to count on the venue to cover the overlay or the event. It's pretty standard in poker. And a lot of the venues, they basically see this marketing expense. You will see a lot of online operators. They do overlays on purpose, and it's pretty much, instead of paying marketing department, they give the overlay to the players and they give it to them as value pretty much. Peculiar Invictus, welcome to the chat. There's a name we actually know. How are you? Did you play any events? No, I did not play. It's absolutely crazy. As you see, we are commenting for 2 days straight, today and tomorrow. And yesterday, I was really trying to get to know the event. I only came to Rozvadov yesterday. So I was trying to see what was happening, trying to do some content here with the big boss, Federico. You can check out on Kings Resort Instagram. So there was no space to play. And because we had so many players, we couldn't even run the big 20 euro tournament. By the way, guys, if you don't know, all summer long, besides this weekend, because we had so many players, you can play the Dream Maker. So it's a 20 euro buy-in tournament, and you have 20K guaranteed. So 20 euro buy-in tournament. One day, you have 30 and 20-minute blinds, I think, and you basically can jump in for 20 euro. 20K guaranteed. It's absolutely crazy. This is cracking information. You don't get this on the US poker. I think you'd actually do. I think it's scummy if you have the overlay. Okay, I understand the fees, right? So basically, a venue, if they have a guarantee, then you take away the fees. That's your prize pool, right? And basically, here at Kings Resort, if we don't collect enough, that's on us, right? If we don't collect enough, that's basically on us, and the prize pool stays the same. Gosh. Against Matteo, so the fan favorite Matteo is with the ace-9 and not flush draw, can you believe it? Also an over, so he's not going anywhere. There we go. There is that c-bet. Lukasz is reaching for the chips. I'm not quite sure why he would be reaching for the chips. We have seen him fake pump before, but my man, you have nothing. This would be playing the player, and just looking at Matteo, I don't think Matteo is the player I want to just play without cards, let me tell you. No matter what you guys in the chat say, I believe you that he's the best player, but just looking at him, a young guy with strong composure, I don't think he looks like a person you can just push around with Queen Jack. Yeah, so Peculiar, I didn't get to play. I will be really, really happy if I survive this. Just like the players, they have a lot of poker ahead of them. Me here in the commentary booth, I have a lot of poker ahead of me as well. And this time I'm alone. In September, at the end of September, you're looking at it, by the way, the Kings Million European Poker Championship, 5 million euro guarantee. We have that in the Super Main Event, 150 buy-in. We will have 2 commentators then. The WSOP Big Shot APK will be coming to Kings Resort, and we will share the load. So if you guys will need some interviews with the players, we will try to get you a lot of guests, some pros in the booth as well. I will be helping out with that. So it will be a lot more fun with the 2 of us in here. Right now you have to stick with me. By the way, Billy Kershaw, I'm new to the workings of the world of poker. Well, welcome. it can be a very exciting world, the world of poker, let me tell you. It's got some great sides, some dark sides as well, though. Especially if you go on Twitter, you know, if you go on the Poker X, Poker Twitter, just like with any other topic, you would think that there's so much drama in poker, but if you actually go to King's Resort or if you interact with normal people, yeah, poker is just a fun hobby, a way to have great entertainment without too much drama except at the tables. Uncle calls in the hijack, so no free bets there. And we see that Lukáš is very much behind. Well, now neither of the players hits anything. The question becomes, who wants it more? Uncle goes for that call. Well, Lukáš, will you turn the hand into a bluff? Or do you think that you have enough showdown value to simply win this? If you go check and check. There's the check. Well, Uncle, will you get a free pass? Or does Lukáš want to challenge you? Nope. Check and check. Uncle plays it safe. Doesn't even think about value betting. Woo-hoo-hoo! Wiping off that sweat from his forehead. And he takes it down. And it looks like we will be heading into a short break. Should be about 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I will try to find out how the high roll is doing and how the defending champion Lule Hu is doing as well. Gennaro, big stack. Francesco Spinella, Uncle down there, but there's a lot to play for. Don't go anywhere. So much poker ahead of us. I will make your head spin, guys. I'll see you in about 12 minutes after I find out the information about what's been happening on the outer tables.
I would assume suited would be somewhat easier, I would say.
It just feels horrible to give back the chips you just won. You're back down at 10 bigs. Or you double them up. Or you eliminate them, I guess. But I don't know if I'm going to fold suited there, guys. I'll probably think he's... Yeah, the offsuit combo can just go in the muck. It is for about 12 bigs total. So it's like 10 more. It really is very close. Here we go. Szymanski raising enough to put Trunk all in. Trunk goes for it. Did Szymanski just straight up rip there? There was a change of pace for Szymanski, and I actually don't mind just shoving there, putting them both to the test. It's good ICM play. But Trunk waking up with the 10s. Another twist in this tail, perhaps. Trunk could be back to 26 million, and then they're very even in chips, the three remaining players. Jack 7-5, 2 spades. Turn is a 5 of hearts. Trunk looking pretty, 95% equity as we hit the river. The French Riviera. 6 of spades. Trunk gets a healthy, chunky double up.
It was a picture of a breakfast, like an English breakfast or whatever, like, and it was like £40 for an English breakfast, full English breakfast.
Oh wow!
Yeah, somewhere in the middle of London. Imagine, disgusting price.
I believe our friend Connor put up one of them actually on Instagram. Big shout out to him becoming a world champion.
True.
Had him on stream before. riding solo now. You're the only Irish contingent I've had in the commentary booth with me.
Oh, what do we have here?
At Kings, that is. Szymanski raised to 1.4 million. Spiranzoni going to be saying goodbye to about two-thirds of his stack here. Unless he gets lucky.
Hey, Kings again? Jesus Christ.
Kings
Jesus
again.
Christ is right.
Kings in this tournament.
It's true. He's right. The amount of times kings, queens, aces have been dealt in this tournament and jacks is insane, bro, in 100 hands. Insane.
Yeah, it's all in and call pre-flop. Don't mind those graphics. Don't let them fool you. These guys ain't messing around with kings and jacks when they're four-handed. Yeah, Alan, it's been shocking. I mean, it's been great for how much action it's provided and presented for the viewers at home. And indeed ourselves. Ace in the window changes nothing. Long may it rain with all these big pairs, by the way. It just provides so much fun.
It does.
Turns the 4. Okay, graphics have caught up now. 6 of hearts changes nothing, and now Szymanski going to be paying 32.8 million. Is that good enough for the chip lead? 25 big blinds max stacks, and I thought I was going mad. I was like, this isn't a thing, but I've seen it on multiple occasions on some Twitch streams on GG and PokerStars, and I was like, okay, there must be something to this. So of course we're used to these very small 3-bets when you're in position, and I was saying I'm guilty of making it too big when I'm in position when you don't need to. So it's the out of position I was more on about that exact situation. But thanks for your comment, Ralphie. Nice to have you with us. Apocalypse saying that Lake Garda is like heaven on earth.
There you go.
Now. De Percio with the ladies. 4:20 to go. Dobos with the king queen offsuit. Think he just wants to call this facing an under the gun open, even though we are going to be 6-handed on both tables now. So under the gun is the new late position.
This is my bread and butter.
All right, I'll get my coat.
Cash games,
later,
not
lads.
cash games. 6 max cash games, not not MTTs. You got to stay here.
I ain't going anywhere. To pry this brand new headset from my dead cold fingers, or my head even. King
No, as I said, you sound a lot better. Not that you didn't sound bad before that or anything like that, but just like consistency of the volume, man, is a lot better for sure.
I'm loving it. Just like McDonald's, I'm loving it. King 6-5-3 is the board. Flop going check. Dobos wants to start getting some value. I'll be making it like 600k here. 650, something around that area. 650 is the bet. Sucks to be De Percio, but not going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, have to defend for 1 here. See what happens on the river. Obviously, can reevaluate then.
He's got nearly 13 big blinds behind. Stack to pot ratio very close to 1-to-1, Alan, as we hit the river. It's a Dewey. Do you just go for the law here?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, because I can't imagine the Percio has much 4x here. Big blind's going to have a lot more than, you know, in terms of like bluffs that he's going to lead on the turn here, or semi bluffs, whatever. So yeah, Don't think he can go for the lot, but really like the sizing, by the way. Puts like these under pairs to the King X and some 6X if DiPersio has that in a really shitty spot.
Yeah, I actually, on closer inspection, prefer this sort of a sizing than all of it. Anytime I see the pot almost 1-to-1, I'm like, right, we're going all in. But it's just not the right way to think about it sometimes. You gotta look at the overall range, and exactly what you said there, Alan. Those under pairs are going to have to pay a smaller price, but not going to go broke. I was going to say you could bet like 1.8 million, 1.6 million, and leaving your opponent with a bit of a spinnable stack. Because sometimes people are, well, okay, my tournament life's at risk here. I can't call, but I would call a smaller size. So that's exactly what you're seeing here. Be very difficult to fold here for 850.
But just to add to that as well, bro, like kind of this is going to be, again, I always say player dependent because I think it's very important to, you know, have that perception on who you think is capable of doing X, Y, and Z. And it's not obviously impossible for doubles to have bluffs here, but, you know, is he going to pick the sizing with a bluff is the question. And, you know, it's debatable for sure. This is the thing.
Well, he beats hands like 7, 8, 8, 9. There's not too much other natural bluffs. Maybe a hand like ace. I'm trying to think of what ace X hands he could have that's bluffing here. There's not many.
Well, the thing is here, I would assume he's not value betting worse than queens here. This is the thing. So, as silly as it sounds, this kind of is the case in this situation that queens is, for the most part, a bluff catcher. So it's pretty marginal. It's pretty marginal here. So as I said, if DiPersio believes that Dobos is not going to pick this size and with a bluff, then he's just going to lose the vast majority of the time, and his call here is just probably not going to be that profitable against this in this specific situation. I mean, yeah,
It does pay him off because of the odds.
Yeah, I don't blame him for calling. By the way, it's just a frustrating spot where, you know, pot odds there, and, you know, possibility of him bluffing. Probably fine to call, but I suppose when you do think about it, then he's not value betting worse, and, you know, is he going to do that with the 7-8 for that sizing? Debatably, but it's a tough spot for the queens, man. As I said, I don't fault the call, but again, if you really think about it, I might be able to get away from that potentially.
It's just when Szymanski raises pre, bets flop, turn, and river.
Yeah.
From the way he's been playing, I'm just giving him credit on that occasion.
I think so too, bro. Honestly, you know, it's not, again, yeah, we could say that because we see the cards, but like, it's very, very difficult to find a bluff there in a bet line on a 4-liner, you know, by the river.
Blinds have gone up. 500,000 is the small blind. 1 million rupees is the big blind with a 1 million big blind ante. Trunk is going to shove on Sabashenko, and we are off to the races. Let's see who looks like a happy jockey. Trunk is marginally in the lead, but it is a coin flip situation. Sabashenko is the at-risk player. Who you fancying on this one?
Oof.
Let me know in the chat. I think Trunk, most likely.
Trunk, most likely?
I mean, it's 50-50. What am I saying? I just feel like a lot of moment. Well, he did lose a pot then as well. Oh, I don't know. He's been winning and losing all day. 7-4-3 is the flop. It's anybody's guess. No pair, no draw says he hasn't lost one of these at this FT. He did lose an all-in. He had to
he had
ship some
ace-9 or
sherbet.
something?
Yeah.
I remember correctly, yeah.
A turn is the 10 of diamonds. Sabashenko could be down to his last card here. 6 outs in the deck can save him. River is the queen of clubs. Trunk has done it. He's eliminated a very tough opponent in Sabashenko.
Welcome back to the evening Rozvadov for the day 3 of the EPM Main Event. It's no longer 3 million. We reached over 3.6 million in the prize pool with 7,303 entries. Absolutely insane. We are playing for over 500k up top. And the featured table, still the same one, Gennaro Proscia. I mean, this man is absolutely unstoppable. 89 big blinds, 17.8 million. He was down to about 8 big blinds, and from that, he right now might be the chip leader of the whole thing. Lukáš is right behind him. Mateo from Croatia, fan favorite. They will obviously not make it easy for him. On the other end, Francesco, Uncle Tim, and a newcomer, look at this, Ricardo Ferreira from Portugal. I know some of you were asking for those Portuguese players. Here we go. Portuguese player right here. And Shakista, who was one ace on the river. If he missed it away from elimination, somehow has 45 big blinds even after the blind increase. I mean, let me tell you, this is crazy. And by the way, MC Yech, welcome to the chat. Hello, nice to have you here. But let me tell you, if you do speak German, if you are from Austria, from Germany, I recommend you check out Kings Resort DE, the German mutation. We actually have a German stream for you guys with the legend Stefan, and I definitely recommend him. He is my master. He sends me his research. He is absolutely invaluable, so go ahead and check it out. If you are German, well, and if you are Italian, welcome. There is no Italian stream today, no Italian stream tomorrow until that final table. Once the final table hits, the Euro rounders will be bringing you their own commentary. And Ricardo, okay, let's see what Ricardo is made of. 6.375 million, 32 big blinds. I really want to see how he introduces himself to the table. Right now it looks like by a simple raise. Well, Gennaro, what do you want to do? Gennaro says no, he's being nice. 17 million is enough for 87 big blinds as our blinds have gone up 200k, 200k, 200k. And by the way, guys, if you don't know what ELO is, Shakista, used to play chess for a very long time. Now he focuses on poker. And our chat pros, the Czech ones, actually told us how skilled he is. And he has an ELO of about 1700. I'm trying to ask ChatGPT, what the hell does that actually mean? I know I watched the Botes sisters. They're at about 2.3k. And I think top players are around 3,000 or something like that. Okay. So 1700 rating on chess.com. You basically in the top 2% of all active players. There are different rankings. So let's say that chess player, Shakista, that literally means chess player. Let's say he plays chess and he's on a decent but not the best level. And now he plays poker deep in this main event with a really good stack. Michan Brodsky says Shakista is a fish. He fold king 9 when he can call 1.2 and win the pot. Okay, I can't comment on that. I have no idea what happened there or when was this, but I will take your word for it. Michan Brodsky in the YouTube chats. Here we are. So Gennaro still at 17.3. Shakista, the man we were talking about, 8.97. By the way, I went to check the outer tables. The big news is the defending champion Lule Hu, he is with about 11 million. So last year he won this very event. Obviously it was quite a bit smaller, 2 mil guaranteed. We increased the guarantee more and we surpassed it. But Lule Hu, defending champion, I think the most notable name in the field right now, has about 11 million chips, so very much still in contention. I hope we will get to see him throughout the tournament. Hopefully he will survive until tomorrow when we reshuffle the featured tables. And we get him right here, but you can see here, everybody has plenty of chips to play with. Francesco, 21 bigs. Gennaro, 17.3 mil. Everybody has a lot of chips to play with. So I would say that it's wide open. Just keep at the back of your head Mr. Lule Hu, who is sitting there with a lot of chips. By the way, let me take a look at the bust outs. So we saw Yonu Chirab bite the dust after that brutal ace on the river. Between that time and now, one-shot kill from Germany, also out for 5.5k. Another German MS is out. Another Greek player we have lost, Apostolos Kofidis, 5.5k. And as sad news to Czech players, we lost Jan Ticháček. The way Šachista's been running, how lucky he is. Maybe he's taken the luck away from all the other Czech players. Jan Ticháček out in 46th place. And in 45th place from Romania, Mercury out as well. So we are losing players left, right, and center. Meanwhile, we have the high roller running, over 90,000 euro up top. Nice little side event. And right now we have 8 players remaining. Still one woman, yes, one woman standing, last woman remaining. We have to root for her, come on. I don't know her name actually, I only can see the bust outs, but we really need some more women to be successful and win big events here at Kings Resort. Obviously taking down the high roller would be a huge deal, over 90k. Might be the biggest side event win outside of the Kings Million European Poker Championship throughout the whole year. So that high roller will try to report from as well, give you some info. Ricardo, know nothing about Ricardo. Let me take a look, can we find some information on Ricardo Ferreira? Open raises the lucky sevens. And unfortunately for him, he will be welcomed to the table by Mateos 10th. And Ricardo, looks like Ricardo is a heavyweight as well. A very successful player, almost 500,000 in live earnings. He actually won the mystery bounty at EPT Barcelona in 2023. Well, now it looks like he's up against it. Only a call from Matteo. Ricardo will go for that C-bet. Matteo, I think that Ricardo has enough chips for Matteo to just go ahead and smooth call here. Oh, there's that race. He wants to protect his hand, maybe get the value out of 9x. For Ricardo, it might not look like it, but on this board, there's actually a lot of draws. There's a lot of possible gut shots. The open-ender in 7-8. 5-7 is an open-ender. 5-8 is a gut shot. All these hands that you can call in the big blind, they have some sort of equity. They have some sort of equity and backdoors. On a rainbow board, actually, paradoxically, you can have a lot of backdoors potential backdoor flush draws especially, but he decides that, hey, I just came to the table, I don't want to risk it all on a hunch. Let's go with the sevens. Matteo scooping another pot. Is there anyone from Croatia in the YouTube chat that is still cheering for him? Or have we lost all of you in that 10-minute break? And I really want to see Lule, who is such a fun guy. I was sweating him at King's Casino and the Hilton in Prague when he was playing the Mystery Bounty. When he's up against it in the heads up, he really has a good time. He likes to gamble as well. He is the defending champ, so really at one point I want to see him compete. He has 11 million right now, the defending champ, on the outer tables. And hopefully we will see that story unravel. I want to see him compete against the guys that we have here. Matteo, 9-6 this time, let's go. Ricardo tempting fate with yet another middling to low pocket pair. This time it works out for him with the sixes. We're off to another hand. High roller, as I said, 8 players remaining. Over 90K up top, nice little side event. Here we're playing for over 500,000 for the winner. Tim. He has basically 6 million. Tim, between 5 and 6 million the entire day. Nothing really happened. The same can't be said about Chakista. This man was on the short stack. He went all in about 5 or 6 times, I think. And on the 6th one, he manages to almost triple up. Insane story, let me tell you. Let's see if Uncle opts to call. Nope, Uncle plays like an uncle. Very straightforward, very solid. Doesn't do too many crazy things, which means that Chakista gets to take it down. And his rags to riches story continues. High roller is down to 7. With Ronit Halfon, actually, she's the last woman remaining from Israel. So the ladies have a hope. Actually, we have some terrible news, guys. We had to cancel the ladies event because the main event had so many entries. We had to cancel some side events. Unfortunately, the ladies event was one of the casualties on that. A lot of women were in day 2. A lot of women made it into the money. I saw at least 10 women that got to the money in here. One is still remaining in the top 7 of the high roller as well. Ricardo in the small blinds. What will he opt to do? Well, raising is absolutely fine. We have seen some players to go with that limping strategy. There we go. Bumping it up. 2 bigs actually only. I think that's kind of a small sizing. I did look at this, so okay, someone was laughing at me for laughing at a min raise, but a min raise is not a thing, okay? Blind against blind. Not really. 2.4x is a thing, but not a min raise per se, because it's so easy to defend against it. And here we go, there's that ace-6 connecting with that board. Tim has those overs. For Ricardo, the standard play would be to check, of course. There's that check. Well, checking when the board is scared is one thing, but unfortunately for you, when the opponent checks back and then hits, you are in trouble. Let's see how much Tim will bet. And I think Ricardo should pay off at least one street. It's very tough to make pairs in poker, especially when it comes to blind against blind. So we check 300K. That's only 30% of the pot. Yeah, there's basically most of the river cards you just don't like. But BBB. You probably want to see the next card here to see what the opponent does before folding. Ah, never mind. Ricardo sniffed it out. Tim is strong. And Ricardo Ferreira from Portugal says, no, thank you. I'm out of here. By the way, guys, let me know, have you been here? Have you been playing this massive event? Have you been to Rozvadov before? Let me know in the chat. I'm really, really curious. We had over 70 countries represented. Over 70 countries decided to come to Czech Republic simply for this tournament, for this festival, for the 80-minute blind levels. Over 70 countries represented. Let me know, guys. Have you been one of the players that have enjoyed this massive event? Continue the table. It's getting more and more stacked. We started with a bunch of players that basically had no experience. It was their first stream table ever, and right now the skill level, I think it's about quadrupled. Every single player that comes to the table has a lot of chips. They have a decent amount of skill. So it will be a battle, and with every single bust out, 47 players left only, the pressure will start mounting. The players will have to tighten up a little bit as they keep getting closer and closer to that all-important final table. Well, Ricardo calls with the Queen Jack. Jacks are dominating the Jack though. Right now, Shakista is ahead, but well, Ricardo, you have the Queen Jack, you're blocking some strong aces, you have the backdoor draw, now you have that gut shot. It's not out of the realm of possibility that they would try to take it down. There's that check. Ricardo, show us, what have you got in you? I think he can tell the story of having that 6 pretty easily, right? We have the 6, we checked twice, now we hit the trips. Now it's time to go ahead and bet big. Show us what you made of. And he just gives up. Shakista gets to showdown. Even with the ace hitting. And the Jacks repair their reputation just a little bit. And here we go. Dealer change, let's see. What has been the damage? Francesco still there in the 8th place. And Gennaro, 87 big blinds, 17 million. Followed by Matteo and Lukáš and Shakista. Shakista, can you believe it? He's above 10 million right now. He was down at 52 bigs. He was down to 12 big blinds. He was down to a couple outs. He got there, and right now, out of the blue, this Czech chess grinder with 1700 ELO, as the chat says, is one of the big stacks. He's right in the ballpark of Lulehu, who is still fighting on the outer tables. Trying to defend his title. There we go, Lukáš letting it go. Matteo clears the space for Uncle to open his sevens. He's not going anywhere. The Romanian Uncle chooses to min raise, and can you believe it? Another pair of jacks, this time in Ricardo's shoes, and look at this. He didn't even think about it. Instant call. No consideration in free betting whatsoever. It is that smooth call, and this is just a preview of the times to come. The closer we get to that final 9, final 24, the more the ICM pressure mounts. We will see these flat calls. We will see the tighter plays. Right now, Ricardo is still ahead, but Uncle has the initiative. What he doesn't have, however, is position. Well, he doesn't care. He says, I'm reasonably conservative. I have not been going crazy. Let me go ahead and c-bet this ace-high board, even though I have, well, just about a crappy pair as I can get. Ricardo is not going anywhere with his spade, however. This is as blank as it gets on the turn. And Uncle waves the white flag, decides to simply give up here. That will be all she wrote, I'm assuming. That will be a very, very unconventional bluff would happen. By the way, Martin Ziegler says, must have more shops for women in Rosvadov. Come on. And by the way, I have this on good authority. At least it was the rumors. I don't have it straight from the CEO, but we should have a couple paddle courts. I'm not sure why paddle is so popular. I tried it once, and it just seems like a tennis for lazy people, or a slower squash. But it's all the rage in the world, and yeah, we should have a couple paddle courts being added to King's Resort. Gosh, open raising with the tens. To 2.8 big blinds, he actually bumped it up. So far we've been seeing the 2x, 2.1x, but Lukash chooses to make it slightly bigger. Well, Uncle, I think that especially with the big sizing, the deuces are not really incentivized to do anything but fold. Here we go. Ricardo folding as well. Looks like he might take it down. Yep, here we go. Lukash decided to make the price of poker a little bit more expensive. So he goes ahead and re-raises. And Bubblebutt J says, still some Germans here to support Tim. You have to, guys, you have to. But of course, provided he actually makes the final day, it will be important to support him tomorrow. Let me know, guys, by the way, if you want me to ask questions to any of the players, I can do that. I have that power during the breaks. Uncle, 10-6 of clubs. Releases that hand. Well, Tim, I think that we should be playing the Jack-9 suited. Tim is now close to 7 million. There we go. There's that raise. Well, Shakista, he will punish him right now. Here's a hand that dominates him, but only does it with a call. Unless we get a squeezer behind us, which I don't think will happen. Tim will get to the flop, and look at this. Lukáš says, hey, you guys are playing with each other. I will go ahead and come along with my 7-5. Try to outflop you, or outplay you. Well, I think that Tim now should be very happy. Open ender, the backdoor diamond draw as well. Other live outs too. So even though Shakista technically is ahead, this will be Tim's hand to lose. Is Tim checking? Wow. This is surprising. Tim decides to check. Still the open ender. Now if the players check to him, I think now will be the time to go ahead and put in that delay c-bet, as we nerds say. No, it's a check again by Tim. I'm quite surprised. We have so much equity. We're kind of wasting it right now. Which allows Lukáš, against all odds, the man who was calling with a speculative hand, to get there on the river. 100% equity, as you can see right now. He's got the check mark. And I think he's stalling. This is a tactic I like to use as well. When you don't want the other players to bet, you take your sweet time, you pretend like you have a thin value bet, like with a 10, that is not sure if it value bets, but then it would actually go ahead and call a bet. So after that, Hollywooding by Lukáš, gets to win with 7-5 offsuit. And go on, Tim. I know you're a nice guy. I know the guys in the chat, they absolutely love you. Atiani is here supporting Tim. We have a lot of players supporting Mateo as well from Croatia, by the way. Go Mateo, says Dora Petra TV in the YouTube chat, says go Mateo. Martin Ciglar also, everybody's supporting him basically. We are here from Croatia. Tim has his supporters as well. I would like him to apply some aggression. Dren says, let's spice chat up. Oh, Twitch is still here. Okay, we are having a party in the YouTube chat. We have a bunch of players from Croatia over here. Eduardo, Italian player left? Yes. How can you ask if Italian players are left? Yes. Lule who lives in Italy, who is the defending champion, over 11 million chips on one of the outer tables, and the suspected chip leader is here with us right here. We have a couple of Italians at this very table. So yes, we are asking about Italians. Yes, they are in force, represented in the final 45. And right now, I would clearly say that with Gennaro and Lulehu having good stacks, Italians are the favorites to take it down. But of course, Matteo and Tim try to have something to say about that. The two chat favorites so far, Matteo and Tim, will be squaring off against each other. Well, it is Tim who flops the world right now. Look at this. A flush draw, 2 overs to anything but an ace. It's time to bet, and Matteo, he can't really do anything. We've seen Matteo be able to make these folds, to let it go. Does it again. Congratulations. Drenz is saying, what is Tim doing poker coaching here? Guys, I want to make something clear, okay? There's two things going on. First of all, these players started with 590 euros and we're playing for $500,000. €500,000, you started only with 590. Okay, number one. This super rarely happens in Europe. In sub 1 case, it's It's unheard of. It's only a couple tournaments, and most of them are at King's Resort. Second thing, we have 80-minute blinds. 80-minute blinds. And some of these players, they played them from the beginning. We had 2 flights with 80-minute blinds. So effectively, this is day 3. It says day 3, but for the players that played those 80-minute blinds, it's actually day 4. 4th day of playing poker for 80 minutes. And we are on a stream table. Unless you are extremely experienced, unless you never get tired, unless you are a crusher that played deep tournaments like this with massive fields and you are a professional, there's 0 chance you will be playing optimally, okay? 0 chance. There's so much pressure on you, so much fatigue from playing until 4, 5 a.m., and so much pressure on having $500,000 up top. It's basically, for most of these players, the only chance they will ever get in Europe for sub 1K buy-ins. So if people make mistakes, it's absolutely natural, and it will be super easy to make them, because this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. This event is absolutely huge. The blind levels are unheard of for this level of buy-in. And Uncle decides to only call in the big blind. And he is behind, but I don't think there's too much danger of him going crazy. Uncle has not been getting too out of line. Basically, he named himself Uncle. That is his nickname, by the way, not the real name, of course. And now he's checking. For Gennaro. He was down to 8 big blinds at one point. Now he's one of the chip leaders of the whole thing. From the information we're getting from the Italians, from Euro rounders, Gennaro is an online tournament grinder, professional. He also won the Pirates Poker Treasure here at King's Resort in 2025 in the spring. So you were saying ever since he was here with 10 or 8 big blinds, do not let this player get a big stack. They failed. He has a big stack, and he's been terrorizing everybody ever since then. Now let's see. I kind of do feel like both of these players could think about it at least, but nope, it's the check down. Gennaro takes it down with that ace-king. Uncle, yet again. I think the laughter is about, they're expected Uncle to just go ahead and re-raise. Gennaro is needling him. Hey, why didn't you raise? I didn't think you would have ace-queen. Well, because he doesn't think he can have ace-queen. He didn't go for the value, but... Here we go, here we continue. So, wow, we have a battle. If you guys are missing out in the YouTube chat, there's a big battle between the German fans and the Croatians. We have a bunch of Tim fans, a bunch of Matteo fans. And now it's Tim, who is open raising with the 9-8 suited. Tim is the nicest man. He doesn't talk much, by the way. If you ask Tim a question, he answers, but he has this really kind aura about him. Tim is a really nice guy. He seems really kind. I had a chance to talk to him. And let's see if he can get something done. Wow, Lukáš, what's going on here? Is this a mistake? We've seen this before at King's Resort, that someone didn't notice that the player before them actually raised, but oh, so we have a raise, we have a min 3-bet, and Uncle wakes up with the ladies and just pushes them all in. This is kind of awkward here. I'm not sure if Lukáš was meant to do this, meant to do that small 3-bet. But at 19 big blinds, he probably will be folding here. Here we go. There's that fold. And Uncle, I can't help it, but he's just having a good time, you know? It doesn't feel like he's playing for €500,000. Uncle looks like your fun uncle that you meet on Christmas, during Christmas or on holidays. He comes to your house. He's that cool guy who has a good time no matter what. And that's exactly the aura he's exuding right now. Taking down the pot with the queens, not being upset one bit. Oi, oi, oi. Now, Bubblebutt J says, Tim, the best player in Europe. Wow, is it true, guys? Is it true that Tim is the best player in Europe? Well, the YouTube chat is saying so, so it must be true. Francesco Spinella under the gun with ace-10 of suit. Actually, let's go. Francesco, I have no idea. Can somebody tell me, how did Francesco get his chips? I can't even remember any hands he was in, but he is slowly chipping up. He's doing reasonably well, preserving his chip stack. Always has chips somehow, but I have no clue how it actually happened. Now Ricardo Ferreira, very experienced player. Almost $500,000 in live earnings. He's now facing the jacks blind against blind, and I don't think that he can do much about it, can he? Bert is saying, what kind of free bets are these? Yeah, we've seen some fun ones. But now Ricardo is facing Tim. And Tim with the hockey sticks. Just about cover Ricardo. Oh, yeah, here we go. He has to let it go, and Tim chips up just a little bit. Ricardo Ferreira, the biggest score he has is from 2023. He took down €374,000 during EPT Barcelona in the Mystery Bounty. So, yeah, he's no stranger to massive wins, but this would still be the score of his career if he manages to take it down. Now, Bert actually is approving of that free bet. All right, Bert. Oh wow, we have some drama. I'm confused now. A lot of players are saying that Tim is the best player in the Europe. A lot of other players are saying that Matteo is the best player in Europe. Wow, it seems to be a bit of a spread. There's a big battle in the YouTube chat, guys. I don't know. Who is the best player in Europe? Twitch chat, can you let me know? Who is the best player in Europe? Is it Matteo or Tim? Because that seems to be those two options that we have in the YouTube chat. And Tim, Jack 10 of diamonds. Speaking of the best player right now, let's see if he will put in that free bet, or are we just going to see a smooth call? Looks like free betting chips to me. Oh, he wanted to free bet, but now he decides to just call. Is that right? Yep, there's that free bet. Tim putting on the aggression with that Jack 10 of diamonds, 40% of a royal flush right now. I don't think Uncle is priced in. 25 big blinds. I don't think that's enough to warrant a call with the deuces. We should be letting it go here. Unless we think that we have a read on Tim, we can outplay in post-low, we can get to showdown with the ducks enough of the time to go ahead and call here. Wow. So we used the time bank, wasted time bank on trying to play against Tim. By the way, Elephant is back. You didn't miss too much, actually. We were just saying that Lule Hu has about 11 million chips on the outer tables. By the way, Lazar Kostic is asking, this is King's Resort in Rozvadov? Yes, So King's Resort, we have King's Resort, that's Rozvadov. We also have King's Casino, that is in Prague. We have multiple properties in Rozvadov too. So King's Resort, that's where we are at. When it comes to King's Casino, that's where the EPT and WSOP Europe are now being held. It is absolutely right, and Lazar is asking the payouts. Over $500,000 up top with a sub 1,000 buy-in, only 590 euro buy-in. This is one of the events of the year. You should not go anywhere. History is made. This is the biggest EPM by far, actually. And the spicy thing is, the winner of the last EPM, Lule Hu, he's still in here. Shachista folding it. Bubble Butt J says, hey man, this is honestly such a nice commentary. Keep up the positive vibes and enthusiasm for the game. Well guys, I'm not sure if enthusiasm or addiction is the correct phrase. If you ask my mom, it's definitely the latter, okay? So yeah, as you can tell, I love the game. I played online cash games for 15 years. And now for the last 3 years, I've been making content almost non-stop in the live tournament scene. By the way, Elephant, what have you missed in the last half hour? Well, I'm not sure if you saw that massive triple up by Shachista. That was the big one that we had. The high roller is down to about 6 players now. One Israeli woman is still in. We need a woman champion. We haven't had one for a big score in a long time. Next to this, by the way, just as a side event, we have the high roller that is over 90,000 euro up top that's heading to the finish line right now. Can you believe it? Because we have this massive main event. We didn't really pay that much attention to it, but there absolutely is a high roller with 5 players remaining that just lost a Czech player, Tomáš Fuk, that just won 14,829 with the main cash. I think it's like 16,000 euros was just won for the 6th place in our side event that we don't even show you, just so you know what's happening here at King's Resort. And look at this Gennaro. Is this even fair? How is this fair? Gennaro, he's been dominating ever since he doubled up from 8 big blinds. He's been absolutely unstoppable. And now Tim is up against it, against the big blind free bet. Tim has the 9s right now. Can he hit the 9 on the flop? No, he cannot. He has the 9 of diamonds, a little bit of insurance with that backdoor flush draw. Well, there are 2 checks on the flop. Of course, Gennaro, he has to be very wary. When you open raise on the cutoff, you can call hands like Ace-Jack, King-Jack suited. Ace-Jack offsuit can actually call here. You can have those Queen-Jacks, 10-Jacks, potentially even Jack-9. So that's why Gennaro says, hey, I'm actually going to check. I'm going to put control. And this is what we've seen from him quite a bit. Gennaro doesn't just blindly c-bet. He likes to mix in those checkbacks, protect those weak hands that he can have. And how often does he get aces? Well, way more frequently than he should. We actually did the math. And on average in live poker, you should get aces once every about 8 hours. And here we go, that delay c-bet. Tim, this is going to be super tough to fold. Impossible to fold, yeah. And we're not asking about the fold on the turn. We're asking about the river. Tim does have the 9 of diamonds. Let's see if Gennaro goes for that c-bet on the river. That follows the turn bet. Will he go for some value? I think he can. You know, Tim has been reasonably straightforward. There's a decent chance that Tim would bet that jack on the flop. He would consider betting those backdoor diamonds on the flop as well. Most players would, I think. 2.25 million. Just under half pot. This is a big deal for Tim. Oi, 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 oi. And the question is, yes, how often can actually Gennaro keep getting aces? Can you really believe that he can be this lucky this often? It's super, super tough to actually believe that this Italian can keep having it ever since he had 8 big blinds. No, Tim can't believe it, but he has it again. Gennaro with the aces yet again. Wow. Ever since he made that insane ace-high call for a massive pot, Gennaro seems invincible, and Tim is the next victim. Down to 19 big blinds, and you know what, guys? This is so tough. This is so difficult. When you are up against a player that is aggressive and runs this well, these folds are so tough to make. Your brain just cannot fathom him getting hand after hand after hand. And that leaves Tim with 19 big blinds, still plenty to play with, 19 bigs. You have plenty of space to maneuver, you don't have to just go all in or fold. Francesco Spinella, he is down at the bottom. Shachista, the lucky man, that ace from space arrived and saved him, 9 million. Matteo and Lukáš, they are the two guys that can absolutely challenge Gennaro. Nobody else really can. Ricardo, very accomplished player. The EPT Mystery Bounty winner from Barcelona. He is 5th. Uncle, hanging around. Very, very Uncle style of play, I must say. Very entertaining, very straightforward. So yeah. Martina Siglar says, Gennaro is lucky. Yeah, absolutely. Vender says, wow, the best player, the best commentator of Europe in one game. Hoo-hoo. Thank you very much. Absolutely appreciate it. When is the next live table? So today we have day 3. We're live. Tomorrow we will be live again for the finale. So today, I'm actually not sure what time we play until. I think it will be 3, 4, or 5 a.m. around that time, or top 24. I don't think we'll get to top 24 as the action has slowed down considerably. But tomorrow is the live table. And then most of the main events, we basically stream them. We have the amazing Christine coming in for commentary as well for the smaller events. But then we for sure have the Italian poker sport, I believe, is the big stream that we will have, multiple day streaming. And then, of course, everybody's looking forward to the big Kings Million super main event. Everyone will be coming to Rozvadov. Not just Europe, but the whole world will be looking towards Rozvadov, as that will be the biggest event in the world at the end of September and start of October. Without contest, really. There we go. Gennaro with the ace-8 of clubs. Has to decide if he wants to call against Shachista c-bet. Shachista outflops him on the flop. There is that fold. And the question is, who is still in the high roller? Let me take a look, guys. I actually do have access to the system, so I can check. And there's 4 players remaining. Oh my goodness, guys. 4 players remaining for over 90,000 in our side event in the high roller. And Ronit Halfon, she is from Israel, is one of the top 4. We need a female winner. Come on, it's been such a long time since we had a huge female winner, and she could win over 90,000, 25% chance to actually take it down. She can be the biggest female winner of the year right now. Pascal Vos from Netherlands, by the way. So Pascal Vos will try to challenge her. Then we have C. Ronaldo. I think that's not his real name, from Germany, but somebody called themselves Cristiano Ronaldo, still in the high roller. And Eusebiu Nikolai Jalva, I think it's a known name here in Rozvadov, also in the top 4. So we have this massive main event, of course. Unfortunately, the high roller with 90K up top is in the shadow. But obviously, if Ronit Halfon manages to take it down, the woman from Israel, that would be a really big deal for Kings Resort and for Rozvadov, because that is over 90K. That is more than every single one of our smaller main events that tend to give you about 70K, 80K, around that ballpark. So we are keeping close tabs on that high roller, of course, while we progress right here. Yeah, I'm not sure. He doesn't look like Cristiano Ronaldo, let me tell you. But there is a Romanian player who gave himself the nickname Cristiano Ronaldo. It might not be the exact one. Let me tell you, Lazar. Might not be the Ronaldo that retired from Portuguese national team. And here we go, freeway pod. It's Gennaro. Of course it's Gennaro. Who else? Who else but Gennaro is ahead? 81% with that 2-pair. Queen 8 right now. Let's see if he can get some value. Obviously the players, they have nothing, but there's nothing wrong Gennaro can do. Honestly, I think between him and Lulehu, it almost feels destined that one of these guys will take it. But Gennaro's story is absolutely crazy. Down to 8 big blinds, doubled up, then made an insane call with ace-10 high call in a massive pot that would leave him on a brutal short stack. No, he was actually all in, I think. After he made that call, just everything is going his way. He keeps getting nuts, he keeps getting aces, he keeps getting hit by the deck, but don't be fooled. This man is an extremely strong player. He's an online professional, multi-table tournament professional. He already has a win here from Kings Resort, the Pirates Poker Treasure, Spring 2025, over 90K he won. So, yeah, it was always clean that if Gennaro gets a big stack, everybody else is in big trouble. That's exactly what happened. We were warning about this ever since he had those 12 bigs. Don't let him double up, don't let him double up. They let him double up, they tried to bluff him, it didn't work. Now he's terrorizing the table. And looks like Gennaro will be raising right here yet again. We have a mystery hand, but he can go pretty wide. There we go, on the cutoff, you see. Shachista is not in the hand. Shachista has a hydration break, definitely folded. Looks like Gennaro is the man, open raising with Queen 7. Yep, there we go. Now the graphics are correct. And now we're starting to get into that area where if you know what you are doing and you have a big stack, you become a danger to everybody. And of course, Gennaro flops a 2-pair yet again. Was there ever any doubt? Quentin, I'm not sure when's the next break, actually. I don't want to know. Listen, I just go ahead, I comment. When the break comes, it comes. Let's see if there was a break alert. I don't think so. So we have a while until the next break. And Gennaro takes another one. Morning motivation, BB. Gennaro is only skill, no luck, trust me. Yeah, guys, we don't have it confirmed. Gennaro actually hides his hand lob. He's one of the players who is hiding his results online, but we know that he won the Pirates Poker Treasure. We also know that he is a strong online multi-table tournament grinder, probably professional. And the problem is, if you let an online player who already is past that initial period, most of the time online players struggle when they jump into live poker. They give away tails, they had no idea they were giving away. They make stupid mistakes when it comes to handling their chips and the rules of live poker that slow them down. But Gennaro, he already won his big tournament live. He already has that experience, he is proven. So this online player, if you give him a chip lead and you put him in this position, especially near the final table bubble, he will know that he has to be aggressive. He will basically, with one hand behind his back, he will start bullying everybody else. And we're almost guaranteed to see this happen. As we go down to the 24, 18, 16 players, Gennaro, who's even laughing how well he's running. We can't believe that he had 10s again, another premium pair. But mark my words, once everybody will start getting tight, and if this man keeps having this big chip stack, he will turn into a big bad bully. Meanwhile, with 90K up top, high roller, still 4 players, still same lineup. We'll try to keep you posted. We will try to change this up a little bit during the big one, the Kings Million. I should be here as well. We will have 2 commentators. So when there's a big side event or you guys will want a big interview, you know, there's a bust out, an insane hand that happens. We will have the option of 1 commentator staying in the booth and me jumping over to try to interview the players, try to bring you some dirt, information behind the scenes, winner interviews and stuff like this right now. I have to do everything during the breaks. And Uncle, look at this, 22 big blinds, wow. He just decides, hey, I don't care, you guys have up to 17 bigs. I'm open raising and I'm gonna go for all of it, put maximum pressure on you with the ace queen. I don't want to see that flop. Don't want to give you a chance to outdraw me. He takes that one down. What are the payouts for now? Okay, so 500K, you can do exclamation point payouts, by the way. But let me tell you the full ones. In the high roller, I believe it's 28K. Everyone has already logged in. Yeah. So the high roller that's finishing right now, there's actually 1 female player remaining. Everybody has at least 28,000 euro, 91K up top. So there's the high roller with 4 players being played here on the floor, just a couple meters from us. They're playing for literally 90,000 within an hour. We could have a champ of that with over 90K. And when it comes to payouts for this one, 45th to 62nd place, 5,500, 28 to 44. So we are right now. So everybody already has 7,175 euro. So over 7K euro from a 590 euro buy-in. No matter what happens for all these players, this has already been a nice payday. More than 10x their investment on the tournament. Even if you fired 4 bullets, you will still have 5K profit. And all these players, 7,000, but that's not why they're here. 500K up top, that's the most important thing. Gennaro, look at this. Will Gennaro actually lose one hand? He's out of position, and Ricardo has him crushed. There we go, there's the check. He likes to mix in the checks more than other players, actually. Yeah, Ricardo goes for the check back. 7, well, both players are legitimately capable of telling the story of having a 7. When you check on the flop, you can say, hey, I was checking, now it's time to represent it. Gennaro has mercy, doesn't go for it. Let's see if Ricardo will do that. No sign of respect. Ricardo has the check mark. Will Gennaro mix it up? That's the thing. It's a sign of a strong player. Sometimes you mix it in. Nope, there we go. There's the bluff. And now he puts Ricardo under pressure. 1.2 million. Almost a pot size bet. And for Ricardo, he must know that that's a lot of chips to be risking right here. Even though you know that Gennaro, he can go ahead and be aggressive. He can get out of line. In a cash game, you might go ahead and snap somebody who you think is too aggressive. But hey, in a tournament, it's just about the ego. You have to wave the white flag. Like I told you, do not let online player that is used to playing live have a big stack when the ICM pressure starts mounting. When it comes to fundamentals, Gennaro will have a big edge above everybody else. And the more pressure there is, the easier it will be for him to try to apply pressure and take down pots. I think his opponent was very much aware that it's suspicious, that bet, you know, what is he really representing? But there's just nothing you can do about it. You have to wave the white flag and let him win. Here we go. Here we continue. All of these players, big payday already relative to the buy-in. Next pay jump is on the 27th place. So right now, 28 to 44th, 7,175. So there's no real pay jumps until the 27th place, 9,400. So you don't really have to think about that. You're trying to basically stay alive in the tournament. Try to preserve your chip stack, or if you're one of the big stacks, you want to put pressure on everybody else. Ricardo, here we go. The man who already has won 360,000 euro in a single tournament during the EPT. He wants to increase his personal best by taking down the 500,000. Goes ahead and free bets. I don't think Uncle will do anything. He's very straightforward. He plays like a cool uncle that comes to Christmas, has a great time. He's not stressed about anything. He releases his hand. Anyway, we can take a look if you guys want to know. We want to be spoiled half an hour ahead of yourselves. If you have the King's Resort app, it actually has the clock. It shows you how much is remaining on the level and who busted as well. It's incredible to see the 80-minute level still. 80-minute levels all the way through. We'll keep playing with them, by the way. And there's a change I didn't even notice. In this tournament, we have 15 packages to the Big Kings Million. So top 15 will be getting 3K worth of tickets for the European Championship. The Kings Million. Tim in the cutoff. Francesco Spinella, am I saying this right? Hang on. Hang on. Are the cards correct? Francesco, he has been super tight. He hasn't been doing anything basically. And he actually goes ahead and jams 7-5 offsuit. Oh my goodness, on the button, no less. What's going on here? I think Francesco, this is one of those times, I'm telling you guys, it's so easy to be fatigued. 80-minute levels, that does a lot to your, I don't know why he's doing that. It does a lot to your mental state, and it is a marathon. It's after midnight here in Rozvadov. I think this is one of those cases where Francesco basically snapped. He decided, I'm gonna go for it now. And this is the biggest, I don't want to say spaz, but the biggest out-of-line play we have seen all day long. And that's including one of the crazy Romanians we had here at the start, but we have not seen anything like this. And woohoo! Francesco is smiling. Did he misread his hand? I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, they folded. I'm not surprised they folded. The reasons they were folding, wow. The reason why they folded, he has been so tight. This man has been absolutely tight. He hasn't been playing anything. I can't recall any hands that he actually played. He played so straightforward. And out of the blue, he goes ahead and goes crazy with 7-5 offsuit. I mean, that's the reason why they folded. They just cannot see this player going crazy. And this is one of the toughest skills in poker. I'm terrible at this. Basically, a lot of the times, tight players, at some point, they decide to do it not tight anymore, and they get completely out of line. It's pretty frequent. But if you're playing against it, it's so difficult to detect. So difficult to detect. Only the best players in the world could actually try to get a read and see that he can be out of line after he's been tight and straightforward all day long. So I don't blame them at all. It's really only the best of the best. I'm talking about the Foxens. I'm talking about the Phil Ivies. Those types of players can figure it out, but when he's been so tight, it's so difficult to know when he decides to just go ahead and go crazy. And there we go. Forza Gennaro Ultras. Okay, we have some fans from Italy finally supporting Gennaro. Tim is the best player. Matteo, let's go. So Matteo, Tim, and Gennaro, those are the fun favorites right now in the chat. And Lukasz. Usually we have a lot of Polish fans. I'm surprised. Where are all the Polish fans cheering on in the chat? We can't see them right now. Lukasz. 33%. He's got that gutter, got that over. Backdoor flush draw as well, even though I don't think he will consider that being a thing. Checking against Uncle. There we go. Check, check. And we see that Uncle has the check mark. Lukasz, we haven't seen too much from him. He opened the table, he played really aggressive, but I feel like Gennaro made him slow down. Ever since Gennaro took a couple away from Lukasz, he's been pretty timid. This time decides to check it down. When everyone folds, the chip goes to us. Oh, hang on. Michał Nawrocki, Polish fan, is here. Yes, we have Polish fans as well. I was wondering where the hell are you guys. Usually when there's a Polish player featured at King's Resort, there's a bunch of Polish guys in the chat. So far we only have one. I'm shocked. So far it's been all Croatia, Germany and Italy. Morning motivation, go Gennaro. Well, right now it's easy to root for Gennaro, isn't it? By the way, the players that we have lost, they've got over 7K. Salvatore Liotta from Italy, flying aces. Shayoha Yang. I'm terrible at pronouncing it. Yang is out for the second place. And Rich Boy from Germany is out as well from the main event. And Ricardo, the man with almost 500,000 live earnings, will be challenged by none other than Gennaro. And Matteo, look at this. Matteo, the fun favorite, has the hockey sticks. He has those hooks in the big blind. Many people say this is the worst hand in poker, but I don't think Matteo will agree right now. And he's reaching for those squeezing chips, for those pinks. There it is, 2.3 million, 12 big blinds. You see the difference. A lot of the players before, like our Spanish player who busted, they were mint-free betting. Matteo says, I don't give a single damn. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna free bet, I'm gonna make it 12 big blinds. 2.3 million, I don't care what you guys do, but I don't want you to come along for cheap. I don't want you to give a chance to outflop me, which happens most of the time. Overcard is flop most of the time actually, when you have those jacks. And this is a big win, wow. That's a lot of chips to take down, 1.2 million. Not too shabby at all for Matteo. Well done to the Croatian. Notice the sizing, guys. I don't like those halfway measures, okay? When you have especially hands like jacks, don't mess around. Do exactly what Matteo did. 12 big blinds, you know, just pump it in. Don't allow those four players to come along and outflop you and outplay you when you're out of position. There we go. By the way, the high roller is still in with four players. Congratulations to Antonio Conte from Italy, 20,000 euro. Not too bad for a couple days work. 20K in the high roller for 5th place. We still have 4 players over there. I will try to keep you posted. Of course, the big story in that one, in the high roller, is Ronin Halfon from Israel. I believe she would be the woman with the biggest score in a long, long time here at Kings Resort if she takes down the 90K and the tournament. I honestly can't remember the last time a female player took down over 90K. And yet again, we have a freeway pot. Gennaro, of course, look at this. Can you believe it? He doesn't have a made hand, but he has an open ender. He's on the cutoff. I mean, this is almost unfair. By the way, hello, Jay Vicilo. Welcome. It's awesome to have you here. We have our mod army right here. And look at this. Lukáš. Suddenly he's the one with the best draw. He wakes up with the wheel draw and the nut flush draw. Well, now it's going to be the battle between the 2 big stacks. Gennaro once had less chips than Lukáš. Now he almost doubles what Lukáš has and goes for the bet. 1.5 million. Let's see if Lukáš will choose to play this combo draw aggressively. I actually would not hate it at all. You have a lot of outs. You show a lot of strength when you race here. The question is, do you actually have too much incentive to try to battle with Gennaro though? My answer probably is no. If this was a cash game and we didn't have so much pressure up top and we weren't playing against Gennaro, who more than covers us with such a good big stack, I think that raising here would be the go-to play. But the thing is, do you really want to risk it all to try to go against the chip leader when you can simply go ahead and just call, try to hit your outs, try to take it down when you hit without any risk? There is that call, yeah. I definitely think he was considering a race. And wow, look at this, he gets there on the river with the nut flash. Looks like Gennaro will not win every single hand tonight after that big bluff catch and those double ups. The thing is, Gennaro does not have a spade. Usually when the spade hits on the river, the slam dunk bluffs are the ones where you have a spade yourself. It basically makes it less likely than Lukáš could have, and like the flush. See if Gennaro fires anyway. In general, when some draws hit and you missed your draws, tends to be a good chance to go ahead for that bluff, but he's waving the white flag. Let's see how Lukáš will proceed. Now, you have to ask yourself, what am I getting value out of, right? So, Gennaro checked the flop, he bets the turn. Basically, he's saying, I have something like a 10. It's very difficult for him to have a lot of strong hands. I think a strong queen would bet on the flop. So, if Lukáš puts it together and we will play against Gennaro's potential holdings, his range, he will go for a relatively small bet. I don't think this is small, though. Those are the big ones. 500 Ks in the middle. Is it about the pot size bet? Yes, it is, and this will be a pretty easy fold for Gennaro. You never bluff when you don't have the spade yourself. And well, it's just a little bit, but at least a little damage done on the Gennaro stack. There's a question, who is in the high roller, guys? So 4 left in the high roller. Obviously a big deal, 90K up top. The players are Pascal Vos from Netherlands, Cristiano Ronaldo from Romania, no, from Germany. So a German player who gave himself the nickname of Cristiano Ronaldo He's top 4 in the high roller. I don't think he's the same Ronaldo. I have a suspicion that it might not be the Cristiano Ronaldo. Then you have Ronit Halfon. She is from Israel. And finally, the top 4. Of course, there is a Romanian in the top 4. Eusebiu Nicolai Yalba. So those 4 players, one of them is taking home over 90,000 euro in an hour or so. I would expect it to end the way they've been going at it. Shakista, I almost forgot he was here. You know, ever since Shakista hit that ace from space on the river, that Barry Greenstein, to pretty much triple up, we have not seen almost anything from him. He's been sitting on that 9 million for the longest time. Now he decides to enter the pot, and he enters it with ace queen and gets a super strong 2-pair here against Ricardo, who has a backdoor diamond draw, but he is out of position without initiative. And Bert, sleep tight. We will see you tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, 1:30, we resume this insane marathon with 80-minute levels. And Shakista bet, and he took it down. Our graphics are the other way around, but it definitely happened that way. Bet and a fold. And Gennaro, even after that pot, 22 million, 111 big blinds. Lukáš Vašek now, 15.6 million. Matteo right there, 14 mil, Shakista 10. And then a long break. So these 4 players are clearly ahead of the pack. And Ricardo, Uncle, Francesco, and Tim, 25 to 14 big blinds. Tim is up against it. Really, for Tim, it's been very, very solid. But ever since that hand against Gennaro, he's nearing that short stack territory. I don't really blame him. He made that pretty light call with the 9s, but it's such a tough proposition to give Gennaro credit for hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting. You know, when you are in this spot, it's so easy to think, no, it's not possible that he can keep hitting a hand after hand, always having it against me. But we know that Gennaro simply has it most of the time. Last hand was an exception, pretty much. Mirko Sirigu, Italia win. Well, it's Italy are the big favorites to take this tournament down right now. Lulehu, last time I checked, on the reigning champion, also an Italian. He had over 11 million chips. And he won literally the same event just last year for, I believe, about 350K. Matteo Jack 8. Shakista, he has awakened. But he has gone back to sleep with the 6-5 as he folds. Gennaro, of course, every single hand, it seems like he's in the pot. And you know what, guys, if I was playing at the table, if I did not see the hands on stream, I would think Gennaro is extremely out of line. I would 100% assume that he's opening super loose, that he's taking advantage of being the chip leader. But we all know here that he's just getting hands. It's crazy. Hand after hand after hand. And Matteo goes for that free bet. I'm really curious what Gennaro actually does here. But yeah, for sure, Matteo being so deep and seeing how often Gennaro enters pots, he will be inclined to be aggressive. Ricardo, all in with the hockey sticks right now. Look at this. What a time to be alive. You see the other big stacks trying to raise, call, and squeeze. And you find the ideal opportunity to take down all that dead money. This is such a big win for him. Even if Matteo folds now. So much dead money right there in the middle. What a time to wake up. Yeah, the big stacks, they were trying to outplay each other, raise, call, and the free bet. None of them are mandatory. And it's a call. Wow, look at this. Matteo actually calls with the king jack suited. And Ricardo not only wakes up, there's the extra sweet, sweet bonus dead money. He also is way ahead of Matteo. And the king was folded. So he's only 17% with some of the dead cards. Oi, 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 oi. He thought he had enough equity. No, he does not. Not against this hand, at least. Well, it's a completely clean flop. When the outs actually come out, you will see that he has none. Oh, look at this. There's actually a gut shot. All the kings were folded already. There's only the free tens that can come. Only free outs. This is not happening. There we go. And Ricardo Ferreira, the man with close to $500,000 in live earnings, he was on his way outside of the building already. I don't know where the hell he went. It seems like he's just given up, and he was halfway through the door. He decided that, hey, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna sit down since I more than doubled through Matteo, and the extra dead money obviously helps. So 10.9 million. This is a blow for Matteo, and it is a tax to pay for trying to be aggressive, trying to play against those other big stack. With that squeeze, he felt like he was priced in. And the Portuguese player, oh my goodness, we have the German Cristiano Ronaldo, that is his nickname, playing in the high roller. And we have an actual Portuguese here in the main event, and both of them are doing really well right now. Oi, 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 oi. What is the chat saying right now? Yeah, so I know Matteo has a lot of fans. Don't worry, guys. Don't panic. He still has a lot of chips. We have those huge 80-minute levels. There's a lot to play for. Uncle! Whoa! What's going on? 18 big blind jam right now. Guys, I think we will see this more and more often. You know, they're supposed to be playing tighter, not more aggressive. But Uncle open jams 18 bigs, and Tim will call him. Oh my goodness, Tim, in a dream scenario, he's being handed a gift right now with his ladies. Donna, as the Italians say. And just like that, Uncle went crazy, and Tim is going to capitalize on that. Francesco Spinella even removing one ace from Uncle. So one ace was folded. Remember that. There are only 2 aces remaining in the deck, which gives Tim a prime position to double through Uncle, who went crazy out of nowhere. And you know what? He's the fun uncle. He doesn't care. He is amused. But obviously, with the ace being folded, Tim is a big, big favorite right now to double through. Good luck to everybody in Germany. The floor is cold to make sure everything is in order. Can he dodge that? Oh my God, it's an ace! How is that possible? One ace was folded. There were only 2 aces in the deck, and Uncle, with his crazy jam, with a pretty large sizing, 18 bigs, he gets there on the flop. Not like this. This is so unfair. Can Tim counterpunch with the lady, with the Donna on the river? No, he cannot, and just like this, Tim is eliminated. This is absolutely unfair. Uncle has not been aggressive at all. Why has he done this? We will never know. But even though one ace was folded, Tim is out. By the way, shout out to Germany. Shout out to everybody who supported Tim. He is the nicest man. Absolute sweetheart. I managed to talk to him. And you know what? I know he has a lot of friends who were watching from Halle, Leipzig, from Stendal, all the guys that were cheering on Tim. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you will stick around for the conclusion. We have some German players still in the field, but absolutely unfair for him. And that means that Uncle is up to 30 big blinds. Francesco Spinella, the very clear short stack here at our table. And Oh my goodness, this is so unfair for the German. Oh my God, no. Bubble Bajay says, Aitani, no, no, no. That was absolutely unfair. You know what? That's poker. That's just the game. Sometimes there's nothing you can do. And just like this, he is eliminated, and Uncle suddenly fighting with over 7 million chips. Matteo, even after losing that big pot, over 10 million, 42 big blinds, that's a lot to play with. Gennaro now 82, and the blinds are 125K, 250, 250. Price of poker is going up. And I want to, again, thank to everybody who supported Tim. And you know what? He still leaves with a decent chunk of change. I don't think that he can complain too much. A nice deep run. Leaves him a decent amount of money. Let me check how much he actually took down. Yeah, so Tim takes home over 7,000. No, it's actually not 7,000, it's 9,000. 9,400 is how much Tim takes home. Congratulations, Tim. Thanks for the show. It ended on a disaster. Of course, yet again, guys, yet again, it was the Italian big chip leader who started it all. He takes away a big hand from you in a close spot. He wins against you, and then the very next hand, you go all in against someone else, you get eliminated. It's just the way it is. Not much that can be done against this, unfortunately. So 37 left. And Francesco is all in with the ace-jack. Al Gennaro. He is also ace-jack. Let's see if he actually will call. I will try to find out on the next break. If the next break, I'm not sure when that's going to be, will coincide with the high roller. I'll try to get the winner interview. If not, I'll try to find out who won, if there was a deal indeed. But yeah, you are correct. Elephant, big pay jumps. There we go, ace-jack against ace-jack. Oh my God, there's backdoor clubs here. No club on the turn, that would be brutal. It is a club, can you believe it? Gennaro with ace-jack against ace-jack has a club draw. Oof. That was so close. Francesco Spinella, he's thanking his lucky stars that he's still in the tournament, but let me tell you, that was very stressful for everybody involved. Marvin, yes, today is high roller final day, guys. Let me repeat that. Today we're playing the high roller. Right now it's finishing already. It's going really, really fast. Right now there's 4 players left in the high roller, and the clock is paused. It looks like they are discussing a deal. I think there's a potential for that. There is a clock being played as well. 91K up top, 61K second place, 41,000 third place. A lot of the smaller festivals, they award that for the winners. So this is absolutely huge. Fourth place, 28,000. And the German with the nickname Cristiano Ronaldo is still in there. That would be pretty funny if Cristiano Ronaldo won the high roller at King's Resort. It would be awkward on the winner picture because he doesn't look anything like Cristiano Ronaldo. It's not the real Ronaldo, but nevertheless, a German who has a nickname, C. Ronaldo, is in the top 4 in that one. Francesco, ace-4 off. What will he do with this one? Fold, of course. Tatiani, you're doing a great job as a commentator, very entertaining. Absolutely appreciate that. I will need all the support I can get. This is an absolute marathon we have today, and then all day tomorrow. We're starting early, we will finish late. So I appreciate any kind of feedback from you guys as Uncle flops that strong flush draw. Lukáš, he's also in the hand. He has a 4. This draw is so strong with the flush draw, with the backdoors, with the backdoor straight draws and the overs that actually 57% goes to the Queen 8. I very much appreciate it, Elephant. Well, now it's time to bet for Uncle. He went with that crazy all-in, ace-4. And I told you guys, as the day progresses, you will see this more and more. We started seeing this, that the players that have been very straightforward, they didn't show any craziness out of nowhere. They lose their mind, they go crazy. Sometimes it works out for them, sometimes it doesn't. And the reason for that is tiredness. You have to be tired. It's your 4th or 3rd day playing, depending on which flight you played. They played until 4 or 5 a.m. usually, so that's a lot of poker to be played. Gosh, has that check mark with that 4. He was just stalling. Basically, you have the timing. You don't want to make it clear that you have a weak hand. Here we go. There's that bluff by Uncle, 800K. Insta-fold by Lukáš. Very nice. Uncle is on a roll. I have to say, the ace-4 for such a big amount of chips, that was really speculative to jam in the first position. Let me tell you, it did feel like he basically was just bored and wanted to win a hand. But now, this bet, I like it very much, and he takes it down. Every single spot, every single small pot matters a lot, of course. Martina Ziegler says, what a crazy game. Yes, it is. Well, we lost him. And by the way, guys, I want to remind you, we've had this crazy table featured today. The likelihood is that we will mix it up tomorrow. And especially one player I'm looking forward to is Lule Hu. He's incredibly entertaining. He likes to get really out of line, depending on mood. Sometimes he's very, very serious, very straightforward. But if we get him on the stream table, that would be freaking fantastic. Francesco Spinella, there we go. All in the hijack. Can he survive again? Shahista. Shahista, he's very experienced. A chess player with, the chat says, about 1700 ELO. Can get crazy. Oh my God! Can you believe? Is this real life? Is this possible? How does Gennaro have Ace King yet again? This man is a premium hand factory. Ever since that insane skill-based call down he made, ever since he made that insane play, it's just hand after hand after hand, premium after premium after premium. And against anyone else, I would say Francesco has a good chance of catching up, but it doesn't feel like it's 30%. Not against Gennaro. This feels like the hand is over. We can hope that Francesco actually takes it down, but oh my goodness, this man just can't be stopped. Ace King against King Queen, 30%. But you know what? I'm gonna say it. Math is idiotic. I think it's more like 5% for Francesco. There we go. Can he hit that queen and the queen only? 3 outs. A jack would give him some hope. $10 and only 3 outs right now on the river. Can he, against all odds, shock us and hit that queen? We've seen some crazy rivers today. No, it is a 4. Was there ever any doubt that when Gennaro is in the pot, that he will take you out? Yet another premium hand before the flop. Yet another elimination. This time he takes down a fellow Italian, and it's Gennaro yet again. You know what? What an incredible story. This man was down to 8 big blinds merely hours ago. A few hours ago, he was down to 8 big blinds. One double up, one insane call down, one check player bluffing in an insane way into his nuts. And right now, it just feels like this man can't be stopped. There is still a lot of players left in the tournament, of course. Don't get me wrong. We still have a long way to go. 80-minute levels means there's a lot of poker. We have a lot of powerhouses on the outer tables as well. We have the defending champion, reigning champion of the EPM with a big chip stack. But you know, if you are watching this table with this man that's very experienced, a lot of experience from online poker, Bonafide Pro. He has his hand on mob, but we know that he is really good live as well. He won the Pirates Poker Treasure in 2025 here in Rozvadov. Yeah, right now it kind of feels like it's his tournament to lose. And here we go. I told you guys, once we start losing players, he will not need those premium hands. It will be a bully mode for him. All the online players know it. Once the ICM pressure, which means basically that your chips are worth more in projected money than their actual value if you are especially one of the mid stacks, it goes up. The experienced players that play online poker, that study the game in and out, they will know how to apply pressure. That's why Uncle can't really think about that free bet. That's why he's only calling here, allowing Gennaro to see the flop with a hand like King 9 off. Oh, look at this. Uncle, though, manages to outflop Gennaro in a strong way. A small pot, but hey, Uncle is also a man on a heater. Remember, he crushed those queens of Tim. He won another pot as well with a nice bluff on the river. So both of these players, they have the momentum. And Uncle has the cards to go along with it. 500K is the bet. There's that call. Well, Gennaro, are there any natural bluffing cards on the turn? Maybe a jack, potentially. Doesn't have any backdoors. We are on the turn already. Let's see if the graphics can actually catch up. Well, the thing is, one reason why Gennaro could be considering betting is that the ace and queen. This is a really good board for him. Really, really good. It favors the pre-flop raiser. Uncle should be always free betting. Hands like aces, kings, ace king, potentially even ace queen. So look at this Gennaro. Wow, it started, guys. I was telling you that at some point Gennaro will turn into big bet bully mode once the ICM pressure starts mounting. It is right here. There's absolutely nothing. Only king. You don't really block ace king. It's pretty much air right now. But the board is really good for him. The ICM pressure is mounting, so it has started. And here we go. Bully mode engaged. I told you guys, I told you when he had 8 big blinds, do not let this man, under any circumstances, do not let the online player who also is crushing live now, don't let him get a big stack when you're deep in the tournament. What did I tell the players? They didn't listen. They let this guy get a big stack, and now he's going to turn into the big bet bully. You know what? He was getting premium hands, but you don't really need it. When so many players are out, when it's so close to that final 24, we always knew this was coming. At some point, he was going to turn into the bad man, into the villain of the table. He will try to push everybody around. And this is only the first hand out of many, I feel. absolutely nothing, decides to go ahead and bluff and gets it through. There's not much his opponent can do either. Well, simply theory tells you guys. You want to stay in the tournament. You don't want to lose the chips. It's not just about the bait jumps right now. The bait jumps are pretty gradual. You want to preserve your chip stack to outlast the other middling stacks, you know. So for Gennaro, it will be really easy to apply pressure, but looks like it doesn't need it. Snowman again. Yet another strong pair for the Italian. Well, this time Lukáš, who once had more chips than Gennaro, has the ladies. Donna. And he's going with that small free bet. He's giving enough, I feel like, to Gennaro to make the call before the flop. Ricardo, you will get out of the way momentarily. You don't really want to continue with queen you suited. Not with these big stacks trying to outplay each other. Here we go. Gennaro has been running really well. Also great. It's a small free bet. It's kind of a danger zone for Lukáš to go for the small free bet. Here we go. There's the call. We're heading into the flop. Well, it's not an 8, but there is an overcard to those ladies. I don't think he will be thrilled about this board. But of course, when he does, go ahead and re-raise before the flop. He can say, hey, I have all those ace kings, aces that you don't. So I can simply go ahead and bet almost everything I have now. Gennaro, what do you want to do here? Really, the 8s, it should be a fold here. Even if you're up against hands like King Queen, they will barrel against you. And here we go, he's folding. Grim Worldmaker, I don't really speak Croatian, but from what you're saying, I think you're saying that you played in January, he played at DPM. By the way, it happens during this event, we have 15 packages for the top 15 for the big Kings Million European Poker Championship, but also throughout the year. And during this tournament, the chip leaders during day 1, they also get the ticket to the super main event. One single ticket, 150. And I think Grim Worldmaker is saying that he already has one. So yeah, he's got the one buy-in, the Kings Million super main. Day 1 will be insane, by the way. If you enjoyed any commentary, it's not only about me, guys. It's about the final tables. Kristin was commenting, APK was commenting. Basically anybody who was at the final table, any top 10, if you enjoyed any of these players, the super main event, day 1A, will be jam-packed of all these known faces. They have 4 separate tickets, but I take it that all of them will play the super main on the same day. So the day 1A, it will be crazy. Every single top 10 that played this year at Kings Resort during these big streams, all of them will have a free ticket to come to the super main, play for that 5 million. So if you enjoyed any of the players that played here at Kings, come over for that super main for day 1A. You will be able to play against them. You can shake their hand. You can tell them, I would play better if I was in your position. I was on that final table. You can tell them that. You can try to outplay them. I think it's going to be absolutely wonderful. And we talk about Gennaro, but guys, it's not over, okay? A lot of poker still to be played. There can be a lot of drama. We have a lot of personalities. And of course, it's funny because when you play with 80-minute levels, players that play for fun, they love it, right? Recreational players love it. They think, hey, I'm getting more money for my buck, which is true. You play with 590, you can play 80-minute levels all the way through if you play those long day ones. And that's a lot of poker. The thing is, when it's such long levels and it's a lot of poker, it actually favors the professional players. They will play longer against you. They can figure you out over longer periods of time. So I predict, and we already see it right now, that we will have a much stronger field when it comes to the final 16, 24 and that final table than we usually do during those 30-minute blind events here at Kings Resort, where usually it's about 70-30 to amateurs to decent regulars. So I am predicting right now. You know what, tomorrow you can call me out. You can tell me that I was bullshitting, but I'm calling it. At least half of the players will be professionals at the final table, just purely because it's 80-minute blinds. And if you're not used to be playing poker for these long hours, the pros that can focus, they will simply run you over through endurance, through their experience as well. So you can call me a liar when it comes to tomorrow about 8 p.m. or whenever the final table will be. But I'm calling it. At least half of the players will be people with decent amount of earnings on hand and bob or professionals or online semi-pros, etc. And how many? I'm not sure actually. Usually it's we play down to 24, so it's possible we'll do it today. But if it takes too long, they just stop the tournament and then we restart on the next day. So we're looking at 3, 4 a.m. I think they played until 5 a.m. yesterday. So something like that is likely to happen. Matteo goes ahead, open raises. Look at this with king tray of diamonds. Matteo's getting frisky here. We have a short-handed table though. Gennaro calling in the small blind. Ricardo calling in the cutoff. This is going to be another call. Wow! 4-way pot. Ricardo only called, which allows everybody to get in. And it is actually Matteo who's ahead. He's got the bottom pair. He's got the flush draw as well. So he open raised with the weakest hand out of them all. But he is the man with by far the strongest hand right now. And it's not just strong in terms of equity, in terms of playability. It's really straightforward to play. He can check, he can bet. It doesn't really matter. Oh my God, and I have news, guys. After this hand, I'll tell you the news. We will be getting fresh players. 3 new players will be coming over at some point. And that's it's a doozy. We have one rather surprising name coming in. So you have that to look forward to. And looks like Matteo is taking it down. He will have to lick his wounds, of course, after that all-in loss. We got King Jack, but now, when you are 4-way, even a small pot, it compounds. Actually makes a big difference to your stack size if you take it down. And here we go, Gennaro, 25 million, 101. Big blinds. Uncle at 30, Shakista 35. I don't know where Shakista went. We just don't see much from him. It seems like he is on the tight side now ever since the triple up. Ricardo, 39 bigs. Matteo, 46. Well, he's almost back to where he used to be. And Lukash is here as well. Million big blinds. There's a lot of poker to be played. No clean short stacks. Nobody really at risk. We only have 6 players. They try to outplay each other. And I'm getting the horn right now. We will be getting reinforcements at some point. So this table will be joined by 3 different players. Let me see who they actually will be. And we will get an American player. Wow. So someone from the US will be joining this table, and a couple big stacks as well. Oh my goodness. Don't go anywhere, because this is about to get really, really spicy. We have had this group of people for a long time. We will retain these 6, but there's 3 players coming in that will definitely spice things up. Nicholas Scott from the US, 18 million chips, is inbound in about 15 minutes. I'm being told that they will be moved. And we have an Italian with almost 20 million that will join us. Wow, wow, wow. Gosh, those I think calls here. So a limped pot, BVB. It's very tough to make pairs. Who will want this one more? Well, Matteo clearly wants it more. And did he come from the States all the way over to Rosvarov? It's not that uncommon, by the way. Elephant. There's people, especially after World Series. I met a Canadian player. You have Americans here and there, and there's 70 nationalities. And Nicholas Scott, if he's the right one, he has actually 63K in earnings in WPT, and a traveling worldwide player with over 200,000 in earnings. He's actually been in Rosvadov ever since April. So that is the man joining us rather soon. So since April, he's been cashing in Rosvadov. So far, his biggest score actually came on the 29th of June. He bubbled, final table bubble of the Czech Poker Masters Summer Edition. We had a month ago here, so he was 10th in that tournament. In the 150 no limit hold'em, so he will try to go ahead and improve on his high score already. Already high score for him in Rosvadov. Matteo, holding. Look at this, Uncle. Uncle is on an upswing. Right now he has the hooks, the hockey sticks, the jacks. It looks like he's just shipping it in. Oi, 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 Uncle, Uncle, Uncle. This man doesn't care. He plays very straightforward, but he's that quirky uncle, isn't he? When he decides that something is fun, he just goes for it. Yeah, let's see what happens. It is a fold. And Uncle, he just wants to play clean. He's the second Romanian we've had today that basically just says, hey, I'm going to double up. I'm going to play for that $500,000. Or I'm just going to go ahead and be busted, go home, take a rest. There's 80-minute blinds. Nobody got time for that. I really want to play aggressive and try to either end it or double through. Worldwide Travelers, wasn't Gennaro with like 10 big blinds like 7 hours ago? Oh yeah, if you are just joining us, if you're wondering what the hell happened, Gennaro was down to 8 big blinds. 8 big blinds about 4 hours ago, I think. Then he doubled through. Then he made an insane call down with an ace-10 high. Then he was bluffed into with an equal stack. When he had the nuts with an insane bluff by a Czech legend player. And ever since then, he's been getting a hand after hand after hand, premium after premium after premium. So I understand your shock, world travelers. But yep, Gennaro hit 8 bigs, and now he's the chip leader. By the way, good night, Gasgano operator Fibonacci. That's fantastic to have you here. Gosh, goes for that free bet. Does still cover his opponent. Shakistan, he's really moved away from the chessboard ever since that triple up. Yes, tomorrow is the final, guys. 1:30, we restart. We will play until the winner. No matter what happens, there will be a champion tomorrow, and you will see it on stream. I don't think Shakistan is doing anything. Yep, here we go. He's been playing very, very straightforward. He rarely makes big mistakes. One time, he arguably went too aggressive, was with the ace-jack offsuit. He went all in, and he rivered an ace from space against jacks and kings. And all the time before then and after that, he's been pretty tight, not getting out of line. And you see that there's players from Canada, players from the US, there's players from the UK, but the pattern is they don't usually come for the weekend, so they don't just come and play for one event and then go back. Usually the pattern I see, they move in. So we had a lot of Mexican players, for example, Jose Casillas, who won the Colossus during WSOP Europe here when it was in Rozvadov. He had about 4 or 5 Mexican friends staying here. What usually happens is they move, they get their visas, so for example 3 months, they just move to the Czech Republic, they stay in the hotel, they grind and grind and grind, then they move along when the visa expires. That's a pretty common pattern, so yeah, a lot of players from South America and the US and Canada, they come over. Usually it's for at least a couple of weeks though. Gosh. With that king 6, open raising, 2.9 big blinds. Pay attention to that raise sizing. Lukáš likes to mix it up. I've seen him go 2.7x now because the chips obviously changed. It's 250. 725, he throws in the small chips as well. Maybe he's trying to get rid of them, but he does mix it up. Ricardo Ferreira. This man is no stranger to big moments. He won over 350 in Barcelona a few years back in the EPT Mystery Bounty. Decides to just call in the small blind. And now we have a flush draw from Lukáš against Ricardo Ferreira's ace-jack. Really, this is the strongest ace he has. Most of the time, he should be free betting ace-queen. So I don't think he's going anywhere, not on the flop, not on the turn. Maybe on the river, but when you have a flush draw yourself, generally you don't want to bluff the rivers. But uh-oh, look at this. Lukáš has the second nuts right now. He got that flush on the turn. Ricardo Ferreira from Portugal will be up against it. I know we have some Polish fans watching. Siemka, our Polish friends. And I do think that when it's 1.275 million, we will see that call. Yep, here we go. Strongest ace you can have here. That was never the question if he's calling. The question is the river. The inevitable value bet attempt comes here. 5.75 million, 665. I think if he goes greedy, he will actually get a fold. So what are we targeting? We are targeting an ace. Or, because Ricardo called it a small blind. Would have some sense, but yeah, you kind of expect him to raise on the flop with 5s or 4s. That's why we go, how much is it? 2.275, so we size down a little bit. Ricardo, yep, he says, hey, I'm near the top of my range. You can be potentially even betting ace-9. And he's disgusted with that call. Slammed to the table with that ace-jack. Very unhappy, lots of emotion coming out from Ricardo Ferreira. Well, you decided to call on the small blind, and you let it go. By the way, guys, on YouTube, try to keep it in English so everybody can understand, you know, if you talk about Discord. Stick to English so everyone knows what you are talking about. And I'm telling you guys, we are expecting fresh blood here any moment. At least one American's coming, one Italian, 2 big stacks. So right now we have Gennaro with 24 million, Lukáš with 21.8 million after that pot. Ricardo Ferreira suddenly is the short stack with 18 big blinds. Still a lot to play with, of course. Shakista, 31 bigs. Sitting on them, not willing to part with a single chip. It feels like Shakista. Let's see if he will wake up. Try to play a little bit more pots, but I didn't have any crazy hands. No crazy folds that were out of line, I feel. Basically plays his cards. Well, Ricardo Ferreira, this man is the man, up against it. Gosh, 9 off. Should be a fold. Yep, here we go. Matteo, just at win race. The ace-10 off. Can he get some action here? Oh, yes, he can get action. Ricardo Ferreira on the button. He's not messing around. He says, hey, I have 5s. If you have a higher pair, so be it. But I'm going to go for it. I want to get back where I started before the previous hand. Oh, no. Oh, no. Can you believe it? Gennaro wakes up with a premium pair. Number 7,852, it feels like. Ricardo Ferreira, some speech play it looked like. Oh, it is a call, of course. Matteo's getting out of the way, and Gennaro, he's been pulling some big bluffs. He made an insane hero call, but also he's being hit by the deck time and time and time again, and Ricardo Ferreira is about to become his next victim here. And Gennaro has the pocket jacks. Was there ever any doubt? Who will take the next player out? 10, 8, 4. I don't think anyone believes. Ricardo pretends that he believes, but the way Gennaro has been running, almost impossible to see that 5 coming. 6%, of course. 2 outs to finally put some resistance against this man. It's a tray. This was just meant to be. And Gennaro, 29,850,000, 119 bigs, and Ricardo Ferreira, after calling that ace-jack, is leaving into the night. And of course, it's this man who adds to his chip stacks, eliminates another player. Oh my goodness. Lazar Kostic says, GG. Well, good game indeed. This is absolutely brutal. Can anybody stop this man? Can anyone put a dent into his armor? I'm not sure. Not today, not today. Tomorrow is a brand new day, guys, by the way. Tomorrow we play until the winner. We still have a very long way from that. And Ricardo, congratulations. For the payout. 7,175. Doesn't seem right. Oh yeah, it's right, yeah. 7.1K. By the way, we have lost. Can you believe it? We have actually lost 4 Italians in a row. You guys were saying there's so many Italians. 4 Italians lost in a row. Back to back to back to back. Davide Filieri, Vagai, Francesco Spinella, and also Piero Pro. All these players we've lost. So 4 Italians are out to the dismay of Euro rounders. It looks super promising at the start of the day. But of course, they have the 2 biggest hopes. Lule Hu, who lives in Italy. He's the defending champion. Last time we checked, he had over 11 million chips. All that fought though, Matteo. We have a lot of Croatians in the YouTube chat. He flops a set against Lukasz's top pair, decent kicker, and a backdoor flush draw with the jack of clubs. Matteo going for that c-bet. Here we go. Lukasz is not going anywhere. He will be calling at least right now on the flop. In a minute now. Doesn't make too much sense to go ahead and raise. We are only 6-handed, but still against the first position. Just want to go ahead and call. Green on the turn. Well, Matteo, what are you going to do? I think a bet is clear. He can easily have hands like 10 jack, king jack that can go ahead and barrel here on the turn. Lukasz was just trying to slow him down with that a long time before he was checking. We all know that's not working though, not when and Matteo has the first set of the night. I don't think we've seen one before. 5.2 big blinds is the bet, 1.3 million. I do think that Lukasz is priced in to call here. Matteo should have a decent amount of bluffs that continue on this turn. He will not only have the deuces, of course, 9s, 4s, or queens. There we go. There is that call. Quite reluctant, but one you simply have to make, even though we know that he is crushed. Oh my god, this is a disgusting river card for Lukasz. Great one for Matteo. He easily, of course, can have hands like king 10, but he can value bet hands like aces and kings here. I don't think Matteo will get all of it, but a bet is coming. And Lukasz, he ain't folding to a bet, let me tell you. There's that check. Now what will be the damage? Croatia is about to celebrate. The only question is how much? 4.875 million in the middle. What are we trying to get value out of? Well, 9s make sense. 9x. Not the pair, but a single pair with a 9. Is that about 3 million? Insta call. There we go. There's that bet. Let's see the exact count. 1, 2, 3.5. Yep, 3.5 million. There was never doubt. Lukasz knows that he was always calling. It could have been slightly worse. I do think if Matteo bets bigger, that he gets called anyway, but here we go. A good one to Croatia. He gets to his all-time high, I believe, and he surpasses Lukáš with 17,350,000, 69 bigs. And that's not a joke, no pun intended. And here we go. Looks like the fresh blood is finally joining us. You see Shachista sizing down his opponent. Of course, the Croatian chat goes crazy. So let's introduce the players, guys. Nicholas Scott joining us with over 232,000 dollars, sorry, in earnings. He has been grinding. Basically, he comes to Rozvadov and then goes back to the US. So he's been playing here this year. Ever since last November, he comes to Rozvadov. He's a grinder. Then he goes back, plays events in the US, and then back to Rozvadov it is. He's been here since April now, it seems. And his biggest success already actually this year, Nicholas Scott, his biggest success is first place in the Vamos Poker Tour High Roller in February here, Rozvadov, 19,000 euro. There he is, Nicholas Scott, the man we were talking about, and in the white jumper. So not a stranger to winning. That was not a streamed one, by the way, but he has a win under his belt here in Rozvadov. He's won a WPT event. He was 15 WPT Prime as well, so very interesting. Let's see what he shows us, but now he's up against two opponents. So Nicholas Scott, the American accomplished player, is way behind. Lukáš manages to flop the top pair, gut shot, also backdoor flush draw with that queen of hearts. Now he improves to trips. Matteo has the open ender though, but it's a dumb one. It's very easy for you to be beat here. There you go, there's that bet by Matteo with that draw. And we know that Lukáš is not going anywhere. I mean, look at it, it's a beautiful hand. Only question is, does he feel like he should be raising here? Yes. He wants to protect that hand. Well, Matteo, this is really a dummy end of a straight draw. You can be dominated already by other straight draws. Your opponent can have flush draws as well. Nice fold by Matteo. He recognizes that, hey, it's a pretty hand, but not much we can do. Okay, so newcomers, Nicholas Scott, I already told you, Vamos Poker Tour High Roller winner from Rozvadov. He's an American, he comes to Czech Republic. He's done it twice, stays for a few months, then returns, keeps grinding in the US. That is the first newcomer. The second one is Marco Blavaski, or Blavaski, I'm not sure how to pronounce it actually. Please, my Italian viewers, tell me how do we pronounce that once he appears on screen. Biavashi, maybe. You guys let me know. And similar accomplishments to our American friend, 200K in total earnings. He actually won an event in Madrid for 150,000 euro. And that's pretty much all he did when it comes to big scores. So Marco Biavashi, he might be a one-trick pony. The one large tournament win. Has been playing in Rozvadov quite a while. But no big successes. I do believe this is the biggest success for him by far. In Rozvadov for Marco. As Adrian takes one down, another new player. So remember Marco. Biggest success. He has one outlier 150k win from 2020. Somehow, wasn't there COVID? He won an event in Madrid. And let's see our third newcomer. Adrian Kermeci. I'm not sure if that's correct. If there's anyone from Hungary, you can let me know. Scott, the newcomer, joining us, and Adrian from Hungary also doesn't have any really big scores here. Now in Rozvadov, Swiss Classic, second place, 11,000 euro. That is his claim to fame at King's Resort in Rozvadov, but that dates back to 2023, so no huge scores to take note of. Go, Marco. That fresh blood with over 19 million, by the way. That's a very healthy stock. And Marco has Queen Jack. Fordit got shot. Nicholas Scott under the gun. Could be tempted to go ahead and see bet. Oh, it's this man. Oh, he's so stylish. I've seen him around. I was wondering why somebody looks so good when he's playing poker, but this man, the Indiana Jones lookalike, the hipster Indiana Jones, decides to go ahead and bet here. And it's Matteo who floats with the 8. Well, Marco, what do you want to do? How will you introduce yourself to the table? Will you give us a show? Checking a race here with the Queen Jack offsuit, or will you simply fold? And it is the latter. Nicholas Scott, up and coming grinder. Splits his time between the US and Rozvadov. Decides to give up right now. Well, Matteo, we have that gut shot, we have showdown value. Although, maybe you want to protect your hand and create the potential of turning the hand into a bluff with some good runouts, but obviously this is way more standard. We simply check, see what happens. And it is the 8. Oh my goodness. Snowman on the river. The YouTube chat has actually called it. Nicholas Scott, can you try to bluff at this? Yes! Oh my god, he's got the ace of clubs. I don't think it's too relevant after the check, but yeah, he could potentially go for it. It's a check. Matteo. It's very scary, this board. Potential flushes, potential straight. I still think that he can squeeze some value from poker hands here. Yep, here we go. There is that bet of 2.5 million. Nicholas Scott will be folding, of course. And a minute now, unless there is one possibility with the ace of clubs and with the jack, you actually are blocking those straights and those nut flushes. There could be a potential for a really advanced check raise bluff to a big sizing. Yeah, that's what he's thinking about. This is not going to be a call. against the really big sizing of Matteo. Matteo's saying, I have the nuts, trying to look polarized, but Nicolas is thinking, how can you have the nuts? I block the nuts. You can't have the nut flush. I actually block some straights as well. What are you doing here, Matteo? This doesn't really make sense. And Nicolas, I'm telling you guys, he's playing the big tours in the US. He has one win here in Rozvadov. He lets it go, but I really like the way he was thinking. Using those, what you call blockers. If I have this card, how can you possibly have it? Especially with that ace of clubs. And even though he didn't go for it, just him thinking about it, obviously considering that raise, it tells you that this player is not to be underestimated. Okay, so here we go. So Gennaro Proscia, look at this. A massive amount of chips, 29 million. We know that this man is dangerous, but we have some newcomers. Marco Diavashi, 18,900,000. We have Nicolas Scott joining us, 16,300,000. Those are the newcomers. Lukáš and Matteo still holding strong. And we have Adrian Cormochi with 7.8 million joining those. I don't want to call them short stacks. They have the least chips, but by no means. Neither of these players is a short stack. 21 big blinds plus. It's very much a very playable stack indeed. So yeah, we have people with more chips and people with less chips. No short stacks to be seen right now. Only deep poker, 80-minute blinds. This is why you see so much playability right now. We are down to 32 players. My question is, can we get down to 24 today? By the way, before I forget, I want to see the updates with the high roller. High roller, we dropped a lot of players. A lot of players were dropped. Now we're still down to 4 players. The clock was paused at one point. I do think that they must have discussed the deal. I'm not sure if it actually happened. If you guys don't know, we have this big main event, but on the floor right now, there's being played the high roller that has 91,000 euro up top at any minute. This could be over. One of the players, there's actually one female player still in the mix. There's C. Ronaldo from Germany in the mix. Could be taking down over 90K. That's just a side event. Let's see what Nicolas does with Matteo. Matteo has a flush draw here. I don't think that Nicolas can really do much. This incredibly stylish man actually makes the call. Wow, look at this. Floating. He doesn't have too much hope of improving. Still goes for it. This is pure float play. Unfortunately for him, Matteo can simply put in the bet. Nobody will blame him. Yep, here we go. 4 big blinds. Nicolas, he got caught floating with absolutely nothing. Obviously has to fold here. Who do we still have in? Of course, we'll try to take a look at the bust outs. There are no pay jumps for a while. 30th and 30th to 28th still gets this. Then the 27th place, we have that pay jump. We still have not lost anyone. After those 4 Italians busted in a row, we lost Ricardo. Everyone is still holding strong, still 32 players in the tournament. Matteo now with the 6-4, the hijack. go. Well, Uncle, I never know what Uncle does. Is he gonna just jam it? Is he gonna race? Is he gonna limp? I have no idea. It is a race, a min race actually from Uncle Marco Biavashi, our newcomer, with over 200K in earnings. But there's a huge score from 2020. Ever since the big score, he didn't really have too much success securing big wins. He decides to free bet with the fives. Wow! Welcome to the table, Marco. I guess you came over to show us how it's done. This is the very first time we see a small pocket pair free bet like this. It's a pure free bet bluff, basically. And it's very tough for Uncle, you know, it's very deceptive. I think he might actually consider just shoving. We have seen how Uncle plays. He had two hands where he simply went for it. Calling is not that great of a prospect, not out of position, not with the deuces. What are you gonna do, Marco? Marco free bet, but Uncle decides to continue. Yep. Looks like it's a call. He threw an extra chip. Of course, there's the dealer that can help out. Let's see if he can hit that deuce. It's a tray, another tray, not a deuce. That is a really tricky board for Uncle. That's why you'd never really call the deuces out of position like this. There's the bet by Marco and Uncle. We never know what this man will do. He's very unpredictable. We have seen some crazy plays from him. Crazy all-ins, I might say. I mean, if you go crazy, could this be one of the candidates? Just basically tell yourself, my opponent has those two big overs. Nope. There you go. Correct fold. I would like to probably see just the fold pre-flop. But Uncle does Uncle things. Who are we to question this man? It's been working out pretty well so far for this guy. Okay, high roller, still 4 players it looks like. Yep, standing strong, 90,000 up top. This could be over at any minute. Lukash holding the ace-4, ace-6. I think that's an absolutely fine fold there. Well, Marco definitely have the option to open raise the queen-jack offsuit. Wow, he's folding. Now we have a hand where we will get to see the newcomers to the table. Nicolas Scott against Adrian. Adrian actually King 10 should be folding. Not the best hand to free bet, not at this stage of the tournament, which will allow Shakista to come along for sure. Here we go. So Nicolas on the button. Queen 6 offsuit is actually looser than standard, I would say, but hey, he's confident against his opponents. It is a queen for both of them. This will be a problem for Nicolas. Shakista was reaching for the chips and then he quickly checked. Some of the live reads coaches would look into that probably. go. There's that turn, of course. Never in doubt that we will get to there. 2 million by Nicolas Scott. 2 million is torched, more or less. You see that Shakista has him. I'm expecting Nicolas to check. There we go, Shakista, instant turn of that king queen. Nicolas Scott. Well, the backdoor clubs came in. I suppose it does make quite a bit of sense to go ahead and try and get a little bit more value here from weaker hands. Unfortunately for him, Shakista out of nowhere up to 11 million chips. And let's see if you guys, if they can put the hurt on our big chip leader. Matteo with that 8-7 of hearts. Racy daisy. Nicolas Scott with that fold. Yeah, I think that he will get this through. Not even Gennaro. I mean, you never know. Gennaro, we told you that he's very likely to start bullying people, but you don't do it out of position, without initiative, really. Yeah, that is that fold as expected. Even Gennaro needs at least some cards to take down pots. We are still waiting to see a big one from the newcomers, the fresh blood. We really want to see what happens. It looks like a break is actually scheduled. Looks like we are about to hit the 12-hour mark. So in about 45 minutes, we have been streaming for 12 hours already. Huge kudos for everybody who actually managed to stay here throughout the stream, guys. Stefan is asking for the payouts, so I'm gonna tell you exactly how it is. So Zado says, I am Tiga down there. Gosh, the ace king. By the way, right now the payouts, I know you guys can't see the full amount. Right now, 28th to 44th, 7,175. 21st to 27th, 9,400. And then we go all the way to the final table. 9th on the final table, 28,909 euros. By the way, the top 15 will get that 3K worth of tickets for the big Kings Million European Poker Championship. You have that to look forward to, of course. And the top 15 players, you know what that means. The top 15, you will be able to see them in Rosvadov here if you come in September. I'm talking about Matteo, Uncle, Marco, anybody who makes top 15, they will have free tickets. Gennaro. Let's go of this. We have the queens for Nicolas Scott. But Adrian is trying to bust the American. we go. Ladies against the 7-7s cleared away. Matteo decided to come along. He has that gut shot. You see that 3 sevens were folded, however. So he has literally one out. Just like trying to hit quads with trips. So I hope he doesn't get any crazy ideas right now. There we go, he lets it go, and Nicholas Scott finally takes one down. You can see the sigh of relief on his face. He does a 51 big still. Let me see the update for the high roller, the all-important one. Still 4, wow. I mean, they just don't want to quit. Ever since they got to top 4, there's 90K up top, 28,000 already in the bag. They seem like they will keep playing and playing and playing. And I have a call now. We actually will have a break at some point. Let me see when that will be. Yeah, so break is coming soon. It will be after the next hand. I will try to find out what the hell is going on in that high roller. How come nobody wants to go ahead and bust? Uncle, 8-4 off. And Gennaro takes down another one. Is anyone surprised? I don't think so. By the way, here we go. The Euro rounders, bloggers, and photographers, they have woken up finally. So you can head to Instagram of Euro rounders. I can take a look if their blog is updated as well. And there should be updates. They will start posting now. If you missed out on any action, it is in English, of course. It looks like most of the updates are on their social media. And Gennaro, man of the tournament so far. The guy with only 8 big blinds only a few hours ago. Now been raising with the 9s. Matteo releases his queen 8. Let's see what the other guys do. Uncle in the small blind. Definitely how he can continue. We have seen some jams from him in similar situations, but he usually picks an ace, for example, to do it with. And JV Solo is joining tomorrow at 2 p.m. Awesome to have you back tomorrow, guys. Of course, we have a lot of action. We will play until the winner tomorrow. Don't miss out on that. And Uncle, he's got some blockers. He's got overs to Gennaro's hand, but of course it's Gennaro who's in the lead. Let's see if he will put control. He checks back more often than most players that we've seen here. But with a hand like this one against 2 opponents, you simply want to go ahead and protect it. Here we go. take it down, and we're heading into a short break. I will try to find out what the hell is going on in that high roller. How come nobody's busting with top 4 for looks like forever? And I will try to find out what is the stock situation of Lule Hu, the defending champion, the Italian with Chinese roots, who is crushing as well. Don't go anywhere. You will find out all that information. And of course, the conclusion to this table in about 10 minutes. Gennaro, massive chip leader right now. Uncle down there with 20 bigs. Still a lot to play for. I'll see you in about 14 minutes.
King 9. Fold.
King 9, you push me away already.
Only nuts.
A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy, because if Suvarna
3-9. No, 2-9.
comes along, maybe, just maybe Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back, I don't. We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to $1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. But I think he just got to flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and
it's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
Hope is really all he's going to have here, but
he knows he's dominated in one spot, almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now, or like a pocket pair, something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands, or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
1 to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。不用，就A 发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510是吧？
So 7.9 million in total available to Emile and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. You can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
I told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes. Wow.
Obviously, nothing for Emil Bisset to do. Ace-king against ace-king. Deeply unlucky.
No, actually, I play a very massive pot against Omar, the chip leader. So that hand was like he opened every hand. So and I 3-bet. He called. Flop king, 3 deuce. 2 club. He check. I bet half of my stack. He called. Turn a deuce. He check. I bet almost all in, and he called with a blank. He had king deuce, full house. Yeah, I have aces. Yeah. So I got 3 chips left, and then wait for the last hand, and then just all in and bust.
I bust in a pretty standard way. I guess I was fairly short, and the guy on my right limped, and I just checked behind him. He was in the small, I was in the big, and I flopped a set, which is fantastic when you're, you know. And we got it in. He had a flush draw, and but he didn't make his flush, but he hit a runner for a straight. But it was like I was waiting to the last card, so I was in there with a chance.
Sweat, man. Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
But really, the pot that did for me, I nearly folded earlier when the guy had kings, and he'd re-raised me, the guy who was the short stack at the table, and I nearly didn't. It was so short, I thought he could be doing it with a lot of hands, and it was a shot to knock him out. And so I just, on the chip stacks, I decided, although I was probably behind, as it happened in that hand, I flopped a pair. I wasn't in bad shape. So it was those two hands really.
Casual Sunday. We got past Focus Friday.
Yeah.
Linares with a monster here on the button. Ace Queen of diamonds.
3.7.
The problem I have with Le Mans is he's shown a propensity to be very impatient, even though he has battled back well. So at some point he might just get fed up with the heads-up battle, even though it's for the bracelet and so much money is the difference between 1st and 2nd place. Depends what happens here. He's liable to just, he's like a placid volcano.
Yeah, just got to erupt every now and again.
Yeah. Donkey says, Le Mans looks like a D-Gen Blues Brothers. Actually, I see what you're saying. It's pretty funny. Okay, bet a 4.2 million in a call. Turn is gin for Linares. Now, if Le Mans checks, I'm checking this back, hoping that Le Mans is going to become that volcano on the river.
This is just crazy what he's doing here, Dan.
Yes. You can call me Action Man Dan because we predict these things. 7 million is the bet from Le Mans. Now, if I was to see Linares raise here, I would not be happy at all.
No, just smooth calling in position here, man. It's going to be the only play. You're never ever going to be folding here, so just give the guy some rope.
No, it's just when we seen him do that with the aces earlier, want to give him the rope. 3 of spades.
What's this?
What the hell?
What did he say? All in. Oh.
He said all in. Oh my God.
What just happened, guys?
He shoved for 65 million.
What just happened, guys?
What a crazy hand to commentate on.
What?
They just called it the Placid Volcano has erupted. Le Man has finished in second place.
What just happened, guys?
I don't care. He says he doesn't care. Linares has prevailed as your World Series of Poker Europe mini main event champion.
Well, when your head's up, it's hard to have something, right? So when the board pairs up and I know he doesn't have a house, I just apply maximum pressure. Unfortunately, he have the nut flush, so I just ran into a bad hand and I did a strong move in the wrong spot. No, I would do it again. It's very unlikely to have the nut flush when your head's up, but he have it, so I guess GG to him.
Posting on a delay, consistent with our stream, so there will be no spoilers.
Unbelievable, this guy, Santos. He's playing almost every hand. Except that 98%. Right?
Yep.
Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have? I can't see that. Orpan, can you tell me how many white chips you have?
I'll count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. $420.
Whoa. This is out of line. 6-5 offsuit, 420.
420.
Now, do you think this is more designed to not let Orpin into the pot or to attack Brewers Open? Could be a double.
It's a double.
Upside for him. Sizing, by the way, isn't going to clear a good chunk of what Brewers opening with.
Yeah, and Brewers got a reasonable hand. I think he's actually thinking about multiple.
All in?
Yeah,
wow,
this is
just
one angle to
piles.
go with.
Thanks again. Chris, be honest with me. We are Team Brewer. You don't talk with me now? Why not?
All in.
Yes, so that then you don't make any more mistakes. You have kings, yes or no? Be a man. Yes or no? Please. No more Team Brewer, yeah? Okay, official end of Team Brewer today. Are you set? How much?
Now, Martin, see, he's doing all this. He knows he's never making the call, Randy, and this is where I think a lot of guys get annoyed because he's milking clock, he's posturing.
Set, yeah? Again, kings, yeah? In Kings Casino. Hold. No show?
No show.
You had kings? Just be honest.
Kings Casino.
You had kings?
Kings Casino.
I win mine. That's pretty good.
You are on the bubble. 10 big blinds left. You got dealt aces. And mean cash is $1 million. What do you do? Shove or fold?
Fold.
You fold?
Yes. This is the only spot you need to fold aces. Every poker knower knows. If you got this in this spot, you need to fold. If you get 1 million.
Yeah.
But to ICM is bigger than aces. Yes.
When are you folding?
I think 10,000.
10,000?
Yeah, 10,000.
Okay.
Yeah, 10,000. Yes.
You shove or you fold?
I fold.
How much are you willing to risk?
$500,000.
Half?
Half.
Okay, that's
Yes.
a lot.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
What do you do? Shove or fold?
Well, with pocket aces, I mean, I would almost say, let's go all in, you know? No pain, no gain, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah.
I like
Otherwise,
this.
it's not funny, you know?
Okay, okay.
With my today financial situation, I will wait for the money. But, I mean, I suppose the GTO's way is just to shove. But me, personally, at the team moment, I would take the money.
And what is the number that you would shove? Like, what is the min cash that you would not think about it?
I mean,
1,000 euros or?
no, yeah, 1,000. If you just think about like an EPT, for example, like for 15, 20K, I'm saying. But it's very much depending on your bankroll management.
Yeah, of course.
Like, if your ETM is like yeah, 1% of your bankroll or stuff like that, it doesn't matter. But if it's starting to be like maybe 10% of your bankroll, it's better to wait for the money.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back indeed here at King's Resort. You are looking at the featured table right now. Hello and welcome back, of course. Gennaro Proscia, he is the big one. I think he's the chip leader. 30,875,000 chips. After he was down to 8 big blinds, he is up to 103. Multiple levels later, Marco, second Italian at our table, right behind him, 67 bigs. 20 million chips. The man has joined us, who has joined us later. And at the bottom, Uncle, 17 bigs, 125k, 250k, 250k are the blinds. But obviously, there's a lot to play for. 17 big blinds gives you a lot of maneuvering space here. Shakista, 37 bigs. This man was also such a miracle story. He was almost out of the tournament through an absolute miracle. Ace from space on the river. He managed to come back. And now he's in a decent position. Still with 37 big blinds. Adrian Cormocci is a newcomer. We don't really know too much about him. He has not been at this table. So we don't have too much to go by just yet. But obviously, a lot to play for right here. I was literally running to try to get you the updates from the floor and what is happening over there. And I can tell you that the high roller is done now. The high roller is finished. I'll tell you a story after I catch my breath. You will have to wait for that conclusion. There's also Lule Hu, the defending champ, on one of the outer tables. Is he out? Is he still in? Whatever happened to his chip stack? We will find out in a minute. Let's focus on a few hands, because Scott taking it down with 5 deuce. Oh my goodness. And huge kudos to everybody still up. Of course, I understand it's 2 a.m. here in Europe. And we have a full day of streaming ahead of us tomorrow. But I know you guys that are still here, those hardcore fans of King's Resort, of great poker, just know that I appreciate ya. And we at King's Resort are very, very grateful that you stay with us. And here we go. Shakista, 8-4 of hearts, goes ahead and folds it, of course. This is a garbage hand. Uncle, queen 6 suited. Will he defend against Matteo? No, he will not. Matteo says, hey, I have 60 bigs. A speculative hand like this one is good enough. And he takes it down with the 7-6 suited. Or 6-7 as you might call it, of course. Yeah, Matteo is still here, of course, and I know the ranks are dwindling. And by the way, the news from the high roller, the one with the 90,000 euro up top, the latest news is that, yeah, there is a deal. And I also want to tell you, not only there's a deal, when they were four-handed, so the high roller was four-handed, and one player said no to a deal at that point. I know you guys in the chat were saying that for sure will be a deal at the high roller, for sure. I would deal myself already, but with the 90K up top and pretty steep pay rises, one player actually said no deals. And you're probably wondering which of the guys